I gotta have my therapy somehow. I'm not a cook. And he like shook his fingers in a way that sounded like his throat wiggling. And it was just so weird to see him like, I'm not a cook. Weird as shit.
Oh, shit. Yeah.
And the American people want to thank you for your dutiful service.
Damn, dude. You could do some Nixon tapes. You're good. Fuck. You're good.
As celestial representatives of this fine country. Yeah. Well, shit. Fucking Nixon.
Yes,
but speaking of, there's a new show that is half truths and half lies. Fucking Brad, racist. I'm not racist anymore. No. There's a new show on. Hang on. Amazon called Gaslit, and it is all about Watergate.
Yeah.
Yep. It's nice. It's got Sean Penn and a couple other folks.
A couple other cocks in there.
Yeah. Yep.
Check it out.
Here, I'll just link to it, because why not? I'll put an Amazon link. Yeah.
Amazon. Okay. I'll check it out.
Hang on.
I might.
Yeah, and it's starring Sean Penn and Julia Roberts.
Get out of here.
And I've seen some Hollywood monsters age poorly. Julia Roberts, or Robert, is aging okay compared to the rest of them. Let's just say that.
Well, she's got a lot of chrome on those bumpers. Yeah.
That is one way to put it. Yes.
Joke. That's a total inside joke. My buddy used to say, he goes, dude, look at that car, man. He goes, there's half of South Africa hanging off that car, man.
Oh!
There's so much chrome. Because that's where they mined all the chrome, man.
I know that. That's why it's so bad to say. Ugh.
It could be taken as a racist joke, but no.
You think?
You think?
Listen, the word Africa's in it. It's over once you do that.
If you have the word Africa in your joke, it's racist, 100%.
You are a Caucasian male in America talking about that kind of thing. It doesn't matter. You could be talking about Pinochle, the game, and it would still be racist somehow.
I heard the Africans are really good at chess. Oh,
Parcheesi.
That's racist. Oh my God.
Chess. Yeah, they're the best at it, but that's racist. No, I'm saying they're awesome. And one of the reasons is because they're really good at the game.
Chess, it's related to white Jews.
It's like I'm giving him a high five for being great at chess. How's that racist? Get out of here.
Totally like a racist 100% of the time. I guarantee you. Yeah. It's the powers, man. Or is it the Ministry of Truth? I love that name.
What's that? I've heard it a bunch. What is that?
That's where the
Is it from a show or something?
Well, I think it's from the book 1984.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And it's like, if you don't hear it from us, it's not the truth. And that came out of this cucks that runs that chick down there in New Zealand. It came out of her mouth. She goes, if you don't hear it from us, it's not the truth. And I was like, what? Did she just say it? What?
It's kind of like when Bush said, now you're with us, or you're with the terrorists. You're with us?
It's the same connotation.
That was funny as shit. Hold on, though. I'm trying to find a fact-checking, a PolitiFact. Now, I don't know if this is real. I don't know if this is real or not, but I saw this the other day. It's funny. And I'm going to read it out loud, which is going to make it even better for those drinking beers on Discord.
On Friday night, man. Friday night. Yeah. Saturday morning.
All right, I'm going to post this in the Livestream voice text right now, and now I'm going to... So, from independent fact checkers, PolitiFact, they say, some of the TV coverage of the 1969 moon landing was But that doesn't mean the event was fake. I'm sorry. Let me read it one more time, okay? Nobody talk. Let me read it one more time. From PolitiFact. Some TV coverage of the 1969 moon landing, but that doesn't mean the event was fake. And they're buying it.
I just saved that to my desktop.
Bro, and like maybe now they've changed it because this is a meme being passed around Instagram and all kinds of places now, what have you. But
I heard somebody talking about it the other day, man. I was like, might have been you, man.
And if it's real, dude, and people are like, oh, okay, well, that actually kind of makes sense. They couldn't do everything all at once. I probably had to animate a little bit of it, but.
Well, wasn't it Buzz Aldrin that went on Conan O'Brien and said, no.
Two talk shows.
Talk shows. And he didn't see it live. It was all animated.
Right. He goes, and we watched you live, and he goes, no, you didn't. What you watched was an animation. I don't know if that's word for word, but yeah.
It's close enough, man. In a court of law, it's close enough.
Look at this one. This one's funny. Toe Rogaine. Fuck.
What a cock.
Yeah, for the audience, we're looking at a GIF that it's got 3 pictures. The top picture is Joe Rogan saying, "There's no way they went to the moon," and then the middle picture is him saying, "There's just no way," as he's counting a bunch of money. And then after he counts his money, he says, "There's no way they faked it, bro. There's just no way."
Yeah. I think it would be better if they had a dunce cap on.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's just all speculation,
I just love to see pictures of Toe Rogaine, because he's just such a toe, and he's never had hair, even when he started. And see, this we gotta go. I gotta go below the belt.
All the more reason for the dunce cap.
Exactly right.
The first time I ever saw Rogan was on that show called Fear Factor.
Yeah, he was in sitcoms as like a like a standby funny guy for some certain episode, like a background funny guy for episodes of that show that was about a newspaper in New York or something.
It was news radio.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. He was in that, and then I don't know what he did. Maybe a little comedy to get. I don't know how he got to because hosting Fear Factor is like, okay, well, what did you do before this? And I can't find he did anything, but I mean, how people get to where they want to get sometimes. So
it was early reality television, right? It was super early reality television. Is what
I think it was even more than that. It was like the very first, like the way I remember it as a child was Fear Factor was known as at the time the first reality TV show.
I think it might have been the first. Yeah, I think you might be right, Orion. It might have been the first. I think maybe Survivor was really close, but yeah, it might have been.
It was Real World on MTV was the first famous one was Real World, I think.
Yeah,
you could. And then Road Rules, but yeah. But yeah, Survivor was right in there too.
There was nothing real about Real World, dude.
Oh no, I mean it was the complete opposite of it. But that's what everybody was buying it because what they did was they took actual people who've never really done any acting. Maybe some people have, maybe some people haven't, and then they gave them a script and said, "Here's kind of go nuts on this script, guys. Get in there." And that's all they did. Yeah.
Just go nuts on this.
Go fucking crazy. Remember Puck from the first season?
No.
He would just beat the shit out of everybody and get shit-faced, and, well, anyway. It was awesome.
I like that guy. No, I'm just kidding.
No. Yeah, anyway.
No,
Puck like hockey puck. He only had like 10 of his teeth. Anyway, go ahead.
So yeah, reality TV, man, was kind of early. I mean, that's what I was kind of getting to the point with Fear Factor. It was very early reality TV, and it was super captivating, man. I remember these chicks eating bugs and shit, and I'm like, fuck off.
Yeah, dude, like putting your putting your arm in a box of cockroaches.
Ate a fucking thing of cockroaches. I was like,
yeah.
You got to.
She put her head in a box of cockroaches. Like, terrible.
It was wicked, bro. I remember,
and that wasn't even any of the worst. One that made me feel weird was like a zombies one, or they started doing like horror show ones where it was just totally unbelievable.
With real zombies?
What was it?
With real zombies?
Well, did I say that?
No.
Did I say real zombies? I really hope not.
No, I'm just making fun.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah. So they started doing like I'm going to scare you, but I'm not going to let you know I'm scaring you. I'm going to make you think we're doing something else. And it's going to be a show, and I'm going to make you think it's either like a ghost or a monster or a goblin or an alien or like a big science experiment gone wrong. Like, you know what I mean? And people were buying it hook, line, and sinker, but I think it's all fake anyway. I don't know, man.
It's all fake, man.
You know, like, yeah, it's just stupid that people eat it up like...
You'd have to clearly define fake, because I'm sure the bugs are real. The
bugs are real.
CGI.
Yeah.
Do you mean the participants are actors?
Yes,
with a lot of cojones.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think so, man.
They're all actors. It's all coached, man. It's not like, we're going to bring you in and let you be on national television. We're just going to kind of tell you the deal.
You're going to eat a handful of fucking worms.
I suppose that'd be cheaper than paying them $50,000 at the end.
Obviously, fear is not a factor for you.
Oh! Listen to this guy.
It was wicked, man. I remember just like being super cringed out, going, "Oh my goodness, there's not enough money, bro. Sorry, I'm out of here. You guys can eat your live worms, and I'll see you guys later."
No,
wouldn't it be ironic if in the future Joe Rogan had a show called Flat Earth Factor?
Yeah, right.
Or this is where I defend aliens and lie to my mother.
Somebody should write that one down. Write that
is
down.
A good one. Well, good thing it was recorded, right? So now it's etched in history.
Well, it's in the ether at least, whatever that is.
Well, it's on a video or 10, right?
Somebody's ears might have vibrated and heard that. I don't know. Vibrating.
Yeah.
Damn. People ask me, what do you do for a living? I say, hey, man, I string it and ring it, baby.
Boo! That's right.
String it and ring it. There's ringing to music, man. Music is all about the ringing. Anyway. Ringing the bells, the notes,
striking the chord in your heart.
Striking it.
You want to get cheesy, which I do.
Well, I expect nothing less, man. Cheese is you're good at cheese, man. You got
butter.
Good cheese, man. You got the like super like.
Okay, so
it was soaked in a barrel of Shiraz.
Here's what's going on. So, my lovely lady and I have determined that there are types of cheese. There are levels of cheese, that you have in music. You know what I mean? Advertisements, just there's cheese everywhere, right? Cheesy people doing cheesy shit. It's usually just in movies that we talk. And if it's just kind of cheesy, but it's acceptable, we call it mild cheddar. If it's just regular cheese, we say it's, just cheddar. It's like, well, it's not good and it's not terrible. And then when it's real sharp cheddar, sometimes it's good, like The Notebook, right? The Notebook's really good, real cheesy, but really good. That's a good sharp cheddar. And then there's rotten sharp cheddars, which movies like Armageddon.
Then there's Fiesta Belvita.
Yeah. So anyway, that's kind of there's a level situation that
Armageddon Armageddon is craft slices.
Okay. Sharp cheddar. It's not even. It's a brick of sharp cheddar, dude. It's terrible.
Talking about craft slices. I don't even think it's real cheese. I don't even know what that might be. Plastic.
You're right. You're right. Goodness. And the whole, it's so funny.
We had one for the lowest level of cheese too. What was that one?
Oh, hold on.
The craft slices is the lowest.
I mean, we should have picked that, but no, that's not what it was.
The lowest is the spray can cheese. Oh,
Oh man,
No. That
that's
stuff's
true. That's
quality
true.
compared to that sliced stuff that you get from the cheap grocery store.
Yeah, I can't remember. What was it?
That stuff that turns into like
Oh,
pasty, like oil when it melts.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Maz.
Mozzarella. Yeah.
Maz. We shortened it.
Mozzarella. Mozz. Yes, it's Moz.
Yep.
So if it's like barely cheesy, mozzarella. You know what I think is even less cheesier than mozzarella is provolone. I can barely
that's
taste
terrible.
provolone.
I was
I
like,
can
yeah,
barely taste it.
provolone's like, it tastes like water, man.
Water.
What the hell is this? Isn't cheese?
Right.
There's nothing there. There's no tang. There's no bite.
Well, you know what's weird about it? It smells like feet, right? It smells like cheese, but it doesn't taste like it smells
There's
or
nothing
any
with
other
it.
taste.
There,
cheese.
man. I'll skip the provolone, man. Give me cheddar, Swiss, anything, man.
I like it, the provolone.
I used to work at Jimmy John's, and I would get extra cheese, and I hadn't even had provolone by itself, so I didn't know why I wasn't cheese. Sorry, I didn't know why I wasn't tasting cheese on my sandwiches. Sorry, my fucking mic. Anyway,
Wiggle the cord.
How do
Is
you
it
know?
good
How do you know it's bad?
what? I can see the light lighting up or not.
Oh, I see. Okay. I
Yeah,
was gonna say, how do you
I'm
know?
getting super
I
good
want to
at
know.
that.
If you know a secret I don't know, then let me know.
I'm on the computer, that's why, too. I'm just staring. I'm staring at the black dot that should be on when I'm... Anyway, I don't even... I used to work at Jimmy John's, and I would put Times cheese on it because I was like, I can't taste this. So wait, it's provolone.
There's no taste to it. Yeah. It's a tasteless cheese, man. That's what it is.
Yep. I can taste water better than I can taste that cheese. I think you're right. It tastes like... tastes like filthy water.
I like Havarti. That's one of my favorites.
Oh.
And any kind of brie.
There's some good cheeses out there, man. Good pepper jack and
Oh, cheese. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, pepper jack's good. Ghost. Pepper jack is
Maybe
definitely...
they should pepper the provolone and we wouldn't have such a problem. Huh?
Straight up there, man.
Yeah, but
Ooh,
there's
smoked
cheddar
provolone
jack
tastes pretty
cheese.
good.
See, cheddar jack is good. Is pepper jack the same as cheddar jack, but with peppers in
Cheddar
it?
jack is like Colby Jack. It's like a mixture of cheddar
Okay,
cheese
yeah.
and white cheddar cheese, like
Oh,
crumbled
man, I love
together
Colby
and
Jack,
mashed
dude.
together.
I will eat too
I don't
much
know
of
Until
that.
someone
in a
jacks
sitting.
it from you.
I'll be right
Jack.
back.
Now we actually found a sharp Colby Jack. I was shocked.
Damn.
I was like, what? A sharp cheddar with a white? Oh,
You
no
gotta
way.
try that.
That sounds good, huh?
Dude, Trader Joe's got some really good cheese. I don't know if you guys got Trader Joe's near you, but damn.
Yeah, we do. I like
got some
Tillamook.
really-
Tillamook's pretty good cheese, too.
Tillamook's my favorite, no doubt about it.
They're
Wisconsin.
expensive, but well worth it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they have a local, I think, Tillamook around here somewhere.
Get it at Costco, man. I can get like a brick of that thing for about $10.
Yeah. Yeah, like
it's
a 5-pound block. Yeah, it's killer.
Hmm.
And it actually tastes like real cheese. You know what I've noticed is that there's some like phony cheese out there. Because we bought some cheese one time and it was mozzarella, but when it melted, it turned into clumps like cottage cheese. It was weird. It was bad or something. I don't know. I told my wife, I'm like, I can't even eat it. Like when you chew it up, it like just becomes this big wad of like gum in the middle of your mouth. I swear it must not have been real, bro. I've never tasted cheese that tasted like that before.
If your
Not
cheese
cheese that came out of a bag that was. It must not have been shredded mozzarella. It must have been shredded something else. But it was kind of weird.
You guys in the chat, man. In the Discord chat. Livestream chat, man. You guys are funny, man. They're dropping links to all these Pepper Jack. Fucking, here's pepperjack.com. Like, what?
People are just weird today, huh?
No, man, it's good. It's called cleverness, man. We're outsmarting these cucks, man. So one of the first guys I ever heard talking about just life in general, with flat Earth or versus the cosmos, whatever, man, was this guy named CD, man. out of Tampa, Florida, man. He did some live streams with his telescope. He still does every once in a while. And he kind of plays his music, but he's like the only person I could ever find that had a fucking telescope that was looking at like Saturn or Mars, Jupiter, the moon. He would do it live, man. You could say, hey, man, you go check out, Tycho crater on the moon. He would go, okay, let's go check out the Tycho crater. And he would just zoom his shit over to the Tycho crater on the moon, man. He would just do it live, man. And I thought, man, that's really cool. I go, I wonder if NASA or ESA or JAXA or any one of these space agencies that have all these cool ass telescopes ever do live streams. And I'm like, not one of them does a live stream. Not one of them. And I found that interesting, man. And I kind of put the correlation together, man. The reason that NASA and ESA and everybody else doesn't do live streams of their telescopes is because it wouldn't look any better than CED was doing down in Tampa, Florida. It wouldn't look any better. It didn't matter how big, if they had a 100-inch telescope or it didn't matter. It would look the same as his, man. He had the pretty nice telescopes, man. He was streaming in high def, 4K. You could really tell what he was doing, man. And he'd zoom in on Saturn, man, and it just looked like this little blurry little circle thing, man. It's cool. It doesn't have any definition, no color, no. It's kind of shitty looking. And if NASA was to show you a live picture of Saturn with their bitchin' ass telescopes, it would not look any better than a little white blob of fucking light in the middle of your screen, man. It's not going to be any better. It's just not. And I don't care if you got a 200-inch telescope or 11-inch, it's going to look like shit, man. And if NASA ever live streamed a telescope live, like Chris did over there, CD, he did hundreds and hundreds of these. You can check them out. It's called Take Back Space on YouTube. Take Back Space on YouTube. What? That's the name of his channel, man. You can go watch all kinds of shit from Chris, and he's got great music too, man. He plays his own music over a lot of the telescope live streams that he did. And he, always talks to the chat, and he's like, "Hey, man, what's up?" And like, yeah, sure, man, I'll check out Saturn for you tonight. Hold on. He just go zoom in on Saturn, and it looked just like nothing like the bullshit that we get from NASA. Nothing like that bullshit. It's more like, it just looks like a white moon that's really small, really, with a ring around it. It's not, there's no definition. You can't make it out any features, really. It's a fascinating light, that Saturn. I'll tell you, man, I've zoomed down many times, and it's a cool looking light in the sky. But if NASA was to show you a live stream from one of their bitching ass telescopes, it wouldn't look any better than Chris, what he was doing down there with an 11-inch telescope. I think he had like a Sony A5 4K camera hooked up to his telescope. And he was really good at it, man. At making it work. And, Take Back Space on YouTube. Take Back Space. Anyway, cool guy too, man. But yeah, NASA's just, throwing a bunch of fucking hooey out there. And they're buying it. Glad they're buying it, man. So yeah, it's easy to be a space head, man. It's pretty easy. If you watch any amount of television, sports, movies, listen to music, you'll probably could be indoctrinated with the whole spinny space globe, time continuum, outer space, ever expanding universe, never ends and expands at 95 million miles a second. All right. The universe is expanding at 95 million miles a second, which is faster than the speed of light, apparently, by a lot, by a whole bunch. Because a light apparently only travels 186,500 miles a second. That's the number they gave us, man. 186,500 miles a second. Yeah. Basically, you could, go to the moon and back in a couple seconds. Yeah. Anyway, that's what they tell us. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. No sale. Cancel the order. I'm not buying your shit, man. So the universe is expanding at 95 million miles a second, man, which is like, it's astronomical compared to the speed of light. It's like the light will never catch up to the expansion of space, man. You guys know this, right? It's never gonna be able to catch up. It's not gonna happen. So there's that. Just quick take note of that one. 95 million miles a second. What? That's a good one. That's a good one. That's good. It's good. Rookie. You got Rookie. Sleepy Joe. He bounced.
Good.
What's up, Rook? I'm getting
I'm
my
listening to your monologue because I don't want to have to do this.
Are you guys with candles? Somebody light a
my
candle.
backyard water. Light a candle.
Light a candle, man. Light a torch. Light a torch. Fuck the candle.
I got a fucking laser beam that'll hit the clouds.
There you go.
I'm pretty sure
So
the clouds are low enough.
You bought a laser beam?
Yeah, I bought one of them burning lasers. Fucking hella good. It works too.
I had some laser pointers a long time ago, man. And they put the fear into me, man, and said, don't be pointing that shit at the sky because you could blind a pilot and he's gonna crash the plane and everybody's gonna die. Everybody's gonna die because he pointed a laser in the sky, and
even though cockpits are faced upwards and not downwards, right?
Right.
Fucking moron. People are dumb, right? People are fucking stupid, bro.
Well, if it's in an angle, if they're coming in at maybe 45 degrees or something,
even then, might be able to. Those kind that you buy at the grocery store aren't strong enough to go that high. They'll go maybe 5,000-6,000 feet if
exactly.
that.
But they
you might be able to hit a helicopter maybe or a drone, but you ain't gonna be hitting no.
But they warned us so heavily, like don't point your laser pointing at the sky.
At an airport, maybe, yeah, I would say. But once it's off the ground, I don't think there's a likelihood you're even gonna hit the cockpit. But then again, I could be wrong.
Yeah, but they came out with laws against pointing lasers at the sky there.
Yeah, that's kind of funny because my buddy got one of them tickets and they never did prosecute him.
Yeah, because
they threw it out of court. So I'm not sure that it was ever really a thing. I think it was just something to scare people.
Again, man, propaganda. That's how propaganda works, man.
I mean, if they could prove that you were pointing a weapon at them, then I can understand why they'd throw a fit. But other than that, I don't see what the big deal is. They fly too high up. Even if you hit them with one of them cheap lasers, it ain't gonna hurt nobody. Not unless they're looking through you through some kind of a mechanical type thing, and they ain't supposed to be doing that unless you're doing something wrong, right? So then they shouldn't be having a problem with that, should they? In other words, unless they're looking through infrared, I don't see how the laser would have any effect on them. They're just sitting in the cockpit flying around. Just any more than when some kid shines a laser in a fucking movie theater. It doesn't hurt your eyes, does it? No. Right? So, come on, man. Really? Plus, in order to see the laser, it would have to be pointed directly at you, like literally directly at you. Otherwise, you wouldn't even see the laser at a distance. You wouldn't even know it was there. I tested this, by the way. That's how I know.
Exactly. It's
Mhm.
After a couple miles, man, that thing is it's not going to be that strong.
Yeah, it only goes. It probably doesn't even. Maybe it does go a couple miles, but the one I have will go quite a distance. I mean, I can hit the fucking the hills that are quite a distance away. I can hit.
It's not going to blind you, man. I mean,
no, we're not at that distance enough.
No.
Now, if you were across the street, yeah, I could fucking blind you pretty easily with the burning one, but not with no red or green one. Nah. The likelihood that I could hit your eye and hold it on your eye long enough to actually do damage is very, very slim.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean,
you know what I mean?
Then it's
even the stronger laser I have, it would take more than just a split second to hurt you. I'd have to be able to focus it and hold it on your face.
Well, I trust my own human instincts to know when I'm being blinded is to
oh yeah, I agree. That's of course, but I'm saying what I mean is
just my sense. Maybe I'm off. I should.
Well, yeah, if you were flying a plane and you were looking through some kind of telescope down at the ground, and somebody shot a laser up at you and hit the end of that laser, that little scope, yeah, it would probably blind you. But like I said, unless you shouldn't be doing that anyway, right?
It's not bad. It's no different than look at the. You can look at the sun for like a good half a second, man. It's not going to mess you up. You close your eyes.
But if you did it with a telescope, so it might not be so good for you, right?
A half a second. I don't think it's going to make any difference. Half a second.
Nah, probably not.
It would be just
but
enough.
It would probably hurt like a son of a bitch.
Probably be just enough to make you see some spots for a minute or something. Like whoa, I'm seeing spots. But I've looked at some pretty bright lights. But yeah, it's best to. If you're welding, you want to wear goggles, man.
If you don't wear goggles and you're welding, your eyeballs are going to peel right off. You're going to peel the skin right off the front of your eyeball in a matter of seconds. Guarantee you that.
Well,
that'll be one mistake you don't make twice. Guarantee.
Here's what happened, man. I was welding.
You will not make that mistake twice, bro.
I only made it once, man. I only made it once. But yeah,
you could literally burn your eyes completely out by one blast without any kind of protection on your eyes. Could literally blind you instantly. Yes, it could.
It's not going to instantly do it, but I'll tell you what happens, man. Is you'll go to bed that night and you'll wake up and you won't be able to fucking open your eyes. And it happened to me, and I got
really
severely burned.
Oh, you mean it actually damaged you? Oh, I
didn't notice it until like the next morning when I woke up. I was screwed. It's like getting sunburned on your eyeballs, and it's
exactly. That's what I mean. It'll vapor. It'll turn the liquid inside of your eye into gas, dude. It's no joke.
It was bad, man. It was bad. So for the next couple of days, I had to use this
put shit in your eye drops and stuff.
Yeah, just lay in bed. That's all I could do. I couldn't see shit, man. Yeah, it took probably like 3 days to recover, something like that.
Lucky.
Yeah, I am lucky, no question, man. But yeah, I don't.
Me too, though. I've been quite lucky. Sure.
I'm sure I've got some. There was some damage from that, but who knows, man? It might have been a good thing, man. Maybe it's good to get. Ever get sunburned? You peel off all your skin. You got fresh new skin,
good
man. It's like being
even though every 3 or 4 days you do that anyway. But
it's like being a snake, man. They shed their skins, man. Don't be so afraid.
So do you. If it wasn't for the bugs that ate all the skin off of you, it would peel off like that.
Yeah, but maybe the skin peeling thing is a good thing. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm wrong.
I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah, I mean,
What's funny is that we didn't even really know about. Well, supposedly we didn't even really know about some of this shit until just the last 100 years. Isn't that funny? The last couple 100 years, we just started figuring out that that germs existed even. Well, that is if they really do exist.
well, germs are pretty prevalent.
Well, I've seen stuff under a microscope, so I know that there are things that are smaller
Yo,
than
glad
me
do your
that
thing,
move
man.
around that are alive.
Glad do your thing.
Glad do your thing.
No, what?
I don't know what's going on. I'm saying, glad do your thing. What does that mean?
Glad, do your thing, man.
I don't even know
Do
who
your
you're
thing.
doing. But yeah.
So, yeah, maybe peeling your skin is a good thing. I don't know, man. They say sun damage affects the skin. The Asians, they always walk around with umbrellas. They're afraid of the sun completely.
I wonder why.
I don't know. They don't want to age. I don't know. There's something in their culture.
Well, I mean, I'll give them that. There are a lot of people in that particular group of, I guess you could call them Oriental, that they do age quite gracefully. I'll give them that.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. Are they? Is
So,
that really because they're not getting sun, or or is it something else though?
dude, yeah, we're getting down to the science now. What can we prove? I don't know.
Yeah,
It just seems like it. A lot of the Asian people I've met, man, they walk around with umbrellas, man. They don't let the sun hit them directly. You know, like, okay, I'm on a sailboat, man. I get my head up. I'm like, no hat. You know, I'm like, I'm in the
skull's just
sun,
cooking
man.
away.
Yeah,
Brain's cooking away in there.
people get like, I get my
I got a big
sunglasses
old smile on my face.
on my face, hitting the sun, man, for like 3-4 hours at a time. I'm like, that's what you do when you're in the sun, and sailing on a boat. You take advantage of the good weather and go.
Well, yeah, when it's hot, yeah, it's not like you can wear the clothes, and if you do, you're gonna be miserable. So it's almost worth getting burned. But what's Glatt supposed to be doing? Thanks. You know. Where'd you go, Sonny? Where do I go?
check 1, 2.
Mm-hmm. I'm still here waiting for you.
I don't know what the hell happened. I just do. I had a little murder, but I said I'd be back soon. But I unclicked and it's like, all right. I didn't hear anything, and I thought you guys maybe who knows? All right.
It's starting to get awkward.
What's that? Rook?
I'm just being a goofball. I said it's starting to get awkward.
It's so awkward. I can't handle it. Hey, all I want to do is find some curve. Has anybody got any curvature? No curve. Damn, ain't that something? Just a simple thing.
This cherry right here has got some curvature on it.
Cherries are curved. Yep. I don't know what shape it is. It's not a pear shape. I've heard the Earth referred to as
it's more like a butt.
Pear shape. Really? Got any pictures of any parature?
Parature?
Yeah.
Peachisher? I thought it was shaped like a peach. I don't know about a pear. That sounds crazy to me.
Well,
then again, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
It was Neil Grabass Tyson, man. He said, man, it's kind of like a pear. Yeah, okay. He was like, yeah, like a pear shape. Okay.
Snake in the grass Tyson, yeah.
Grabass Tyson, yeah. Dude, whatever happened to those charges? He had a sexual assault charge against him. I know that. It just went away.
Against the Mason? Nah, those don't stick.
It just went away. Like, okay, go. Okay, goodbye. Thanks.
Whoa.
I'll see you guys later. Stuff goes away, man. I just don't have to worry about it. It's fine. No problem. Dude, do you guys remember that? Anybody? Rook, man, you remember Grabass Tyson got busted for grab ass and some chick?
I heard about it, but it disappeared faster than it happened.
It did. Disappeared faster than the ISS.
Yep.
It was going 17,500 miles
and
an hour.
And the moon on that one day of the month. That still gets me. That still gets me every time I think about it. Like, wait a minute. You mean to tell me that they claim that we live on a sphere? If we lived on a sphere, then that means we'd be able to know where the moon was every day of the year, right? It should never disappear, but it does every month. How's that happen? How's that work? Where does it go, bro? That's what I want to know. Where does the moon go?
I'll tell you.
And where does the sun go?
Well, the sun, or does the sun go, man? Damn.
I don't know. Does it go anywhere?
But where does the new moon go, man? Where you been hiding, baby? Hiding. And
well, I heard that like every once a year or something that the sun disappears too, but I don't know that. You know how that stuff is when you hear stuff online. You just never know.
Well, yeah, firsthand experiences. Larry, oh my God, that's
what?
Hank. What's happening? You're happening, man. You are happening, brother. You are.
What no? You knew that his name was always Larry, right?
Of course. Yeah, Hank and I go way back, man.
I know. Damn it! Why can't I pick on anybody today? Everybody gets all mad.
And I'm mad. I'm not mad.
No, man, stop being mad at me, man. It's not my fault, man.
There's a late night hours, Friday night, and feeling all right, man. I'm trying to find this video I want to share with you guys, but Oh, NASA, not NASA, NASA, SpaceX, everybody got busted, man. They all got busted on this one, man. It's pretty funny, man, when you look at it. I'll find it here and I'll post it in the VC, but text. But yeah, that's I think the guy that was doing the editing for NASA, man, might have been stoned or something, man. I don't know. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. It's 180 degrees bad. I don't know if you guys. You know,
Oh wow,
180.
that's a lot.
It's bad. It's that bad, dude. But I gotta.
Well, I
find
posted
it.
I posted some clips today or the other day, and it showed some that NASA. I don't know what you call it, but it's definitely not evidence. I could share it again, but I didn't think anybody wanted to see it.
Hold on, man. I'm still looking. We can find it.
You know how you said that NASA can't provide better quality resolution of Jupiter and Mars than a regular person from their backyard can.
From the guy from his backyard, from an apartment window, you know. Yeah, exactly.
There's that Glober I'm talking to, and he has I guess a video of Jupiter's. He has a video of Jupiter's moons, and then he has a shadow supposedly on Jupiter. He's pretty impressed with that. Is that you have a comment on that? I don't know. I think he's saying that he has like the super zoom lens or something.
All right. Hey, man. I'd love to take a look at it, man. If you got a link, I'm gonna link up. I'm gonna first give you this guy, man. Called Take Back Space. And Take Back Space, his whole idea was we're going to take it back and we're going to be more creative than those cuckers, man. Because those cucks they're just not creative enough. Obviously, they're not very creative. And we can be better than them, man. So Take Back Space, that I can get down with that. I always thought that was cool. And that was kind of the reason he started his doing the live streams with his telescope and spending, like $12,000 to put together a live stream with a really cool telescope and camera, music, and good audio. He took it serious, but $12,000, man, that's like 12 seconds of NASA's budget, man. It's like it's ridiculous, man.
Yeah, all 12 seconds. I just sent you something. Butter, dude.
Hold on.
You don't have to look at it right now, but it's something that
I'm gonna give you guys Take Back Spaces in the live stream voice text, and then Level Earth Observer. Have you guys ever heard of him? Let me give you guys this one, and then
I don't think so, but
Level Earth Observer, man. Hold on. This video he got today. Level Earth Observer, man. That's called a hot mic in right there, man. Damn. Level Earth Observer, he put out a video today. It's pretty funny, bro. Oh my God. It's 180 degrees off, man. These guys screwed it up so bad. And it's recent footage from the ISS, man. Recent.
Is it
like in the last
which one is it? I see one that says
I'm getting there. Level Earth Observer. Here we go. Let me get to it.
Because I'm on the site and I only see like a few videos. That's why I was asking. Oh wait, there's more. Okay.
It came out a day ago. 90 degrees.
Okay, I'll check it out.
90 degrees of BS, man. Here you go. I'll drop it in the text, man.
I'm watching.
That's epic, man. You gotta watch. You gotta watch.
How come it's not moving?
It's almost 5
Why
minutes
isn't it
long.
moving?
It's so good, man. It's like complete fuck up, man. It's as bad as seeing cables, and and yeah, it's good, man. These Globers are gonna have a hard time with this one, man. They're gonna have a hard time with this one, man. It's hilarious. Anyway, thank you, Globetards. Thank you. Thank you so much for your contribution to the what do they call it? The Masons call it the great work or something like bullshit like that, right? The great work. Yeah. I don't know. Am I off on that one? It's so I hope you're digging it, man. I hope you're digging it.
Oh yeah, I could show you this all day long. Yeah, I see the problem. Most people won't though.
Like, oh, if I started reading comments, I'm like, oh shit, oh fuck, oh. It's fucking one of the.
It looks fine to me.
It was one of the epic finds of all time, dude. I mean, this might go down in history, man. I think it might, man.
Oh, that's nothing, bro. I could show you videos all day long, bro. I've been collecting all kinds of clips of to show people how phony this stuff is. It's just not even funny. Not even funny.
I know. I know. But that was what got me into this thing, man. I was like, oh, there's satellite pictures and pictures of satellites in space, man. Come on, man. I've seen satellites in space, man. I was there, bro. Like, I can figure this out. I didn't, there's no satellite pictures of satellites in space, man. There's none. There's zero. I checked last week, man. Maybe somebody's got one. I don't know. But I'm still looking, man. All right. Well, I've got no lock on this flat Earth. I love to keep it on the topic around here, man. We get off in the weeds, but we got other rooms for weeds, man. We should have one, like, if you want to go off into the weeds, man, we should have a room for that. Go. Bye.
Take a look at these clips that I'm sending you.
You got to stay on flat Earth, man. Dude, we don't want to get, what do they call it, getting nuked? We don't want to get nuked. If 24/7 gets nuked, man, we're all going to be pissed. So, just keep it on topic, man. And then we're talking geometry, physics, things that we can go out and check ourselves. Cool, man. We get off into weeds, man. The weeds are
weeds.
We don't want to go off into the weeds around here, man. Just, dude, I've gotten, strikes for, less, man. Yeah, but we don't want to get into the misinformation bracket, man. That's all. And if you get into misinformation bracket, man, you're the whole Discord's, this whole channel's going to get nuked. But as far as the Earth's concerned, they don't give a fuck, man. We can talk about that shit all day.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to everybody, man. Not just you. Saying, hey, man, we got to stay on topic. Got to stay on topic. Earth, flat, curve, geometry, whatever it is, man. Distances to stars. NASA, 90 degrees of BS. I don't give a shit what it is, but it's got to stay on topic, man. That's the key. That's why it's 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, man. It's not I'm just going to go off into the weeds Discord, right? And just keep it on topic, man. That's all I'm saying. And dude, I've gotten strikes for less. I've gotten strikes for the dumbest things, man. I played like one measure of a song, like, oh, you're not allowed to play that. Sorry, your channel's, you can't live stream for 90 days. What? I went through at least 5 90-day strikes, man. 5. Because I was talking about this or that or something off topic they didn't like, apparently. Or I didn't have the rights to play that music. That was a lot of them. You violated YouTube's live stream contract, and you cannot live stream for 90 days because you're a bad boy. Because I played somebody's song. Dude, are you kidding me? Wow. What a cucky place, man. So yeah, if we stray off a topic, we can get slammed, and they'll probably bring the hammer at some point anyway, man. But meanwhile, man, back at the farm, the earth flat, or the farm is flat. Last time I checked, man. Have you guys read that book about the farm? You guys know about the farm? Do you guys know about the farm? The Animal Farm? Is that the one I'm thinking of? All right. So we're on the Flat Earth Farm, and it's harvest time. Potentially. I don't know. Maybe not. Hey, Hank, man, you there?
Yeah, slightly dozing. What's up?
Oh, you're dozing. Doze out, man. Never mind.
No, I need to get over the bed anyway. What's up, bro? What can I do for you?
Nothing, man. I just want to say hi again. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Kenny.
All right, man. Crash out. That's the right thing to do. I'm going to crash out here pretty quick, too, man.
Oh, still a little shit that going on for
All right.
my wife and mother and grandmother.
Oh, sure.
Happy Mother's Day, everybody. Coming up. Don't forget.
It's your Mother's Day. Hey, I had the theory that every human being came out of a vagina. Anybody got any problem with that?
Happy Mother's Day, Hank.
Happy Mother's Day.
That's weird.
I know, right? It's weird. What do you guys think of my theory? It's a
good theory. I'll see if we form any evidence.
It's just a theory, Hank, man. I'm not saying it's concrete. I don't know, man. I've seen some videos. Maybe not all of us did come out of a vagina, but I say the most of us did. What do you think?
I've seen it up hand first, like 1 foot away. Almost passed out.
Isn't that something you'll never forget, right?
Dude, I thought she gave birth to a son.
Yeah. What a wicked experience, man. I think I was probably like in junior high school, man. I saw a video on a film with the birth of a human. I was like, damn, that's fucking wicked. Woo. Anyway, welcome to Flat Earth. Welcome to the Flat Earth. Oh, they didn't teach you about that. Oh, my bad. Sorry about that. Right out of the womb, man, they should have spanked you on the ass, said the earth is flat, man. Welcome to Earth, manga. Welcome. Yeah, it would have been nice. It would have been nice to know that the earth was flat more than, half my life. It would have been cool. So, you youngsters out there, 20 years old or something,
I was
25.
32 when I first started to figure it out.
There you go. That's pretty good. It's a good time. But yeah, you start figuring this stuff out, man. I don't know if you'll be better off or not, man. I think you will, because I'm better off. And yeah, I do wish the best for people, man. In whatever situation they're in. If they're homeless or they got $1 million, I wish them all the best. Yeah, that doesn't matter to me. So there's that, man. That's a deep rabbit hole. That's deep inside the rabbit hole. But it comes back to the reality of level water and flat Earth, man. I think that if you wish a lot of people a good happiness day, week, month, year, whatever, doesn't matter. If you think good thoughts about them, potentially good things could happen to you, man. That's the theory, man. It's kind of the yin and the yang, and you give a little, take a little, man. I don't know. I've lived for that way for a long time, man. I do things, man. I'll get to a job, and I can tell, man, the vibe, man. I'm like, I'm just going to take care of this lady today, man. I'm not even going to charge her because it just doesn't feel right. Because I can tell she's not right or whatever, man. I can vibe it out. Say, man, I'm not going to even charge her. I'm going to help her out. And I'll tell her to have a nice day. And I'm going to go to the beach and kick it and watch the sunset, whatever, man. Wherever I'm at. Might be in the mountains, desert, just call it a day, man. Because she needed help. I was there. I knew what to do. I was like, yeah, just do it. Just get it done. But the problem is, man, capitalism comes into play. And a lot of people don't do shit because they, think it's the right thing. They just do it because it makes them money. And there are days, man, you just do shit because it's the right thing to do, man. Just do the right thing. Be the example, man. Every once in a while. I'm not saying you're going to do it every day, man. You can't do it every day, man. But every once in a while, man, you're just like, I'm vibing this. I'm just going to let this slide, man. Have a nice day. I got to go. All right. Cheers. Cheers, everybody. Do the right thing. And I'm no expert at figuring exactly when and where that's going to fit into your lifestyle. But I know where it has fit into mine. And it's worked quite well for me. Because the next day I'll get a call and somebody will want something else. Yeah, I don't know, man. Just kicked in the right thing at the right time. And
cheers for that, Earth dude.
There are days when you just got to live in that moment and not be, caught up in the long term, and find that center that, it's not disruptive to you or them. But if it helps, good, man. Just groove with it, man. Just go. Don't fuck around, man. You'll feel it. I'm no expert at like telling you to feel it or anything, man, but when you know, and you'll figure it out and be in that right headspace. You'll have your feet on the ground and you're not going to be fooled by your head in the sky, bro. And it's a vibe, it's a heart, it's a vibration. I don't know what it is, man. But I've experienced so many different times that I'm like, I have to leave this place now. And I leave, and the next thing I know, there was a fire there. And who the fuck knows? I was like, oh, shit. What the hell just told me to fucking get the fuck out of there? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know what the fuck it was. But something in my head said, get the fuck out of there. And sure as shit, man, or save my ass. And it's hard to listen to those voices sometimes, man. It's like, sometimes they're contradictive voices in your head sometimes. But the heart, man, the heart is where it's at, though. That's the beautiful thing about it, is your heart is going to be the one that's going to do the right thing or not, man. Fuck your head. Do the heart. And if more people did the heart, man, we could live in a pretty cool place, man. I no doubt about it. But we got NASA cucks spending billions of dollars, billions, way more than I need to fix almost everything in the world. If somebody gave me like $23 billion, I could fix a lot of shit. I'm pretty sure, man. No doubt about it. Just in 1 year, I could fix a lot of shit right here on this beautiful place we live, man. This incredibly designed system, man, that we live on. I don't know who came up with summer, winter, fall, springtime. Welcome to springtime for most of you. Oh, what a beautiful time to be alive. Spring? That's when everything blooms. That's when the flowers and man, spring. Snow melts. Fuck your snow. The snow melts and then what a cool place we live, man. Seasons. How do you explain the seasons on the flat earth? I can totally explain it on it. It's a 23-degree tilt and the sun goes down and it's not as bright and then it comes back and it's overhead and it's amazing and it transverses the east to west and it's amazing. And it's warm in the summer. Oh, that's cool. So the thing's is it closer? Yeah, it seems closer. Fuck. Is the sun farther away in the winter? Yes. Is it closer in the summer? Yes. But oh my goodness, if you're closer to the heat source, it's warmer. I've never experienced this phenomenon. Could you show that to me here? Yes, you could. Oh, with a lighter or a candle. If you're closer to the heat source, you're hotter. Well, that's good. I like that. If you're farther away, it's cold. Got it. Okay, I can figure that one out. So in the winter time in the northern hemisphere, the sun is 3 million miles closer. So it's colder outside because The sun is 3 million miles closer. It's cold outside. Okay, got it. I'm tracking. Now, in the summertime, in the northern hemisphere, it's hotter when it's 3 million miles farther away. Got it. Okay, I'm tracking. I got it. Okay. That's a good one, man. That's good. It's good. That makes total sense here on Earth, where the physics of reality is that if I light a fire and I'm closer to it, it'll be warmer. And if I walk farther away from the fire, it will be colder. It's going to be colder. So the sun being closer in the winter and farther away in the summer makes total sense in my physics reality, because that's the way it works here on Earth. It works perfectly when exactly. So welcome to physics. Somebody said today, man, I don't know if it was on here, I don't know where I heard it, but driving in a car is a lesson in physics. I was like, yeah, you have to kind of look out for the signs. You got people. You got physics happening all around you, man. You got left, right, blind spot, whatever it is. It is a physics challenge, man. The physics is you don't want to hit anything, right? That's the physics, right, Larry? But you have to be aware of all these things that you could hit. You could hit a lot of these objects. You could do it. And that would be a physical problem, because, physics and metal crunching, it's not good. Anyway, that's a whole nother physics. But the idea of driving a car is to be physically aware of every physical thing that's can potentially cause you to not make your journey. You're not going to make your journey, man, if you crash into the curb or whatever it is. So you're physically aware of all these things that are happening. So it is a lesson in physics, man, because the consequences of the physics if you go crashing into the sign or the curb or the wall or car, whatever it is, pedestrian. So when you're driving, man, think about those physics, man. Keep those in mind, because those objects are moving at you at a very accelerated rate. Yeah, those objects are spinning through space and time to connect with your eyeball perfectly in the dimension which deserves the most attention. Yes, the dimension that deserves the most attention is the physical reality, man. What physics am I dealing with today, man? Am I cutting wood? Am I driving my car? Am I sitting in a chair? These are all physical things that have to do with our physical world that drives us through physics, man. Physics. How's that physics working out for you? Hopefully, well, man, hopefully. Might not. But if you crash your car, you learn all about physics. And the physics of crashing your car into a pole or something, man. There's mathematics for all of that shit that will tell you that because you were going 40 miles an hour or 50 or 20, Doesn't matter. They got physics for all of it. But can they show me just one gas chamber without a container, man? Just one. I'm not asking for a lot, man. Just one simple, beautiful demonstration of a gas pressurized system without the walls of a container. Well, I can be very specific. I don't have to. I'm not going to be greedy. But just gas pressure without a container. I'm not asking for a lot, man. It's simple. And physics can show this. So therefore, I deal with my physical reality of there is no gas pressure without a container. That's the reality. Could be better. Could be worse. Yeah. Could be certainly more defined than that, but I'm just simple.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, they point to the sun in the sky and they say gas pressure without a container would be the sun. But if you look at the sun, it looks like a contain. It looks like it's contained to me. That, the way it moves. The heat source seems to be contained.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like it's right really close by. Doesn't look far away at all.
Yeah, but no, there was arguing saying the sun itself, the actual sun, is gas pressure without a container. That's what they try to say with Jupiter and things, and they point in the sky.
Yeah.
So, but if you look at the sun, it looks like a solid thing. It doesn't look like it looks like it has a presence and it's a material of some sort. So it seems like it's contained. It's like in that circle. That circle seems to be containing the heat source that we're getting from that light. So it's still in a container. So it's still pressurized. It's a pressurized heat source that's contained. I still haven't seen gas pressure without a container, and that's what we're asking for. Gas pressure, causing gas particles pushing into each other, creating pressure with no containment. But it's just an illogical fallacy. So the reason we asked that question, because it should bring you to the conclusion that there's something that you can't demonstrate. So why do you believe in it? And that's as simple as that. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Mongos. Come on. You're from England? Sure.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Full stop. Fucking A. Tits up. Tits up, baby. Tits up. I'm like, the first time I heard that, man, I'm like, I like that term. That's a good one. Tits up. That's one of your lady friends use that, right? In England?
Not so such. I don't think we use particular lines. I don't really know what lines I use or not use. I just chat girls and that's it. Just talk to girls, talk to like normal people.
Tits up was a reference to like, I don't know. I have all the answers. I don't know. I'm not sure.
When we say tits up, we say like, oh, that went tits up, like something messed up. Let's say,
right?
Yeah, you're trying to get a strike in the pinball. It went down the gutter. You go, oh, that went tits up.
Tits up. Yeah. I love that, man. That's a beautiful term, man. Thank you. Thank you, Mongos in England. I love you. You divs.
Divs? Mongols, divs. Yeah. Spastics.
I love that, man. So, good to chat with you, man. I usually come in here and take a piss, but yeah, it's about time for me to take a piss. Actually, go to bed. But keep it up, man. Rant out, man. We call it piff. You can piff here. Have you ever heard the term epiphany?
Yeah, of course, an epiphany when you get a sudden realization of information.
But yeah, if you want to piff out, that means you're just going to go on a rant you're gonna go on a lecture about whatever, man. It could be music or whatever. Wiping your ass. I don't care. But if you got epiphany, you have a piff. We call it a piff. So you can piff out, man. Piff out on anything because there's just you and me, baby. Nobody else is talking, so everybody else is listening. So you can have some, express your thoughts, man. Express your inner thoughts or whatever, man. You never know.
Good night, Jerry.
But good night, Jerry. I love that. Cheers. Piff on, piff.
Okay, now talk about a racket. That was a bit of fucking. That's a bit more like a verbal abuse. That was, wasn't it? Can we get a lawsuit for that? Oh, seems dead in there.
Now I got to rejoin because I saw a panel of pussy piffers. Now I got to rejoin because all right, you mongo. I saw a panel of pissy puffers, man. Pussy piffers. Fuck, I don't know. There's nobody else here, man. Somebody has to carry on the conversation. And Larry's toast. Mig's sleeping. Batman. Connor, where are you, man? Connor, where are you? You're not there. Okay, fine.
going on in here?
Silent.
Wake up, sleepyheads.
I came to crash this party.
No arguments, nothing. What? There's a bird nearby, and it keeps on. It must be a mockingbird, because it's been mocking me all evening. I think I'm gonna go find my BB gun. Doggone bird. Can you hear it in the background going chirp, 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 chirp? Oh, not cheese. I'm gonna go get a book. I got a good book. It's about dirty jokes. Want to hear it?
Yeah. Go.
Where's my damn headset? What happened? Ooh. What's the time, rookie? It's almost 2:30 here. Yeah. Oh. It's 10 a.m. Yeah, the sun is out. Huh. Yep, that's what it is. I finally shut that bird up. Of course, I didn't hit him, of course, but I shot a rock at him with my slingshot. He shut up. He flew away. Now he's in the front of the house, crying. Stupid bird. It's just carrying on and carrying on. I thought it was like 2 or 3 different birds, but it wasn't. It was one bird just carrying on and carrying on. It was like, dude, shut up. And I finally shot a rock over there into the tree, and then he flew away, and then he shut up. I was like, thank God.
That's mad.
I can hear him.
Late
I
at
can
night.
hear him through the front window.
They normally tweet late at night.
Tweet. Is that why they call it tweet?
Squawk. Talk.
I'm trying not to talk too loud because my family's asleep. I was out in the backyard. Now I'm inside the house. I kind of been bouncing around everywhere to see if there's anybody to talk to. But it seems like everybody's talking about some retarded thing, or, well, I don't say retarded, but might as well be.
Yeah, that black hole bullshit.
It slows down your learning. That's called retarding your learning, right?
Yeah.
That's the way I see it. But I could be wrong. I think the one group was talking about, let's see what it was. It wasn't anything to do with flat earth, of course. I don't think it was. But I don't even remember what we were talking about. But it was really dumb. And then earlier today, somebody was talking about, they were arguing about something that was so important to them. And then when I found out what I think it was something. You know how that goes.
Yeah, we have a new person here, Yellow Weasel. Do you want to open your microphone and talk to us? I just unmuted you.
Hello. Yeah. So no, a friend of mine said like he got into flat Earth and he said I should check it out, but I'm not really that convinced yet.
Yeah, well, to be honest, we're not here to convince you. We're just well, let's before we get into all that. How did you find this story? You said a friend invited you. Have they been here before?
No, he said he sometimes watches your live stream on YouTube.
Okay, cool.
And he said like maybe if I have questions I could come here and see what you have to say.
Okay, cool. So do you have any questions to ask us about flat Earth?
Yeah, I'm just a bit confused in the sense of that I hear of so many different models and versions. So for example, it's like my friend, he's like he believes that the moon is a hologram, but then also I've heard of other people who believe that it's a flat surface, and then like other people say it like crumples up when it gets like half moon and stuff, and I'm just a bit confused to like what exactly I should look into.
We all see the moon the same way. We experience the phases. Now, what and where and how that works, we have no idea. That's a really good question because the moon is very mysterious. I mean, it's still mysterious to us. I mean, in the astronomers' ideas, right? They are like, well, it's a rock and it's affected by Earth's gravity. We're the third rock from the sun, and it's traversing the sun or traversing Earth. Held by Earth's gravity, and the reason you see the moon phases is because of the way that the sun shines and the different times of the of the month and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean that's a standard story. We all see.
Well, yeah, I don't know. It kind of makes sense to me. I don't know.
Sure, it can, but it's not the only explanation for what the moon is. You know what I mean? Because you can explain it another way. Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you.
Yeah, but like I guess you also don't believe that we went to the moon.
Well, I've never been to the moon, but I don't think anybody else went there either. Yeah, you're correct on that.
Yeah. You see, because this is something that when I was younger, I investigated a lot. Because that started like with all this. It started with 9/11, and the conspiracies surrounding that. So I would say I was a 9/11 conspiracist. And then like I got like sucked in a bit into the moon landing conspiracies. But I don't know. Like from what I researched, I deducted that the moon landings happened. And so then that sounds like if I'm correct with that, and
so
we would know a lot about that. I looked into the moon landing, yeah.
Well, you looked into 9/11, but you said you were like, you came to the conclusion that the way that the official story of 9/11 is true or not true, or there's some questions.
I'm not completely sure, but I would say it's more likely to be true, because the problem with the official story is that if they were looking for a reason to go into Iraq, they would have made Iraq the culprit for 9/11.
Yeah.
And that just like sounds like very weird to me, and also like the way that the buildings collapsed is sounds expected. Looks expected.
Sounds like you've done your work on that one. But you were questioning moon landing, and then you came to the conclusion, yeah, they probably did go.
I'm really
after
sure
looking
that
at
they
some
did
of the
go.
9/11. Well, cool.
Yeah. I'm just saying so that because that is like when it comes to, for example, the different ways that people think that the moon is, then that doesn't really compute with, like, I don't know, like if I'm quite sure, I would say like 99.9% that the U.S. landed a few astronauts on the moon multiple times. That
Okay, what makes you 100% sure about that?
I said I'm not 100. I said 99.9.
That's pretty close to 100. Come
But
on.
that's pretty close. You're completely right.
The closest you can get to 100.
Right.
Yeah,
The thing is that at the time, it would have been more difficult to fake the moon landing than to actually do it.
Oh, really? What makes you say that?
So the kind of cameras you would need, the kind of, how you would sell it, slow motion cameras didn't exist yet. The problem is you would have with the live transmissions.
Cameras. Yeah, we didn't have slow motion cameras, but after you shot a video, you can replay it at a slower feed.
But not with you, and if you shoot. That's the thing, If you replay it with the lower feed, you can see it in the video that the feed rate has been lowered, because it's only been shot
How can you see that?
You can measure the difference between each picture, the time difference, and that means like how many pictures you have per. You can measure the amount of pictures you see per minute, per second.
Wait. To establish that, you need the original video, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering which pictures you're talking about specifically.
Can you point me to the original film? Yeah, it was a roller. Yeah, with physical film rolled on it. Can you show me the original one?
I don't have it in my possession, no.
Yeah, NASA officially is saying that the original doesn't exist.
Yeah, they don't have
it. I think they said some of it was lost. That's
they destroyed.
that I heard.
No, it wasn't lost. They destroyed it.
Well, that was the technology to go to them. But as far as the pictures and images, I mean, you can go on NASA's website right now and look up the moon landing pictures from they had like chest cameras. They had a camera on the capsule, and these were certain types of cameras. But are you familiar with how they captured this footage?
It was all analog film, and this is also the interesting part, is that if you look at that's the thing, I'm going by the difference in live transmission versus captured video that was recorded, and captured pictures. And if you look at the live transmission, there's not a single speck of dust, not a single weird blip, not a crack in the film like on it. And then when you look at the captured images, the original ones, then you see that you have influence of the radiation, you have dust on there, you have like standard analog picture problems. So that means that the live transmission couldn't have been recorded. The live transmission couldn't have been recorded beforehand. That with the technology of the time, it would have been nearly impossible. I would even argue impossible to have this.
Or are you talking for yourself?
I'm talking from myself.
Sounds like you're reading a script.
No, that's cool. I mean, check this out. Here's something to think about. Maybe something you haven't considered.
Go ahead, man.
Check this out. I mean, we're, in the globe idea, we're in the solar system, third rock from the sun, right? The only reason that we're not burnt to a crisp on Earth is because of the atmosphere, right? In the heliocentric model.
No, it's the magnetosphere, actually.
Say that?
That does most of the work. The magnetosphere.
Okay, well...
that the Earth, like that, when you have a compass, it can...
Hold on.
Yeah?
Go ahead and explain that. So the magnetosphere, instead of the atmosphere, actually prevents most of the UV rays from frying.
No, most of the high energy particles, which would over time destroy the atmosphere. So like look at Mars, for example. Doesn't have an atmosphere. Why? Because it doesn't have.
Are we looking at Mars? I'm talking about Earth, bro.
How do you know Mars?
Okay. Yeah, because of the measurements we've done with space probes we send out. But if you
Well,
don't
they
believe that
sent
we
a
send out
drone and
anything,
it's
if that's all
flying in
fake, then of
vacuum.
course.
Are you telling me that drones can fly in vacuum?
Well, what do you mean with drone?
Yeah. Can a drone fly in a vacuum?
What is a drone from your point of view? You mean like propeller powered, or what do you mean?
Those bullshit drones, yeah, with propeller powered, yeah, drone.
Oh,
Don't you know what a
that
drone
can't fly
is?
in a
You know,
vacuum.
Matter if they have
the drone is
propellers
to
or
fly it
propulsion
with a
engines,
remote control.
you still have to have atmosphere for anything to fly.
No,
No,
but
but
he
a
said
rocket
if you look,
motor
you
doesn't
said
need an atmosphere.
and you said if you look Mars, I'm looking Mars, and I cannot realize if his atmosphere there and if he's not. How you realize that?
Oh, that's actually also something you can do with a telescope yourself.
With the telescope. With the telescope.
See the atmosphere of Mars with a telescope.
Mars
Are you saying that you can see the Mars and you can see the atmosphere, or not see the atmosphere of the Mars, or you can see birds or whatever? You can see the rock passing, or whatever.
No, but
You know what's
can.
really
Okay,
cool?
so when you
saw Venus, I saw Venus, Saturn, and Mars in the sky
let's take
tonight.
it
They were
easy.
like right next to each other, like Venus, Saturn, and Mars. I didn't pull out a telescope, but I'm pretty sure if I did, still wouldn't see the atmosphere of any of them.
Yeah. And
well, you
actually,
can see the atmosphere of Saturn.
Wait.
Man,
At the
how
beginning,
you can see? No,
Sasha, let
you
me
make a claim.
finish. Sasha, I didn't finish explaining.
Sorry.
I started this argument with him. I need to clarify and end it.
Yeah, go ahead.
His claim was, he said that there's no atmosphere on Mars, but NASA showing us that they are sending a drone and it's flying. Yeah, but you were saying earlier that Mars has no atmosphere. You said it.
I said it slowly rips away the atmosphere, which is what's happening to Mars. And I'm saying it's not. I never said it doesn't have an
the
atmosphere.
live stream because you said Mars has no atmosphere. Unlike
No,
Earth.
I don't think I've said that.
Let's say that you
Anyway,
you
if
said
it came out that way, I didn't
change
mean
idea.
it.
Because he doesn't mean that now.
Yeah. Anyway, I didn't. It came out that way. I don't mean it.
So what do you mean then?
But you mean that we can with telescope see what is going on Mars?
All right. So if you want to find out what gases are somewhere, you can see of the light.
Or if you want to find out what gas is doing, look into and find me where we can have gas pressure without container, and then we will speak about Mars and everything.
Okay, so the thing with gas pressure without container is, like, to me, like, for example, look at the ocean. You see, like, there's at the bottom of the ocean, you have a lot of pressure.
Ocean is not a gas.
Water is not a gas. Water's not a gas.
Okay, so if it if it doesn't work with gas, then
what?
Well, if you don't believe in atmosphere, if you don't believe in gravity,
I don't believe in anything. I don't believe. Listen, this. I don't believe in anything. I don't believe in atmosphere. That's for sure. Do you believe in atmosphere?
I know it takes guts for some. Hey, listen, you probably. It sounds like you've. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. It sounds like he's familiar with our arguments. So let's, like, you know.
No, I'm familiar with my friends' arguments, but they don't, like, to me it doesn't sound that right. And he said I should come here because you guys can explain it better than him.
We also don't need to bombard you and you know.
Question: do you believe in atmosphere?
Like in that we have an atmosphere around me now, or like that there is no atmosphere in space?
Do you think that what we call what is around us it's atmosphere?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. How gas taking the shape of the sphere? Can you tell me? Because
it is pulled to the sphere by the force of gravity.
Wow.
What can you provide the academic citation that the gas is pulled by gravity?
Hold on, guys.
Yeah.
Both of the people that are talking to you now, hold on. Everybody here used to think. Hold on. Everybody used to think gravity was the thing before. So don't just try to piss at him because he thinks gravity's real.
Yeah,
Come on.
I'm not I'm not
All right,
angry
come
at
on,
him.
man.
Actually, yeah,
Explain how we found out that
I
this
want to
cannot possibly be
explain
true.
all the arguments. Yeah, I want to get with him through all the
I hate when
arguments,
people do that shit.
the
When new people come in
pseudoscientific
and
and
just like,
everything. Yeah, yeah.
you know, and just like, oh, you think gravity? Then just fucking jump down their
Yeah.
throat about gravity. I mean, it's like we all used to think that shit was real too.
Yeah, first thing first, I need to explain is, you know, I welcome to this server. I want you to know that you don't know about the stuff that we know. You think we have beliefs and things like this, but actually we are extremists. We do not accept stories for explaining reality. When we deal with reality, we stick with science and its scientific method. And if something is not, if a story is not a scientific theory, has no experiment to back it up, then we will not accept to blindly believe that story because just someone thought of himself to say this nice story.
I'm completely on board with you. Yeah, I'm also. I want to believe as much true stuff as there is.
Yeah,
and there's the least false stuff. So
yeah, the globe model has a ton of positive claims, but none of them have been demonstrated or
none of them?
empirically proven. Yeah, yeah.
Like, for example, when we want to come back to gravity, let's say, okay? Because, like,
yeah, okay. Gravity. Let's take it from the start. The first theory of gravity is Newtonian gravity, mass attracting mass. So
yeah, let's stick with Newtonian. I'm completely fine with that.
And this includes also Newton's laws of motion. So, do you think they are real?
Do you think what is real? Sorry.
Do you think that theory of gravity, the Newtonian theory of gravity, is actually functional? It is real.
It is functional. Yeah, until you get into like the high velocity stuff where you need to go with special relativity.
Well, that's the problem, actually, because Newton's theory of gravity has been debunked and superseded, meaning it has been replaced
Exactly,
by
I completely agree with you.
Yeah, by Einsteinian relativistic gravity.
And I can also show you when you look at the... Yeah?
Wait, yeah. Which, for Einstein's gravity, you cannot demonstrate to me empirically the bending of space-time. So when I'm waiting the train in the train station 5 minutes, show me how you're gonna be bending my waiting for the train. How you gonna bend that?
No, but this is not what bending space-time would even mean. I mean, so I can... You can... So, for example, look at... Oh, you don't believe in that? Okay, wait.
The train station is
let him answer, man.
in space.
Let him answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
Give him his rope.
Right. So, let's say if... So you're waiting for the train on the station, and you're just standing there. You're not really moving relative to, let's say, the guy next to you.
No, I am moving. I'm smoking a cigarette while waiting.
Okay, then you're...
Yeah.
Are you like spying on me? Get? Because that's like exactly what I'm doing right now. I'm at the train station.
So let's say if Earth was 20 times as heavy, you know, like the gravity pulling you towards Earth
you have
was
to
a lot
bring
stronger.
Imaginary concepts.
Well, the problem is that in order to see,
listen,
if you
can you show me a Earth 20 times heavier than the Earth that we live on?
No, I can't. So okay, let's stick with something else then. No problem. No problem. Let's take a
Hold
clock.
on. I'll ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
When you say gravity, you mean the cause of the effect? You mean the cause of the effect? Is gravity the cause or gravity the effect?
Since gravity is just the effect of a formed, no, how do you say, of curved space-time, because it's not really a force in that sense, if you want to go technical with it. But it makes sense to look at it from a force when you do like small Newtonian physics, in the same way as it makes sense to think of the what is it called? When you spin something around you in a, like, I don't know, you take a hammer and you spin around. It feels like the hammer exerts a force out from you, right? But this force also doesn't really exist in that sense. It's just the hammer wanting to go on in a straight line all the time, but you're pulling it in.
Acceleration.
Well, there's a reason I asked you whether it was a cause or the effect, because just that one question alone demonstrates that it's not actually a scientific theory. Because the causal mechanism for, say, things falling can't be demonstrated by experiment.
Yeah.
You'll have to
What do
say,
you
like,
mean?
I can't. Okay, so an experiment that has cause and effect has independent variables. Manipulate the independent variable and measure an effect on the dependent variable, right?
Yeah.
The independent variable is the cause. Dependent variable is the effect.
Exactly.
Right? So what
and
causes
the
things
cause
to fall?
is that you have mass deforming space-time, which then leads to other objects seeming to curve, although they still go on in a straight line.
Can you repeat that?
I was talking about that's what we're talking about. That's the story,
mass
right? So where's the experiment?
Okay, I can give you an experiment. You take a very, very, very heavy sphere. I don't know, let's take a 30 centimeter diameter lead sphere, and then you take a smaller sphere or like another object, let's say a 1 centimeter diameter lead object, and if you place them in a low friction environment, you will see that they will over time move closer to each other until they touch without other forces put on them.
Yeah,
in a
good
vacuum.
example. Indio, I want to ask him a
You
question
actually
about.
have that experiment that you can show us. You can have that.
I've done
You
it.
have that
I've done it.
experiment.
Yeah, at my university.
You've done it. What
Yeah.
exactly did you do?
What?
Yeah, what exactly did you? Are you talking about the Cavendish? Is that what you're talking about?
he is.
Cavendish?
It's the Cavendish. Yeah, it's the Cavendish.
So I asked you what falls. There's nothing falling in the Cavendish experiment.
Yes, there is. You have the small ball falling towards the big ball in the same way as the big ball is falling towards the small ball.
Falling sideways.
Well, it's all just a point of. I mean, it depends on the point of reference, doesn't it? If you, if you think of yourself as the small ball, you would say I'm falling towards the big ball, wouldn't you? I don't know. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, so we get into that I think and I imagine. That's where I jump ship, because we don't want to think and we don't want to imagine.
Yeah, the problem is we're using words like fall, which don't even make that much sense.
Fall towards the earth. Fall means the acceleration 9.8 meters per second squared towards the earth.
So are you falling right now?
Not yet.
But you're accelerated against the earth at all time.
Yeah, really awesome. But I asked you for the experiment which demonstrates the cause of that. I didn't ask you for an experiment that demonstrates that.
And I gave you the Cavendish experiment that shows you that mass attracts mass.
Here's I want to break down what he said. So you're accelerating against the Earth. It sounds like his English is not his native language, right?
No, it's not. No.
Accelerating against the Earth, accelerating
towards, like you're at all times. The Earth is pulling.
Yeah, I mean, sure.
Like you're being pulled
Earth
towards
is
the Earth.
not pulling anyone. What are you
And
talking about?
I don't even think you did the Cavendish
not even
experiment
really.
because
But
you
I
didn't
did
actually describe. Well, you didn't.
You take two balls and you have one. You take two big balls, two small balls. You have the small balls
Hey,
in a low frequency
everybody let
environment.
Indio do this, please.
Okay,
Yeah.
you have a laser, and you point it over a long distance, and you can see the movement until even both of the two balls touch each other.
And that's actually not what happens. So you're actually describing it wrong. So what happens is the big ball and small balls go towards each other, and then they oscillate. And then you measure the speed of the oscillation, and then you infer big G from that. So you're not even describing the experiment right.
They oscillate? What do you mean by oscillate?
They oscillate because they're on a torsion. They're on a torsion wire, so they bounce back and forth.
I'm getting weird noises.
Torsion wire has a
India's got some background noise, but yeah, I mean, he's talking about a horizontal. Well, actually, what you're talking about is you're both talking about a horizontal attraction, not a vertical attraction.
Well, the problem is that we can't turn off gravity for these two.
What the hell is gravity, bro?
No, I mean you cannot turn off. Like as long as we're in Earth's gravitational field.
Weasel, you claim that you've been to a university and that's where you came across this Cavendish so-called experiment. Do you know this experiment in depth? Have you studied it?
Well, no, but we've at the end, not anymore. At the time, we've done the calculations on it.
You mentioned
we measured
that,
the gravitational constant.
Listen, you mentioned that you were using lead balls. Lead is a metal, correct?
Yeah, but that's not
but that doesn't work because.
No, I need to know what do you know about lead metal?
What do you mean? What I know about lead metal at the beginning of the experiment? You let both of them touch each other in order to equalize the electric.
I'm talking
forces.
about your knowledge about the lead metal.
Well, I studied 2 semesters of metallurgy, and I can tell you.
Okay.
Like, what do you mean? Like, it's what do you mean the properties?
Well,
in that sense?
The lead. It has properties, electroconductivity, magnetic properties.
It doesn't have. Lead doesn't have magnetic properties.
Oh, let's get
what
to
do
the
you mean it doesn't have magnetic properties?
Listen,
lead itself, lead is not ferromagnetic. You cannot magnetically polarize lead.
So lead, the metal, is paramagnetic, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not ferromagnetic, but it's paramagnetic if you have movement.
No, I didn't say it's ferromagnetic. Stop.
Okay, yeah.
Don't do that. Don't gallop. This is the claim. The lead metal is paramagnetic. I know very well what paramagnetism is. So you don't need to explain it to me like a kindergarten. But I'm assuming that you also know. Now,
yes.
What about the lead atom? What are the magnetic properties of the lead atom?
What are the properties of the lead atom?
Yeah, the magnetic properties of lead atom.
None.
Not true. The lead atom is diamagnetic. And when it forms a crystal, a metal, when you have more lead atoms, they crystallize into a metal, and that's when they are paramagnetic. This element, now
wait, lead
has
lead
opposite magnetic properties in the same time, and because of these opposite magnetic properties, the lead is always attracted to itself, to lead metal. So when you have tiny pieces of lead metal, yeah, they are attracted together. They conglomerate always.
No, they will get attracted to a other magnetic field, but not to itself, because that's why they are paramagnetic.
No. Have you ever seen these gold diggers? They use this ladder, where you pour water, yeah, and sand, and the gold deposits on the bottom, yeah, and the water washes all the dirt and sand away, but the gold remains because it's heavier, yeah. When you do this with lead metals, yeah, when you do this with lead, you will find that lead not only deposits itself into those crevices, but it also conglomerates itself into one place, one blob, yeah, one pile together, because the lead metal is attracted to itself slightly. Magnetically is slightly attracted to itself. So these are very well known magnetic properties of lead metal.
If you say so, I'm certainly searching for information on that because I'm not as well versed in that as you think.
These are the most expert physicians.
Look in the Livestream voice text channel.
The biggest physicians.
Excuse me?
Dude, we post everything in the Livestream voice text channel. It's the text channel right above the voice channel.
Oh, I've never seen that one before. I think because before I wasn't allowed to talk, I couldn't see the text channel.
Yeah, are you VC verified now? You got
I
the
have
role?
no fucking idea. Wait, let me check.
Well,
Yeah,
I'll
VC
give it to
verified.
you.
Yeah, I'm verified. I can see.
Yeah,
it,
you
yes.
can't see that channel unless you're VC verified because people will come in and try to spam and porn and.
I see. Because is that the channel you can see in the live stream?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'll look into it.
Anyway, let's not beat gravity to death, because the whole point is that, I mean, even mainstream science admits that there's problems with the theory of gravity. It's not one of the fundamental forces, right? In the standard model of particle physics, it's admitted that there's a bunch of problems with it. People come in here like, hey,
of course, yeah. I mean, there are like problems with everything, like more or less, like there is nothing concrete.
No, not
per
with
se
everything.
in
There's no
science.
problem with boiling water.
Well,
There's
there
no
actually is.
problem
There
with
is a lot of
boiling
there's a lot
water.
of stuff
No.
that goes into how, when, and where water will boil differently.
Listen, when you put water in a container and you add heat to it, it will boil. You will reach the boiling point by adding heat. So you have
where
the
is the
cause
boiling
and
point?
effect. 100 Celsius. The boiling
Not everywhere.
point
Not
of water
I
at
lived at a
room
place where water
temperature,
boiled before
and
that.
in vacuum the boiling point drops. Yes, we know.
Exactly. So it's not always at 100.
I told you from the beginning there is no problems in boiling water. Like there are problems about gravity. And you said
there's a
no,
bunch of
there are
variables.
problems.
Yeah, boiling water is a bunch of variables, but we know all the variables.
Yeah.
So we know the cause.
We know. I don't like. I don't know. I haven't researched into boiling water.
Pressure, temperature, salinity.
Yeah.
Number of air bubbles are in it. There's a whole bunch of variables to determine its boiling point. Typically, we only deal with pressure and temperature.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know. Like I wouldn't be able to tell you that there isn't another thing that I don't know about that also influences it in a little way. Like that's I don't know. I wouldn't know about that.
Well,
I can tell you.
So let me tell you. Let me just go. I want to go back to the beginning, kind of. So our point is, we base our view on experimentation, not things scientists say, not stories, not anything like that. What
I don't give a shit what someone else says. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so I don't if you read a scientific paper, it'll have an abstract, it'll have the experiment, and it'll have their conclusion. I don't even care about their like the abstract and the conclusion. I only care about what the experimental results. So we know that we cannot we don't have a viable independent variable for determining the causal mechanism for things falling. Because if I take, in the example you used, if I take a 100,000 kilogram lead ball and a 1 kilogram lead ball and I drop them, the so-called cause, right? The mass has changed, but they're both falling at the same rate. So according to the scientific method,
if you don't have a difference, a difference in aerodynamic forces of the balls, yes.
Yeah, all so no error.
Right, like everything stays the same, just the mass is different. Right.
Yeah,
yeah.
But that's the claim. That's the claimed causal mechanism for things falling. Mass attracting mass, right? That's the cause. But there's no experiment that demonstrates that. That's the problem. But I mean, a lot of people come in here with gravity. They think that Newtonian gravity predicts a bunch of particles will form a ball, but that's actually not even a prediction of the theory. So they've run this in simulation, and they can't get an ensemble of particles to actually form into a ball. So it's a common thing that people just say, "Oh, gravity. So gravity's as a consequence of gravity, things will form into a ball." That's not even true.
Yeah.
Can you link the because that would be interesting evidence. Can you if you
I'll
link?
post in the live stream voice text. So what they did is this astronomical journal tried to simulate like formation of asteroids. So they used Newtonian gravity. They couldn't get the shit to stop moving around. So then they added like what they call the stickiness factor, right? So basically, when the things would, it was like almost like a glue. When they would hit each other, when the particles would hit each other, they would partially stick and then bounce. And eventually formed into something. It wasn't a ball. It was a freaking egg. And this is cheating. Even with cheating, they couldn't get it to happen. But I'll post that in live stream voice text.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Because I didn't know about that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's funny. It's just like something that they teach you in school, right? Right? Because it sounds good, right? Sounds good. Gravity will form things into balls. But no, who actually did the math to test that out? Is that a prediction of the theory? And it turns out it's not.
Well, then,
but
yeah,
give me like 5 seconds.
I think the so if you look at objects, let's say in the asteroid belt, but if you don't believe that there's an asteroid belt, then that doesn't count as evidence, so that doesn't work.
Well, I can look at the sky, at the night sky, and make a fortune telling. That will be the same with looking at your hand and predicting your future. Yeah.
Both bullshit, exactly.
Well, we have to look up there and speculate as to what's going on. And there's a bunch of different theories competing for speculative power, quote unquote, gravity, pulling stuff to a ball, electromagnetism, which I would go with, and other stuff like that. So it just depends on which theory you want to speculate with. But do we see this gravity thing pulling things into balls for a ball shape, say? Not really. We just look up there and infer and assume that that's what's going on.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Hello, everybody.
I didn't know you were actually in here. I was going to ask you when I came in if you were there.
Oh, sorry, I just came back. I was in the kitchen, downstairs and up again.
You're missing all the interesting stuff.
Yeah, something going on upstairs. Yeah,
Faxman is back, and
Faxman.
yeah, he's back. And then we were in there having fun with him, telling him, we can't let you in. We can't. And he's like, why not? You know how it goes. And then some random guy, I don't know who he was, I don't remember his name now, but he comes in there and he starts asking us all these questions about why we're talking to the guy. And he starts telling us that we need to stop wasting our time. Then he just goes completely wacko and starts saying all kinds of crazy stuff in there, just like Faxman was. And I'm like, wait a second, what's going on in here, bro? And then he disappears, and then, I don't know what's going on up there, bro, but it's weird.
Definitely sounds like.
So anyway, about that time is when I, mod pinged and said help because I didn't, anyway. And then Mickey finally showed up, and now I don't know what's happened. I left. I got out of there while I could.
Hey guys, do you know where I can find some very good flat smacking videos like that have been sometimes replayed on this Discord through the bot?
Yep. You scroll down to the very, very bottom of the server on the list. There's all kinds of like names and list things. There's a list of things down there.
Or app
And let's
Eclipse?
see. Yeah, there's like Eclipse and a whole bunch of other stuff down there. See it?
Yep.
Like long distance, composite image, all that kind of stuff. All those have different videos and different data and stuff in there that you can check out. That's where I'd start. And then beyond that, you might have to ask someone higher up than me because I'm not really sure. Like, I think there's more stuff you can access, but I think you have to be higher up on the ladder. Like, I think you have to be a silver or whatever to access the rooms. So you might have to check with somebody higher up than me to find out about that. But down there, I think, is where most of the stuff is from. And
Yeah,
or you can just check the voice text. Like people post most stuff in there, like when they share it. You might have to go through hours and hours and hours and hours and scroll for hours and days and whatever to get to it. But if it's not down here at the bottom, I'd say ask somebody. Or I'm sure some of us can suggest, some people or, like YouTubers that you could check out. But
yeah,
beyond that, I
thank
don't know.
you. I can see here there's like clips of Glover says security is proof for Glow and stuff. I just wanted to have something to listen to while I'm making some pizza dough.
I see. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good place for it. There's a lot of stuff down there.
All right. Thank you.
But if you're looking for something specific or whatever, then just ask somebody. I'm sure we could help you find it, or we could, connect you with somebody that can find it for you or help you.
All right. Thank you, sir.
The Snoz Particle chef, Professor Booger Eater Phil Belland, back from his Nobel Prize winning Water Vapor is a Gas is the Dumbest Thing I Ever Heard, June 2021.
Okay, so you understand, and this is tried to explain to you that the atmosphere is not the same as how we describe gas pressure.
Wrong. Phil, atmosphere is a contradiction in terms. A paradox. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. Number 2, Your train wreck atmosphere is made up of gases at pressure. So how are gases at pressure not the same as gas pressure? You dumbass cracker.
You understand?
What's the atmosphere made of, Professor? If I may.
So it's made out of different gases.
So it's made out of different gases at pressure. So again, how is that different from gas pressure?
Do you understand that things fall? Do you accept that things fall to the ground?
Oh, brother. Yeah, we accept that some things fall and that other things rise, like helium, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, water vapor, etc.
Do you accept that? Do you accept that moisture from the sea rises? Do you accept that?
Yeah, it's called water vapor. That thing you had some difficulty with some months back? Jeez. Professor Numpty Dipshit, some things fall and others rise. Is there a point to your brain-dead queries?
Do you accept that molecules have mass? Do you accept that they weigh, that they have, that
Yes.
they would weigh something?
No. You or anyone else can't even define mass, for goodness sakes. At the very best, it's but a concept. Even in your fairy tale paradigm, mass and weight are two different animals. From your alma mater wiki. In common usage, the mass of an object is often referred to as its weight, though these are in fact different concepts and quantities. In scientific contexts, mass is the amount of matter in an object, though matter may be difficult to define, whereas weight is the force exerted on an object by gravity.
And you accept that weight is a function of both mass and acceleration?
Wrong. Weight in your fairy tale dreamland dumpster fire is W equal mg. Mg love you long time. That train wreck progeny was derived vis-a-vis its daddy, F equal ma. Unfortunately for you and your bellowing ball-tarred brethren, all of the laws from Newton, of which F equal ma is part of, have been superseded and toppled from the throne by Einstein 106 years ago. From your alma mater wiki, Newton's classical mechanics were superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed the special and general theory of relativity. From Douglas Klein, professor of physics, Phys Libre text, Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation, that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. From Professor Jacob D. Beckenstein, caltech.edu, Einstein also replaced the Newtonian law of motion by the statement that free test particles move along geodesics, the shortest curves in the space-time geometry. Adding insult to your ignoramus ignorance, Daddy F equal ma was filleted and fricasseed vis-a-vis quantum mechanics circa 1925. Hey, Dick, can you educate this wiki parroting pretender clown ball-tard bozo for us? From Richard Feynman, the Feynman Lectures, caltech.edu. Even though the law F equal ma is false,
fatality,
and all the derivations of Newton were wrong for the conservation of momentum, yada, yada, yada. Therefore, if F equal ma is false, and it is, meaning it never existed, then W equal mg, its progeny, never existed, leaving you holding the W equal mg, mg love you long time, empty baggy. Capiche, sunshine?
Do you accept that things fall at the same rate?
No. A 25-pound anvil and 25 pounds worth of feathers will not fall at the same rate, sunshine. Moreover, some things don't fall at all, like helium, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, and water vapor, among others. You know, Phil, You sound like a numpty dork getting ready to face plant into a dumpster fire you prepared for yourself.
Define mass for me, Professor.
Okay, so everything is made out of atoms. Would you agree with that?
Are you high right now?
Everything is not made out of atoms, Professor Numpty Dipshit. Electrons, neutrons, protons, and light are some shining examples. And physics professor. Everything is made out of atoms, belly laugher, is not the definition of mass. It's a feeble, incoherent red herring fallacy.
Do you agree that the stuff going up is H2O?
Yes, more specifically, water vapor, which is a gas. Do you still think that water vapor is a gas? Is the dumbest thing you ever heard?
And you agree that when it does become a gas, it rises up, and then eventually, if there's enough of it, it'll come down as rain. Would you agree with that?
Yes, it condenses into a liquid and will eventually fall as some form of precipitation.
So you agree that gases have mass and that they are attracted to the Earth?
No, I already exposed your mass train wreck, and gases aren't attracted towards the Earth. If you think they are, then you haven't the first fucking clue of gas behavior at a grade school level and are in direct contradiction with Boyle's Law, Charles' Law, Gay-Lussac's Law, Avogadro's Law, parts of Dalton's Law, Brownian motion, and the second law of thermodynamics.
Things that have mass will fall to the Earth at the same rate. We agree with that?
You need to be institutionalized.
This is why we have an atmosphere, because all the gas molecules fall to the Earth at the same rate.
Even though that the gas law states that there needs, for it to be gas, you have to have walls for the gas to bounce off to create the pressure as stated in PSI.
No, and that is precisely where you're mistaken, okay? Where your knowledge just isn't sufficient, okay? So let me help you with that.
You couldn't help the bionic woman with hearing if you tied her to a back of a dump truck and drug her through a nitroglycerin plant. You're an imbecile.
Which gravity are we referring to, Professor? Let's define terms.
There is only one gravity, Montreal.
I'm afraid you're mistaken, sir, on that.
No, there's only one. So let me explain.
You heard of Newton, sir? You heard of Newton?
Yeah. You're asking me, a professor of physics, if I heard.
Yes, because this professor of physics is claiming that there's only one gravity.
Yes, there is only one gravity. There's gravity falls to the ground. Let me explain to you a little bit about this, just so that perhaps you'll understand.
Gravity falls to the ground? What the fuck?
Gravity falls to the ground.
You are so dumb. Damn.
And there's only one gravity, eh, Professor? From NASA.gov, lessons for students. There's two versions of gravity, Newton and Einstein. Duh.
What we're talking about here is observe Newton's laws, which observes how gravity works. This is how I managed to get a satellite from one orbital range to another orbital range.
Yes, and Anna Nicole married for love, and Pol Pot was her florist. Newton's laws observes how gravity works, eh? Forgive me, but you're a bumbling, imbecilic Dunning-Kruger buffoon of the highest order. A genuine window licker. Number 1, reification fallacy. Debunked laws don't observe other debunked laws. Number 2, Newtonian mechanics, that is, the laws of motion and gravity, were wholesale debunked and replaced over 106 years ago, then had its guts ripped out by quantum mechanics shortly thereafter, as already detailed. Number 3, so you use Newtonian gravity to maneuver your second law of thermodynamics violating fairy tale satellites? Professor Gez from UCLA, Department of Physics and Astronomy, would vapor lock from tear-jerking belly laugher syndrome if she heard that delusional horsepuckery. From the aforementioned Professor Andrea Ghez, UCLA, Professor of Physics and Astronomy. Einstein's right, at least for now, said Ghez, a co-lead author of the research. We can absolutely rule out Newton's law of gravity.
Hosmer with a drive. Cheese and crackers. Oh, son of a... That's going to leave a mark.
Do you use phlogiston to fire up your Barbie? Clown.
It describes what happens in the atmosphere within it. In other words, gases go up from the Earth, they come down as rain.
Really? So we have helium, hydrogen, nitrogen, and oxygen rain, Professor.
You are so dumb. Damn.
Put it this way, Montreal. Let's say, for instance, I owed you, $1 billion, $1,000 million, and I gave you 1 cent. Would you theoretically say that I gave you any money back?
This is friggin' painful. You gave him 1 cent back, and not theoretically. Next block of instruction, how to breathe. Then look at a horse.
I've told you this many times. There's no truth in science.
Factually incorrect, Crayon Muncher. There's no truth in pseudoscience, that which you mindlessly parrot. Moreover, if there's no truth in your self-purported profession, knuckle-dragger, wouldn't that ipso facto make you a liar?
You're an intellectual dumbass.
Professor Bell.
Yeah, go ahead.
We always talk about experiments that we can do. Are there any experiments that you have done to support your idea of what the shape of the Earth is, or anything else related to the Earth that you personally have done?
Well, look, I have to do I wouldn't even call them experiments. They have to be real life things. In other words, it's not by accident that we get a satellite to be 36,000 kilometers above the Earth. It has to be so precise, because we don't want people on the ground having to readjust their satellite dishes on your house.
Professor Bell, are there any experiments that you have done to support your idea of what the shape of the Earth is, or anything else related?
For instance, I've got one on my house that's been there untouched for 12 years. That's because it's been pointing at a particular satellite that's giving me my television thing. Now,
Professor Bell, are there any experiments that you have done to support your idea of what the shape of the Earth is, or anything else related?
a good thing for those people who do control this satellite, because they make sure that it stays where it's meant to stay. And why does it stay there? It stays there because it's a precise range, a precise distance from the Earth, and therefore moving at a precise speed, so that it stays with the Earth as the Earth spins. This couldn't happen if the Earth wasn't a sphere. And the millions, the hundreds of millions of dollars that we have to commit.
Professor Bell, are there any experiments that you have done to support your idea of what the shape of the Earth is, or anything else related?
For instance, on a rocket with a satellite, we put all of that money up there, knowing what it's going to do, being able to make such incredibly precise predictions.
Professor Bell,
with all of this money, it would be impossible to if there was any guesswork in it anymore. We don't have to guess. All of these things are so precisely defined. And what's amazing is that these things were defined so long ago, when these people had so little to work with.
Professor Bell, are there any experiments that you have done to support your idea of what the shape of the Earth is, or anything else related?
I mean, gosh, imagine if they had the technology that we have now, how much more, how much further ahead we'd be. If you have a look at one single photograph, it's probably one of the most amazing photographs ever.
Professor Bell. Professor Bell, are there any experiments that you have done to support your idea of what the shape of the Earth is or anything else related?
And that is around about 50 people sitting on a bench at the Solway Convention. You are,
Professor Bell,
you are looking at the most amazing minds that have ever walked on this planet. Right there.
Professor Bell.
Enjoy it. Look at it. Read their history. Learn something about what they came up with. You know, for freshman physics, our curriculum's crowded enough without worrying about trying to demonstrate that the Earth is a sphere. There's so many other things.
Yeah, why demonstrate anything when you just brainwash them? From Singamano, Teaching and Propaganda, Physics Today, Volume 53, June 2000, page 54. Professor admits physics profs brainwash students with propaganda. And I use that trust to effectively brainwash them. We who teach introductory physics have to acknowledge that if we are honest with ourselves, that our teaching methods are primarily those of propaganda. We appeal without demonstration.
Our curriculum's crowded enough without worrying about trying to demonstrate.
To evidence that supports our position. We only introduce arguments or evidence that support the currently accepted theories and omit or gloss over any evidence to the contrary. We give short shrift to alternative theories, introducing them only in order to promptly demolish them, again by appealing to undemonstrated counter-evidence. We drop the names of famous scientists and Nobel Prize winners to show that we are solidly on the side of the scientific establishment. All of this is designed to demonstrate the inevitability of the ideas we currently hold, so that if students reject what we say, they are declaring themselves to be unreasoning and illogical, unworthy of being considered as modern thinking people. Of course, we do all this with the best of intentions and complete sincerity. I have good reasons for employing propaganda techniques to achieve belief.
Say what?
So I, like all my colleagues, teach the way I do because I have little choice. But it is brainwashing nonetheless.
Uh-oh!
When the dust settles, what I'm asking my students to do is accept what I say because I, as an accredited representative of my discipline, profession, and academia, say it. All the reason, logic, and evidence that I use simply disguise the fact that the students are not yet in a position to sift and weigh the evidence and arrive at their own conclusions. End of citation.
Newton didn't give gravity a definition. Newton simply worked out how gravity works.
So Newton figured out how gravity works, as opposed to Einstein, who did what?
Einstein is the one who told us how it works.
Mr. Belland, when you juxtapose positions, you're contrasting them. That is, you're showing how they are different from one another. In your juxtaposition between Newton and Einstein, you said,
Newton simply worked out how gravity works.
Then you contrasted with Einstein and said,
Einstein is the one who told us how it works.
There's no difference here, booger eater. Unless you're implying Isaac Newton, who figured out how gravity works, according to you, was a mute who also couldn't write. who then needed Einstein to tell us how gravity works 250 years later. Ergo, Mr. Belland, unless you can show that Isaac Newton was a mute who couldn't write, you've just unequivocally demonstrated that you're a double-speaking retard. Capiche, sunshine? And to dot all the T's and cross the I's with your dumpster fire here.
He simply described how it works.
Simply describe how? Law of identity violation. Descriptions only pertain to what's and is's. Explanations, on the other hand, pertain to the hows and whys. You need to start over again. As in primary school, try and pay attention this time. I'd also highly suggest a few basic reasoning courses along the way. Clown.
Inside of Einstein's field equations is Newton's work.
Newton's, exactly.
Oh,
Are you serious? Are you...
Yes, and Liberace's sister was a Saudi prince, a Mau fighter pilot, and Sasquatch. It's funny, these crayon-munching window lickers been claiming this for a couple years now. Whenever challenged to support this contradictory cockamamie horsepucky dumpster fire, they obfuscate or run away. First of all, this isn't science. It's mathematics, specifically geometry. How in the world can the natural law violating Einstein's field equations, which pertain to pseudo-Riemannian 4 space, have anything whatsoever to do with Euclidean 3 space? Answer, it doesn't. It's non sequitur. Hey, bald-tard bozos, you're missing a dimension.
Ay, caramba!
Number 2, disregarding their ability to even define mass, with Reverend John Michel Cavendish CV Boy's gravity, remember Newton said he didn't want to have anything to do with the fairy tale horseshit gravity, there's no problems calculating with 2 or more masses. However, with Einstein's field equations, you can't calculate anything using 2 or more masses. From their alma mater wiki, as the field equations are nonlinear, they cannot always be completely solved. For example, there is no known complete solution for a space-time with 2 massive bodies in it. So unless you have a completely empty universe, or a universe with only 1 mass, you can't use Einstein's field equations. Number 3, if Einstein's field equations contain Newton's for gravity, then Einstein's field equations in general relativity debunks special relativity. From Britannica.com, because Isaac Newton's law of gravity serves so well in explaining the behavior of the solar system, the question arises why it was necessary to develop a new theory of gravity. The answer is that Newton's theory violates special relativity, for it requires an unspecified action at a distance, through which any 2 objects, such as the sun and the earth, instantaneously pull each other no matter how far apart. However, instantaneous response would require the gravitational interaction to propagate at an infinite speed, which is precluded by special relativity. From Professor John D. Norton, Department of History and Philosophy of Science, University of Pittsburgh. Newton's celebrated theory of gravitation presumed instantaneous action at a distance. The sun now exerts a gravitational force on the Earth, now with a magnitude set by Newton's inverse square law. The key part was the now. If the sun were to move slightly, the resulting alteration in the force it exerts on the Earth would be felt by us instantaneously. Uh-oh! According to Newtonian theory. That means that Newton's theory depends upon the notion of absolute simultaneity. Uh-oh! A change there is felt here at the same moment. However, Einstein's 1905 theory had banished absolute simultaneity from physics.
Hosmer with a drive. Cheese and crackers. Oh, son of a... That's going to leave a mark.
And finally, another tiny little problem from Warwick University, UK. The problem is that the equations, Einstein's field equations, require the energy and momentum to be defined precisely at every space-time point, which contradicts the uncertainty principle for quantum states. This is not just a problem at high energies or short distances. It is a conceptual incompatibility that applies in every lab.
Fatality.
Not only is every appeal to fairy tale gravity demonstrable pseudoscience, the incoherent Dunning-Kruger-Baltard-Booger-Eater faction's shotgun marriage between Reverend John Michel, Cavendish, C.V. Boys, and Einstein's field equations, general relativity, containing no less than 4 paradoxes, rivals only the shotgun marriage between bachelors.
Particles move because they have kinetic energy.
That's astonishing. What's next? Sugar sweet?
And of course, just if you throw a ball in the air, will the ball not stop and come back down?
Let me think. It's a tough one. So you throw a ball up. Will it come back down? Yeah?
Why does the ball go up and stop? Why does the ball stop?
These mind-bending queries are getting exponentially more difficult. Can I do it with milk? So why does the ball stop? It loses kinetic energy?
You know why the ball stops? Because it runs out of kinetic energy.
Yes, I was right. Hallelujah. Who's all that in a bag of chips now? That's right, me.
This is why gas particles can't go any further.
Are you high right now?
No, darling. This is clinical level Dunning-Kruger pretender clown ball-tard spinning space monkey numpty dipshittery from deep below the Black Lagoon. From a self-purported professor of physics, no less. Professor Booger-Eaton Burke of megalithic proportions. Clumsily feeble false equivalence fallacy times 2. Number 1, balls are made of solids. Gases are gases. Number 2, the kinetic energy imparted to the ball is governed by you, or whoever's throwing it, as opposed to gases, where their kinetic energy is governed by the absolute temperature of the gas or gases. As long as the temperature of a gas or gases is above absolute zero, the gas will retain kinetic energy, i.e., it'll never stop. If a ball isn't picked up and thrown, there is no temperature where it will fling itself in the air. Next block of instruction, how to eat cereal out of a box. Additionally, Professor Booger Gobbler, your incoherent second-grade belly laugher comparison catapults you into direct violation of Boyle's Law, Charles' Law, Gay-Lussac's Law, Avogadro's Law, and parts of Dalton's Law. And not to be ever outdone, the King Topper booger-eating bull in a china shop exhibition, leaving no dish uncracked, you've taken the second law of thermodynamics, along with Brownian motion, out back to the woodshed and bludgeoned each to a bloody lifeless pulp. Your parents must be prouder than game roosters. Prepare yourself for the call from your alma mater, Captain Kangaroo U, requesting you give the keynote address at the upcoming Who and Where the F*** Am I convention. Topic, How to scare up a below first grade science acumen from a Cracker Jack box.
Thermodynamics.
What the hell did you just say?
Thermodynamics.
So thermodynamics, Phil.
Thermodynamics. Entropy is simply the movement of from order to disorder.
Fatality.
No, it isn't, Professor Thermodynamics. You treat objects like women. From the legend, Professor Lambert, entropysite.oxy.edu. This view was broached partially in a previous article that showed disorder was outmoded and misleading as a descriptor for entropy. Footnotes 1 and 2. Again from Professor Lambert, entropy is not disorder, not a measure of disorder, not a driving force. From Chem Libre text, there is no basis in physical science for interpreting entropy change as involving order and disorder. Stating entropy talks about disorder is akin to Max Planck describing the ultraviolet catastrophe as stop, drop, and roll. It's belly-laughingly juvenile proby and demonstrates beyond any doubt, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that we have a stage 5 clinger kung fu death grip globetard wiki-parroting goober of megalithic proportions.
You big dummy! Space is not a place that you can go to.
Why not?
Because that defies natural law.
What natural law?
Specifically.
What natural law?
The second law of thermodynamics.
Tell me which part of the second law of thermodynamics does it defy?
That you can have a pressurized system next to a vacuum without a container.
Not the second law of that's not the second law of thermodynamics. Thermo means heat. Thermodynamics is specifically about the transfer of energy.
Wrong.
Can you please now drop thermodynamics?
Not
Find
just
another
about the
physics,
transfer of energy.
Yes, it is.
Oh, no, it's not, Professor Belland. You're toast. Say goodnight, pretender clown. Professor Porter, Nobel laureate. This numpty dipshit Belland says the second law is solely about the transfer of energy. What say you, my good sir?
Now let us look at some examples of spontaneous changes and see how they are accounted for in terms of the second law of thermodynamics. We'll take the simplest first and look at changes where only the entropy changes.
Uh-oh!
Now, one, perhaps the simplest of all, of these, is the expansion of a gas into a vacuum.
Oh, yeah.
I have in one of these bulbs some bromine, and in the other I have a vacuum. And if I open the tap between these two, you will see spontaneously the bromine rush from one to the other. Now that is the simplest change we can have, perhaps, because all that happens is a change in entropy.
Uh-oh!
In this case, the expansion into a vacuum, nothing else is involved. There's no energy change. There's no energy change. There's no energy change. There's no temperature change. There's no change except entropy. There's no change except entropy. There's no change except entropy.
Hosmer with a drive. Cheese and crackers.
Turn out the lights.
Pretender clown face monkey.
The party's over. They say that all good things must end.
Ballers scattered on dawn's highway bleeding. Fallacies and refravity crowd their fragile eggshell minds. Baltar, space monkey.
Call it a night. Party's over.
Hey.
Hello. It's for you.
Yeah? You've just been erased.
Professor Bell.
I used to think the scientists, or astrologers, globers, whatever you want to call them, I used to think they had a tiny shred of evidence in it, and I would talk about predictions. I never realized that they weren't predictions at all, post-dictions, and that was like the last little sliver.
Yeah, their predictions
No
are a
predictions being made.
little. What do they call it? The sidereal calendar. That's their predictions, man.
I can't think one thing that works on the globe model myself. Like there, to me, I don't think anything. Like sure, there's math, but if you actually contrast it to reality, like nothing in the globe model actually makes any sense at all to me. But
I forgot what he was talking about. Matthew was talking about 2,000 years ago. Something. Oh, the different North Star. And I'm thinking like, well, people don't believe in Jesus. Oh, a couple thousand years ago. What are you talking about?
well, you could get them because supposedly the pyramids are built like north to south perfectly, and they haven't changed. And I always say like Polaris doesn't move. Like my house is lined up north to south perfectly with Polaris. Like so, like you can use the Glober claims against them, but you just But they'll still say it moves.
You gotta know that if the Earth moves and is spherical, then everything else on Earth can move because it's on a spherical surface, and you gotta deal with relativity. So they have explained it all away already.
Yeah, like if Earth is moving in the 4 different vectors, then like Polaris is gonna move. For them to say Polaris doesn't move, it's a concession.
Yeah, but if Polaris doesn't move, the pyramids will angle themselves towards Polaris. It's just how things work. Trust me.
No, I know, but they can see. They're like, no, Polaris doesn't look like it moves. It'll move in like 2,000 years. And I'm like, thanks. Yeah, but
yeah, wait a
but that's because it's on tectonic plates. they move along.
It's a monkey Glober. He's playing the Glober.
Yeah, I'm just trying to help the Globers out there, but
you got the corkscrew solar system that's fake. In the fake Milky Way arms, what was I saying? 26 trillion miles. None of it's even fathomable. It's just ridiculous. If the corkscrew solar system that's fake is happening, then isn't everything else corkscrewing too?
Depends on how much wine you drink.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the moon's smiling at me pretty big right now, moving ever so slowly, even though we're just ripping through that cosmos. Look at this, just moving super slow.
Well, if you have a P900 or P1000 or something equivalent of a good telescope, try to set up your tripod and try to keep the moon. Yeah, try to keep the moon in the center. It goes pretty fast.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like that movement it takes, I don't know how many hours, 12 hours or whatever you want to call it, to cross the sky. So it's not that fast.
Oh, usually you see the moon once a day, so except for new moon, you'll never see it for those 1 to 3 days. Depending on the clouds and chemtrails.
Sinks down into the North Pole hole, hangs out there for a few days.
Yeah, there's 0 pictures of a new moon. So whether it's hard to spot with a new moon or for some reason it's never been captured, but it continues on its 29-day cycle despite being invisible for those 1 to 3 days.
I heard
Even the moon has to do groceries, man. Just accept it.
He's got taxes to pay.
Yeah.
I heard multiple people say that they're confused about not being able to see all the stars in the sky. You know, it's like, come on, man. How far do you think you can see? How far do you think the light's going to travel?
How long do you think the night would last? Because if you could see all the stars, then the sky would be white.
Yeah. I can't see forever. It's you just gotta check their honesty and be like, "What? You think you can see forever?
Yeah,
Really? How? There's no way. Like,
so weird.
Yeah, there's no way you think it. They'll be like, "Why do you think you can't see forever?" And then they'll be like, I'm asking you." No, well, I'm asking you. Like, they Globers always want to be the ones asking questions, especially like the anti-flag.
There's no logic in it. I mean, you drive away from a mountain, and then that large mountain disappears. You get far enough away. It's like, there's no logic in it.
Well,
everybody knows. Yeah, everybody knows.
When you move away from a mountain, the mountain also moves away from you.
Like, everybody knows everything shrinks with a distance. Yeah, they come here and ask, why does stuff shrink at a distance? Like, when you're growing up, oh, my house disappeared. Like, you know that as you're going away, it's going to shrink in size. You may not know the terms, but you know instinctually.
If your house were to disappear, would you not go looking for it again?
The Glover would be crying, driving away in the car. Is like, my car, our house is down.
Like, I think the argument we can only see so far is kind of weird, because when it's a clear sky, I can follow planes for about 200 nautical miles from horizon to horizon. So that means to one end I can see 100 nautical miles, to the other end I can see 100 nautical miles. So, you know, isn't that like kind of weird? That they say, oh, you can only see for 3 miles, you can only see for 25 miles. But when you see those big white lines across the sky, you can see for hundreds of miles. So, you know, how does that work?
All you have to do is check your local weather my local weather tells me my visibility on the road, highway visibility, and usually it's like 14.6 kilometers. So I'm like, what? I'm 3 feet above the. I'm like 5 feet above the ground, and I can see 14.6 kilometers. You're debunking yourself.
Yeah, it's it's kind of it's self-evident that A, Globers don't look into it, and B, meteorologists and all, seemingly globe institutions are all working off a flat model. Like, if you go to an airport, or you read your NOTAM, your notice to airmen, you have your visibilities, you have your air pressures, and if you go on a globe, then you should have like your Coriolis deviation of the wind, for example, for airplanes, because the wind is not always the same speed, yet the Earth is moving at the same speed in the globe model. So if the wind is going to change, then you got a Coriolis deviation. So that should be noted for everyone. Where is that?
Yeah, I just posted there, and it says my visibility is
yeah, that's roughly 10 miles.
Yeah, so I have a 10-mile visibility at 4 foot height. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, it's in your face, but they don't understand it.
Yeah, you're telling me I can see 16 kilometers from a driver's height. Like, it's right there. Yeah.
Like, I live near the sea, and when I grew up, they always told me, oh, the ships go over the horizon. So, as a kid, you take that as given, because, your uncle is saying it, your nephew is saying it, everyone basically says it who lives on the coast. So, for 40 years, no, a little less than 40 years, that's what you've been imprinted. And then when you actually look at it, it makes no sense. And it's just a convenient hand wave in nice words, like it's not like a dismissal of something. They wrapped it really nice. Like, if you grew up near the sea, then that is what you experience. So it has to be the curve. So it becomes like a second nature just to think it, because everyone is repeating the same mantra, but no one measured it. And when I found out no one measured it, everything fell apart. And it's so easy to measure, like especially now with mobile phones and vessel finders and all that crap. All you need is your mobile phone in your eyes.
Yeah, like nobody I know has actually gone and tested anything. Like I've presented good arguments, but most of them are too busy, or family, or atheist, or whatever. Like, yeah. So it's.
Yeah, the number one thing I hear is my life won't even change.
Well, what I hear, let's say in family circles, and why I stopped trying to get people in family to, actively look for it, is that they fear the consequences. So, in my family, depression is like a serious thing. so everyone shies away because they fear that when they have to accept a new paradigm, they will fall into a depression because everything falls away under their feet. And they don't know if they can handle it. So basically they are globe skeptics, but cannot deal with it on an emotional level because of the fear it brings, because they understand the consequences.
Imagine being accountable for every deed and every action.
Yeah. Yeah, and like my uncle was a professional photographer, and when I grew up, he had a picture of the Chicago skyline. He from across the Great Lake. So, and he used that to make art. He was into, like, in the 80s, the first digital Photoshop revolution stuff, and he was kind of like, with the company he worked for, pioneering digital manipulation of images. And we had a kind of like digital painting of that picture in our house. And I asked him, what am I looking at? He said, well, that's the skyline of Chicago from across the Great Lake. And at that time, it doesn't make sense, or it makes sense because, yeah, sure, he's a photographer, he knows what he's talking about. And a few years back, I was reminding him of that picture. And I didn't mention Flat Earth. I probably had my Flat Earth t-shirt on, but, I said, well, remember that picture you made? Yeah, man, I'm just amazed that you did that back then.
Hello?
Would you find out, the perspective on it? Like how would the perspective work for this picture? And he looked at me, and then I said, never mind, I'll figure it out for myself. Like, I just had to trigger him to think about the picture he took.
Y'all hear me?
Yep.
All right. What's going on?
Oh, we're just hanging out.
So, like,
yeah, so he was showing you a globe proof inadvertently, or I mean a flat Earth proof inadvertently when you were younger.
Yeah, and it's like it was a piece of art that he made back then, in the 80s, and back in the 80s you already had that Joshua Nowicki photograph of the Chicago skyline that was already in the circles of the photographers, but they never said anything about globe or flat Earth. They said it's possible to do it because they did it, and it was something that more photographers did back in the 80s.
Yeah, it's still one of my favorite proofs. Like, they can't deny it. They showed it on the news. They lied about it. So, like, I'll post it, and the Global will say, the CGI is fake. You wrecked yourself.
Yeah, but that's the funny thing. My uncle never denied it as being a mirage. He said, no, you can actually see it. And every photographer, like, if you, back in the 80s, the photographers who did that, because that was like a, if you knew about the event, then you, as a photographer, and you were interested in long distance shots, you would go to the Great Lakes to photograph Chicago. That was just one of those,
I would say it's kind of like the Van Allen radiation belts, where like if you don't know it's not a mirage, if you don't know it's a mirage, then it's not a mirage. So like they didn't know to say mirage, so they're saying it's just Chicago. We see it because they didn't.
No,
didn't get it.
no, that's the whole point. They were professional photographers. Those were the guys that were working for Hasselblad and all that kind of brands. So they knew the difference between mirage and real, and they said it was real. You could see Chicago.
What does he say now, though?
Yeah, now he's like, because flat Earth has become an issue. Now you see the cogs working, and I dropped it like, never mind. I want him to think about it. I don't want to push him because it's family, and you don't want to, jerk family members all around to get a point across. I want them to find out for themselves. Like my mother, who had that picture in the living room, she just shuts the blinds and says, "No, I don't want any of this."
What's your rebuttal to the mirage?
If it was a mirage, it would be upside down. It would be mirrored.
No, I mean the common viewpoint around flat Earth is the curvature, but that was debunked from the mirage photos, or not the photos, but the heat bending light.
If you want to know what mirages are, go to a military airport like Nellis when red flag is there. You will see a few French mirages, but besides those mirages, which are actually something tangible, if you look through the exhaust plume of a fighter jet prior to taking off, you will see the hot air excite in the surroundings, and looking through that plume, that is called a mirage.
Yeah, I understand, but
and it doesn't bend up, down, left, right. No, it goes like in generality all in all directions, but equal in all directions. So you just get an slightly enlarged, blurry image.
yeah, that's raising the curvature and perceived through the eye.
I don't know if you can raise the curvature, because it would the light waves would be blocked by the curve in front of it.
Well, no, I mean it's perceived. I mean, because of course it'll look like it's the backside that's raised up, but it's really the front.
Are you able to repeat this effect in any way and post the video?
Well, I'm no expert in this field, but I can try to find one.
No, I want you to repeat this thing.
Repeat what? This experiment? What? That'd take time.
You'd have to show me that we can see around a corner.
No, you can't. Heat doesn't bend through the corner. It'll make it look before the corner enters. It's when the
You're saying that we can see around the corner.
I didn't say that. I said through the perceived eye. It looks like it's sort of an illusion that the curvature has risen, but it's.
I'm saying I see Chicago right there in the picture. You're saying we can see around the curve of the Earth and we can see around the corner.
No, Mod Monkey was understanding what I was saying, but he didn't respond. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this because it's just a rebuttal. So, like, what's up with the backstory with Flat Earth? Is there like are you guys like investigating there's some journalistic thing going on?
Most of us were truthers researching the government and their corruption, and then somebody suggested that we research flat Earth, and we're like, "Whoa, shit! Earth is flat. There's no curvature, no Earth spin, no proof of gravity."
Oh.
What's your backstory?
I just I was invited in here from a friend a while ago, and then I just hop in here when I'm bored.
You must be a bored person.
Well, it's like 12 and there's nothing else to do. I'm not tired. Can't sleep.
Yeah, some topics are off limits, but yeah, I don't know how much. Yeah, I prayed a long time, but
No, I'm just curious about this flat Earth thing because, like, usually when somebody says flat Earth, people just look at him like he's retarded or something.
and then then I debate them, and they get destroyed in 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, you have a lot of viewpoints readily available. Usually, they just blindly come in here underestimating everybody.
100% of Globers do not know their own model, so.
Well, I'm sure a physicist could like handle a debate in here, but a lot of people.
No, like a physicist deals with physics.
Well, okay.
Well,
a physicist who's researched biomes within their.
Yeah, but the globe is a geometry. And you don't settle geometry with physics. You settle geometry with direct measurements of the elements of the geometry.
But physics stems to, well, you could say physics between physics and environmental science, I guess. Sort of correlated with each other.
Well,
environmental science.
You research movements of tectonic plates and other things like that.
No, those things have no relation.
The math does, and the slopes certainly do.
No, they don't. Because they, like, earthquakes, any geological event, flat earthers and globe earthers both experience. So that doesn't matter for the geometry of Earth.
Well, you have to understand, physics doesn't only stem from just applied math. A lot of it has astrophysics involved too.
And those things all depend on the radius of Earth, which they never observed and documented in any research paper to verify the value that they use for the radius of Earth, which is a requirement to call their work science, because every value they use has to be measured before they can use it within a calculation. And that measurement comes from a observation which is well documented and repeatable for everyone else to do, so you can do science, aka repeat what the other has done to verify if he's correct. Not one globe scientist has ever measured curve on the Earth or radius. They take the values as given from assumptive calculations. Not one observation is documented of the curve of the Earth or radius. So thereby they have failed to meet the scientific requirements. And therefore they cannot claim themselves to be scientists, because their baseline is not based on measured observations.
Well, NASA has published many of this stuff, but I mean, you reject anything NASA says, so
No, I don't, because I have NASA papers which state that the Earth is flat.
Okay. Well, you could always twist anything to say what you want.
No, the point is that if NASA says it's flat, and I got papers for it, and on the other hand they say it's a globe, and other people got papers for that, then you have one institution speaking two different things. That means you got to figure out what is true and what is not. And the only way you can do that is to measure the Earth for yourself. And that's pure geometry.
Yeah. If you're gonna be agnostic about science, then why not be agnostic about globe? Why do you have to just flat out deny a globe and just conceal to flat Earth? I mean, I don't see the logic here. You could just be agnostic. You don't have to go out because real science is agnostic. They don't just flat out deny globe.
My thing is not about boo the globe or boo politics. My point is boo stupid human that believes in things that you can measure for yourself. No one has to believe a globe or flat Earth.
Okay.
Anyone can go out and measure it for yourself. That's why I'm here. I can help you do that. I can help you explain the method. But I'm not going to tell you, oh, you got to believe in the flat Earth because the globe sucks. No.
Any method that's derived from the party who wants you to believe their idea, of course, the methods will be arranged to whatever supports their idea. I mean, these methods to measure if the Earth is flat should be based on their own knowledge, not this knowledge coming from here, because it's bias. You don't want bias in research.
If you don't want bias in research, then you have to handwave everything they tell you about the globe.
No, you have to enlist in a controlled study of every single factor and do a long and tedious.
I already explained that to you. If I want to repeat a scientific study of astrophysics or astronomy or physics that involves a value of R for Earth, and I dig down into the sciences where they got their radius value, I find out that they never measured it, it has never been observed, and thus everything dependent on that radius value is therefore nullified, because you need direct measurement of the values used. Otherwise, you cannot claim the value to be true. And that is pure scientific method.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Number games are fun, but we're going to move
Listen,
on. Because I just wanted to ask quickly, Matthew.
I wanted to
Matthew
point out the flawed part of his logic, though, is that
I know, but we're doing that anyway. We're doing that anyway by talking about the Earth because.
Well, I
just
was
want
going to
check
take it
with
back to the Earth, but yeah.
Well, let me just ask Matthew. So, Matthew, would you say that you know that the Earth is a globe, or would you say that you believe that the Earth is a globe?
I actually think those words are overlapping, and I know that the Earth is globe, and I believe it, but I can't prove it.
Wait. Could you say that? Could you say that again, please?
Sure. I know the Earth is a globe. I believe the Earth is a globe, but I cannot prove it.
Right. So is it I know the Earth is a globe, or I believe the Earth is a globe?
Those are not contradictory.
What is knowing something?
Wait, so what's the
Matthew?
difference between belief and knowing?
He believes that he knows that the Earth is a globe.
Wait, guys, let me get an answer. Right, what does knowing mean? What does knowing mean to you, Matthew?
Well, there's a whole field of philosophy called epistemology that sort of talks about that, and it'd be hard for me to summarize it all in one
But
sentence.
just like colloquially, if I'm asking you,
Sure.
what does knowing mean? Or
Yeah,
knowledge?
having a justified true belief, like thinking something that is actually true, is knowing something. Believing something is a lot more tenuous. You might believe something that's false, but you might also believe something that's true.
Would you not say that knowledge would require some kind of experience?
I think experience is a big part of knowledge. I think that you can know some things without experiencing them, possibly.
What can you know without experiencing it?
Logical truths, mathematical truths.
And you know fire is hot without experiencing it?
Well,
No.
give me an example. Give me an example of something that isn't just like a mathematical concept. We're talking about like reality. Tell me something you know about reality that you've never experienced.
I guess I would say that I know that the Eiffel Tower exists.
Curvature.
Mm-hmm.
I've never experienced it.
How do you know
that? Based
Well, no, you don't.
a whole bunch of other people saying it. My brother's been there.
Okay.
I believe him. Like a bunch of
I
evidence.
liked it better
So
with
you
the
could,
Canada example.
you could experience that.
I could, but until then, do I say that I don't know it until I've gone there?
Yeah, my dad fought a sea monster when he went fishing the other day.
Yeah, then you just say that you believe.
What is something that you can't experience? What is something that you can't experience that you have knowledge of?
What it's like to be a woman? I don't know.
Are you serious?
Wait.
Serious?
You saying you know what it's like to be a woman, Matthew?
I don't know what it's like, and I can never experience it.
Okay, so in that example, then knowledge requires experience. So, is it true to say that you know you live on a globe when you have no experience of living on a globe?
What do you mean by no experience? I think that I think the things that I have experienced do lead to that conclusion.
Well, like
Right,
the
but you
flat
don't
horizon?
experience living on a spinning ball. What you experience is just a flat and motionless Earth, right?
Oh, you're talking about my senses, like what I sense.
I'm
Well, what
talking
you
about.
experience, right?
Oh my god.
I think that the things I experience lead me to believe that the Earth is a globe. That's what you mean.
Like what?
Okay.
Oh, the constant size of the sun all day, the constant size of the full moon all night.
Also, it has nothing to do
sunsets,
with
all
the
that.
actual Earth, right?
But
But
we're talking about
everything
the
to
Earth,
do with
though.
those dreams.
No, talking about all of reality, the whole realm of reality.
No, but we're
How
talking
big
about
is
what
that?
you
The
stand on.
universe?
Huh?
What you stand on. You know what's
The
below your
ground.
feet.
Like I go to the ocean.
We're talking about the ground.
Yeah, I go to the ocean. It
Yeah.
looks flat. If that's what you want me to say, it
Yeah.
definitely looks flat.
So you don't experience the Earth to be a ball, then. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
One
that's
second,
right.
I just want to
experience
say,
that.
so you don't know that the water in the ocean is made of salt water, yet you know that the actual ability to see the sun tells you enough about your reality to tell you that the thing you are stood on, in fact, has bending oceans on it. Yet you know not what the bending oceans are made of. Okay, thank you very much.
Crack.
That's a great point,
Let me respond to what
actually.
Crack
That's a
said.
good point, right?
Let me
So,
respond to what he said.
exactly. You're saying you don't know it's salt water, but you know that you live on a spinning ball of water in a vacuum, and that the sun is 93 million miles away, and the moon is 250. You know all that, but you don't really know if seawater is salty.
You're misquoting
this is
me.
kind of
I
what we're seeing.
know that the sun
Is
is
it
I do think that the ocean is made of salt water. I do think that. I do know that. Just said that I
But you
cannot.
just said you
prove
don't
it.
know that the sun, for example, is X amount of miles away. You don't know that.
I wasn't talking about the sun. I don't remember talking about that.
I thought you just said
you said the sun in your experience. That you actually leveled the sun as being part of the sum of your experience as to how you know that you live on a globe.
Oh,
because
yes.
we asked you about what your experiences made it thus that you know that you live on a globe, because apparently knowing that you live on a globe overlaps also with believing the fact that you live on a globe, and that's based on your experiences. So we thus asked you to label them. One of the first things you spoke about was something in the sky called the sun. However, the sun itself, ambiguous as it is comparatively to the salt water in the sea that you can clearly know is salt water, that you admit is salt water, it's just that you cannot prove so, how would it be in relation to the fact that what can you prove about the sun in relation to the earth that would tell you any inference whatsoever about the shape of the earth that we're stood on in relation when you have those two paradoxical situations that clearly show a statistical sort of, statistically speaking, almost like this, thinking about the odds there, right? That you can know so little about one that is so knowable, but you can know so much about the other that's so unknowable and have such high yielding results from one and such low yielding results from the other. Ridiculous.
Yeah, I hear
It's
what
flawed.
I would also say that I can't prove anything about the sun, just like I can't prove that the ocean is saltwater. So I was just saying I don't like the word.
So then you can't prove the globe in that, right?
No, that's right.
We're
I
back
can't
to
prove
this.
it.
We said we can't
I
prove the
think-
globe, and then now
I
you say
think
you can prove
that's-
the globe, and now you're saying you can't prove the globe again. So
I think that's
okay.
the whole point. It's like it's hard to fucking prove something that crazy, right?
Well,
No,
like
but
Hard to
this is
prove
it, yeah.
anything in the physical world.
Not water.
Sorry, that was the best
Honestly,
one, man.
this is it.
You
This
can
is
go
it.
to
This
the
is the
ocean,
logic we're talking about, right?
Salt, there's salt in it, but you can't go to the sun and try to do anything with it. You can only look at it. So you can know a lot about the ocean and salt, but not much about the sun. You can just look at it.
You just barked like a radioactive dog. That was funny.
Someone go on
Just to
YouTube
lighten
and
the
do that,
mood. But yeah, so I'm just saying it's funny how you list as your as one of your experiences that allows you to know that you live on a globe is the sun, but yet you admit that you know not enough about the sun to effectively prove anything with it, thus admitting that what your claim was false already.
Well, more than that as well. We just spoke a few minutes ago, and you agreed with me that the teachers shouldn't be telling the kids we know we live on a ball, because you're saying they don't really know they live on a ball. That's just their belief. I mean, that's basically what you just said a few minutes ago.
No, I said they shouldn't use the word prove. I would be more comfortable with them saying we know we live on a globe, but not we can prove that we can live.
No, but you kind of said it was like their best guess.
As a ball, what do you think NASA should do? Or do you think NASA shouldn't use those words too? Maybe you should go and talk to them. Because that's what
I
NASA
don't think they use the word proof that much.
Well, NASA uses 3 proofs to show you that one of those proofs is that Bosco over
Matthew,
Okay.
Matthew, you're confusing me with the proof. You know, I'm from Croatia. I also speak Italian. Can you tell me, translate me that I understand in Croatia what proof could mean? Then that my brain then can later figure out what is proof and what is whatever.
Sure, I use the word proof as a logical inference, a logical deduction based on mathematical or logical deduction.
Okay, if I say 1, do you use number 1 like a 1, or you use number 1? You writing number 1. You go to diagonal line and then go down, and you write again. You draw again line down.
As if you were making like a row of ones into a hash of
Is it
five.
your number? Is it your number 1 different from my number 1 when I'm writing, or our number 1 is the same number 1?
When I say China number 1, what does that mean to you?
When I say 1 and when you say 1, we mean the same thing, and we're using it the same.
Yeah. Oh, great!
But Matthew, you're not saying. You're saying that NASA haven't proven.
Can we do like can we do the same thing for like with 1 now? We did the same thing with the word prove. Let's say that your proof it's like my proof. It's the same, like a number 1. Can we do that?
Yeah, so I would just maybe we should just not use that word. Prove.
Okay. Because I'm normal human being. I'm not a scientist. Let's do like this. Let's say that if we boil the water because we add the heat, because of that water is boiling.
If you just want to use it colloquially,
Is that a proof? Is that a proof that water is boiling?
If you just want to use it colloquially, I guess people could say that that's proof that the water is boiling. I'm just uncomfortable with that. It was kind of wishy-washy.
Again, I don't want to speak colloquially. I want to speak like a number one and number one. You know, we are speaking now about number one. That means that proof in this moment means number one for us, for me and you. Can we agree on proof that it's the same thing like a number one?
He wants to be
like one
specific, not
One
colloquial.
apple. Okay, so we put one apple in front of us. Okay, can we prove that there is one apple in front of us?
No, I want to no. I want from him that prove is the same like a number one. You know that I thinking what he is thinking what prove it is. You know, but I
Set
want
a
to
bar,
know.
yeah. Let them set a bar.
Yeah, so I would say proof. The word proof and prove only should exist in the realm of mathematics and logic, and not when we're talking about apples sitting in front of us. And to illustrate how much I dislike that word, I would even say I can't prove that there's an apple sitting in front of me, even if I'm looking at it. Maybe it's an illusion.
So what can you prove?
Yeah. Okay, great. But I ask you one specific question: Is it a proof? Is it a proof if we add the heat to the water, that water will boil? Is that a proof?
That too could be an hallucination or an emulation.
No, that's not.
That's
what is that?
He's saying, wait, Sasha. He's saying he doesn't use the word that way. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, and
That's
so
what
we
he's-
can just I'll just avoid using that word. That's all.
Yeah, but
we
here's
can agree.
here's three proofs that NASA teaches. See, these things are taught in school, okay? Like, and you said they shouldn't be teaching these things in school. They shouldn't be saying proof. This is what NASA is saying. This is why the teachers are teaching it. So what you need to do is go tell NASA. They need to stop using the word proof, right,
Right,
Matthew?
so-
I would agree with that.
Yeah,
Right, Matthew, I want to draw a baseline with you. So, how many senses do we have to use before we start to? How many senses are impacted before we start to say that those senses indicate that we have experienced something in reality? Would that be sight mixed with touch, mixed with, let's say, and touch, for instance, could also go into the parameter of pain. For instance, all at the same time as also smelling, all at the same time as also, let's say, like feeling almost like an energy field or a frequency, which we can feel. So what we do this time is we boil water in front of you see with your eyes. You're downwind from it, so you smell the boiling from the gas, right? At the same time, this is in a progenerated field of electricity, right? Because the heating element that's heating it as well. Also, we also use an electronic heating element that's overly charged, right? And just for some reason has an electronic field. So you're feeling an electronic charge, like your hairs are standing up on end. There's electrostatic in the air. You're feeling the heat from this touching your face to the point of almost like pain. You're seeing the water boil. You're breathing in the moisture of the water that's boiling into your mouth. And you're also seeing it with your eyes, all at the same time. So, what would constitute a form of proof in the sense that what is it that defines things that can be conceivably true in reality if it is not, in fact, the apparatus in which we basically observe reality with?
That's a great question, and I like the way that you put it. I would say the more senses we experience something in, the more and more sure we can be about something. I would just say that
would the water be boiling then?
But I don't think any of them ever reaches the with our physical senses. I don't think any of them ever reach the threshold of proof. The same way that mathematics.
Okay, could you then explain to me how we could create the exact same situation that I did with the impact that I explained upon the senses of the eyes, heat feeling on the skin, almost hair standing up because of electromagnetic field, breathing in of the warm steam coming off of the pot and the smell of the gas all at the same time? How could you experience all of those experiences all at the same time with it being outside of reality? Please go ahead.
Oh, sure. So yeah, I don't think it would be outside of reality. I think those would be great evidences. It's just that I'm saying that I would use words like, "Oh, that's strong evidence that the pot is boiling." I don't think, no matter how many physical senses, you would ever be able to prove that the water is boiling, because I reserve proof for something stronger.
So that means you just deny reality altogether. So
no, I'm saying that I use the word proof for a different realm, not the physical realm.
But you're saying that your reality that you experience isn't necessarily, proven. That's not necessarily true. Everything
it's
that
not
you
provable. Yeah.
Sure. I just make a difference between 99.999 and 100. I think that there's a fundamental.
But you're at the point where you don't believe anything is technically real. Then,
no, I'm not a skeptic at all. I'm not a radical skeptic.
You sound like the most radical skeptic I've ever heard of.
Radical.
Listen,
damn.
no. Wait, Matthew. You just said you're skeptical of reality.
No,
because reality is
Let me
what we
explain the difference.
experience. Reality is what we experience, and you've just said that can't be relied upon.
No, you can rely on all that type of stuff. You can rely on it. You can think it's true. You can believe it. The difference between me and a skeptic is that I say it's not proven, and skeptic says it's not known. And I'm just making a difference between the word known and proven. That's all.
But early,
right, so what about this? What about this? That super spinning monkey ball posted proof. Evidence or argument establishing a fact or the truth of a statement. Example, you'll be asked to give proof of your identity. What do you think of that definition?
That is a great colloquial definition of proof and how it's used in everyday life. Usually, in the realm of mathematics, you couldn't prove your identity in the same way that
mathematics isn't a realm. By the way, can we just state this as well? Definitionally, though, mathematics isn't a realm. Let's just get that clear. It's not a realm.
So we're talking. So it's when it's talking about the truth of a statement. What do you take the word true to mean?
Matches reality.
Oh,
right. So then the flat Earth is true.
Wow. I cannot believe the one match.
Wait. Reality is what we observe and experience. So we observe a flat and motionless Earth. So by that definition, then flat Earth is true. If true is reality, right?
Sometimes we perceive things that aren't real.
Wait. So what does true mean then? If it's not reality, because reality is.
True is what is actually true in the real reality. Maybe I would say what Descartes said, as God knows it to be
the
true.
real reality. Do you know that?
So do you know that it's true that the Earth is a globe?
I would say there's strong evidence for that, and that's what I believe. Yes.
I think the military calls it real world.
You don't know it, then. So you definitely don't know it.
You don't know that it's true. You believe that it's true.
I would say that I know it.
You can't say that you know it.
How would you know it?
You can't know that there's a boiling pot in front of your face where you can smell of the gas, feel the heat in your face, breathing in the moisture that comes off of the steam pot, all the while.
You can't know salt water. You can't know pot. You can't know apples.
You cannot know the Earth ball while not knowing that, Matthew. You have got something called a bias of your levels of what you would establish as what would be true or what you would call real reality. Again, the oxymoronic statement of real reality. Again, you said real reality. Did you know that? You said real reality.
Yes.
That's an oxymoronic statement.
No. See. Like, listen. Let me just address says who in the chat, right? Matthew doesn't have us in the weeds here. He's showing himself to be flip-flopping so hard between what he can prove and what he can know. And, well, he can't know that the seawater is salty. He can't know about the boiling pan.
I know. I said I could know those, not prove them.
A pot of water, an apple. But he knows that he
I said I could know all of those things. It's just that I didn't like the word
No,
proof.
because we found out your burden of proof for knowing, and your burden of proof for knowing is not able to be met out to know those things, because that's why we asked you those other questions about logical frameworks around how you know something and what makes up the body of knowledge of knowing something. And
you can't know something and say it's not proven at the same time. You already said it's not proven. You can't then say I know it. It's not proven.
No, there's a difference between knowledge and proof. That's all. That's what I'm trying to point out here, that I can know things that I can't prove.
Yeah, but you can't know something that you've never experienced or observed.
So, crack your example of the boiling pot is a perfect. I know the pot is boiling. I just say that I would reserve the word proof for something else.
I get what you're saying, that like you can know that Canada exists, for instance, without going there, right?
Right.
Like you
Yeah,
know
hell
that
yeah,
Canada exists.
Canada.
You know for a fact that Canada exists. How can you accept something like that as part of real reality? But like, for instance, you know, you do not see where your logic seems like double speak almost.
Yeah,
Where
so you're not sure about salt water, but you know Canada
No, I'm
exists.
sure about saltwater.
Okay,
I'm
does
100%
Canada exist?
Canada exists, and saltwater is in the
Hey,
ocean.
hey, man, if I ever hear you misuse the word proof again, I'm going to mute your ass.
So, Matthew, when you said at the beginning then that the globe isn't proven, what did you mean?
What I meant is that,
Now
like
show the
all...
strong evidence for the curvature of the Earth.
Well, is that proven? Is curvature of the Earth proven?
No.
Okay.
Wait. What did you say, Matthew? Is curvature of the Earth proven?
No, I would say that I don't use the word proven for anything physical.
So then the globe can't be proven because
That's
there's no
right.
curvature to prove that it's a globe
Exactly
to begin
right.
with. So then you can't know that it's a globe since you've
Now,
just
knowledge
said
is a
the
separate
globe can't be
question than
proven.
proof.
So how can you just said you don't know that there's curve though? You just said
No,
you
I
don't
said
know
I
that
can't
there's
prove it.
curvature. Yeah, so you don't know it.
No, you
how-
asked me about proof, and I said
okay, let's then ask, how is it that you know that there is curvature then?
all
Since you
kinds
can't prove it, let's at least know how you do know it. Like that would
Maybe
be
I can try and bridge the gap here a little bit.
Crypto.
He was talking about.
Sorry, I don't want to get.
Yeah, maybe I can.
Question, please. Are
No.
you saying
Yes. No.
that you
Hello.
can prove?
Yes, please.
Can I get a mic check?
Go.
Go
for it.
Quick question. One question for Matthew.
Crypto, go.
One question. So you're saying you can
I'll just
prove
wait
the
then.
curvature
No worries.
mathematically, right? But there is no strong evidence for it in the real world. Is that what you're saying? Or are you
Yes,
saying
you're just asking the same question that 5 other people have asked. I'm trying to bridge the gap here.
Thank you.
So, what Matthew was talking about earlier was epistemology, and he used the phrase "justified true belief." Okay. Now, this is I'm trying to think who came up with this definition.
It's like 2,000 years old.
Yeah, it's generally accepted, I would say. So you've got three elements of that. You've got the justified part, the true part, and the belief part, right? I would say that you have a belief that the Earth's a globe. I would say that it's justified. I would challenge the true part, because at that point then you actually have to present very strong evidence for it. So I think where you and I would differ on your opinion of the globe is the true part. I think you have a justified belief, but I don't think it's true, and I don't think it's definitionally true.
Yeah, fair enough. No, that's a good summary. I appreciate that.
This is the Gettier problem for you, right? So, obviously, you speak of epistemology, but there are even problems with epistemology, and you know that yourself. Like,
yes, of
so,
course.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, you use that, but you also understand that there are, right? Yeah. So again, that's what you spoke. There are truths, there's knowledge, and there are beliefs, right? But knowledge actually lies in between truth and belief, right?
Right.
And poorly justified true beliefs, as will also lie in between the middle of those two, also, correct?
Right. And where would you put proof, by the way?
But the point is that truth has to overlap, right?
Right.
Truth would be right. So if we drew this, and we can use a very simple diagram, right, for this, okay? Just, and you can type this in. Anyone can type this in. Just type in epistemology by typing the Gettier problem. That would be the best way to do it. Right. So you'd have you'd have a circle and another circle drawn with the vagina in the middle of the circle. Right. Knowledge would be the vaginal hole. That's just the best way I can describe it easily. Right. Okay. So truth would be the right leg. Okay. It doesn't matter which leg it is, but it's the right leg. Belief would be the left leg. Okay. In the middle, where the vagina is, yeah, there is a field where they overlap. Knowledge is in the middle, right in that vaginal hole. Okay. Poorly justified belief is roughly up where the clitoris and that is. Okay. But the issue is that you say you can know things. First, you have to have beliefs that overlap with truths, right? Your problem is that you segment off all of these portions while you purport to talk about epistemology. And this is the main problem with epistemology, is the Gettier problem, is that these things, in fact, are fundamental, and fundamentally that they actually need to be like counterexamples of one another anyway, in order for you to have true belief or an account of true knowledge or belief. And this is in epistemology, so why are you even citing it?
No, you're right. That's a good summary. I appreciate that. I think you gave a good summary, and I think the whole thing started because of the word proof. Where would you?
I don't appreciate the fact that I just lost like 10 brain cells in the last hour.
Let's move on from epistemology. I feel like we're in the.
Yeah, I would. You just got wrecked.
Yeah, I mean,
use
I
the
don't know. I don't
vagina
know of any
example with your
arguments.
students, Matthew?
Am I gonna what?
Are you going to use the vagina example with your students?
I will not. No.
What was that?
Good one.
Don't want to know.
I mean, wouldn't Matthew have had some experience first?
No, he just learned it all.
It's a justified true belief, crypto. He's got a Pornhub subscription and everything.
Oh, you guys crack me up.
All right.
Sorry, Matthew.
No, it's fine.
Sorry, Matthew.
No, you know what?
No, you're
I
right,
know
Matthew,
that there are
obviously,
problems with this justified true belief. I know that
Even though
it's
you're
a whole
kind of
thing, and there's problems and contradictions to it, but I still like it.
I'm not even going to apologize. I'm just pissed.
Can you one question? One question. Can you mathematically prove, right, that the Earth is a ball? Like, is there proof for it? Go ahead.
No.
Okay, cool. Why do you say no?
Why no now?
Because you're mixing.
Go ahead. Can you explain?
No.
can't
Were you expecting a yes there for some reason?
Yeah,
Like,
give
yes.
some credit.
After everything you just said, you expect them to say yeah?
He said math is reality. That means yes.
Well, no, he has to say no because of his definition of proof, right?
Right,
Matthew?
exactly.
Yeah, but
Exactly.
you're mixing the physicality with mathematicals. He's talking about mathematics only in the sense of the mathematical realm, which is a paradigm in which is non-physical, fully conceptual, abstract, has nothing to do with actual physicality or reality in any way, sense, or form. So when you ask him to prove things in the physical with maths, which is the only place maths would really be useful per se, for instance, like counting an apple in front of your face, like, you know, you've sort of got him in a bind. He can't do that. But like in a theoretical sense, where we talk about numbers like prime numbers that would be infinite, like, yeah, all day you can be pretty sure about that shit.
Well, this is why I was being pretty clear when I was discussing, right? I'm not talking about mathematical proofs, right? We're talking about what 99.99999% of people would understand from that question, not this 0.00001% who all of a sudden don't know the meaning of proof, proven, level.
Maybe we should ask there, man.
Well, I think the main point that we need to point out here, I think the main point that we need to point out here is that this is actually the place in which, due to the lack of proof, empirical proof, physical proof, measurement, tests, experiment, and all of the above and the scientific method running through, this is the place in which most individuals that believe in the heliocentric model, and this is the position psychologically they've had to hold in order to be able to continue to hold the idea of the globe true. Because if you hold any other form of knowledge or proof in any higher regard, with any further form to it, that even on an epistemological level, actually it would start to become again improbable, completely ridiculous. And so this is the position and the logical position they have to hold. And this is, I believe, what Wolfgang is trying to show everyone, is that this is the position they have to hold in order for them to say that the Earth is a globe.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
that environment.
So you guys are just
still footage that's unconvincing and.
No, you're right about the angle, right? Because
it's the angle, right?
When you're talking about angle, ultimately, like the orientation has to be considered, and it's like because in space there are like infinite vectors. Like you don't have like this world has an up and down. It's flat. The ground is down.
So the radar
is up. But in space, it's like. How the fuck are you guys always on the same plane where your angle
hold on.
exactly, bro? Well,
just let him finish what he's saying, dude.
You gotta just.
It's too late. I was like knee deep in there.
I know, but check this out. The radar shows them apart.
I am hearing we're in the middle of our L-10 checks.
What do you mean apart?
10, it means we're approximately 10 minutes out.
The radar shows the two things apart: the spaceship and the plane. The flight radar.
That happened already?
Yeah, and the dude's like, okay, I'm looking at the live stream and it's still together. So there must be an artifact from the radar.
Nah,
he's like,
no.
Yes.
Is this video that I posted?
The same dude, bro.
Yo, Bong, please. I don't know who else is gonna do it. I know I'm not gonna do it.
I was like,
video. There's good clips from the beginning. Right now, timestamp it. Whatever. Like this is so good.
I was like, hold on, let me talk. Hold on.
This is his story, guys. Save it. It's his story.
The dude had to grab his copy.
You guys are watching this now. I found Galactic's live video, and that's what we're playing now.
Hey, this was a good idea, Helio. Thank you.
I finally found it.
So the Virgin Galactic is not even live because it says it's showing 46,000 feet, but yet in the other one it was showing 50,000 at first. Now it's going down to 55.
They keep switching back and forth between. Is that Richard Branson there?
I'm sure they are just getting incredibly excited.
I like how they show a curvature with the fucking. Never mind.
I mean, this just looks like high altitude. Looks like 45, 50,000 feet. I see nothing.
That's where they said they're going to launch the rocket from.
Yeah,
you know,
just showing some fucking red line looking like a fucking rainbow.
And there's the crew.
In the flight radar
is going totally. This is totally unremarkable. What this guy is saying, though, like it's. I can't stop laughing.
What he's saying is fucking ridiculous, bro.
I don't have the audio on.
So what's the goal of this? What are they doing with this?
Thing is not live whatsoever.
Hype you up.
The plane is already going down.
At this point, the pilots are ensuring the spaceship is in its launch configuration after going through the various L-10.
Does anyone know, like, what are they supposed to be doing with this whole thing?
Well, if you go to that
really high up,
if you go to that site that the website about this launch, they're going to say they're going to go really high up and then experience 0G and then come back down. Which
okay,
I mean, you can
so
do
that's
that.
been done. Yeah. So this is like a commercial vomit comet.
Yeah,
like, supposedly. Yeah, I could tell that's kind of. It looks like that's kind of the goal because of the way that the seats are positioned and how there's a lot of free space in the fuselage. Exactly. So it's as if they can just float around at some point.
Yeah, but it's supposedly instead of like a vomit comet, they're going to be 50 miles up instead of 50 or 30.
Wait, hold on.
40,000 feet.
So the plane and the guy that's showing it shows both planes again together, but the plane's going down.
Why do they keep playing the same shit over and over? Like the same clips. Like back and
we have just received.
Wait, they're supposed to be 50 miles up?
Well, I don't even think at this point they've even launched the rocket yet to go up to the 50 miles. I'm confused.
Helio. Very important. You said you would do this. For the entire time that we've been launching this. I want you to clip this out so that when we clip out the bet, well, if Bong does it, if he clips out like the best portions of what this guy is saying, and then also we can like kind of put our commentary to kind of mesh it together with that at the same time and edit it like kind of cool, maybe put some music behind it.
Yeah, and I'm
That'd be
recording
pretty
it.
cool.
Yeah, I'm recording it right now, and now I'm just noticing the altitude meter right there. They're at 46,000. It keeps rising, and yeah, they were.
How are they catching this with like a camera on the ground?
Satellite. And it says Virgin. You can see it says Virgin, right? I mean, this is 50,000 feet. I mean, that's I don't know. It's weird.
It doesn't even look like live footage. It's
They're getting close to 50,000. They're getting close to 50,000. Now they're clipping back to the.
It's taking off. It took off. Do you remember the takeoff though? Like not the takeoff, but it was in the sky. Why did this shit look like? I mean, okay, maybe I'm just being extra. Maybe it was a really good ass camera, but it looked like CGI even then. And I'm like, you motherfuckers are just in a plane. Like, what's the? Yep. Why does it look like this computer generated image? And it's scaring me because,
wait,
they were talking about this technology that they were going to put on planes, where instead of windows, they would just have this technology. Or these panels that show you what the outside would look like instead.
They keep zooming in.
Hold on. Wait. NASA just showed it taking off, flying off. But if you go to the other ones, it's still together.
10 seconds.
Not live.
Bro, he's saying some made up shit right now, bro.
Oh, something's not live.
3.
We may be. I was about 10, 15 minutes behind on. There it is. Here it goes.
It was weird. NASA showed both clips where it was already taking off up in the air and also showed it on the plane.
Well, hey, they just dropped it.
Nah, it's supposed to be live, Helio. There's no excuse. These niggas lying.
How fast are they going right now?
I want to know the speed. Look, there's an altitude meter at the top right.
I can't see anything because your bar is covering.
30 seconds.
That shit not showing on launch?
Everything's looking really good and stable.
No hold on.
Bruh.
How fast does it say, Helio?
No, I thought I had the windows set up.
Well, I just cooked some chicken and chips, so
1,700 something.
Mach 2. It's hard and it's going to space.
Rewind NASA.
Okay.
Is it flying? Already taking off?
So like 22, 25.
Mach 2.9. 3.
And the passengers
show us inside. I want to see their face to prove it. If they're going that fast, they're passing out because you have to train to go that fast.
Maybe they did.
It's going to initiate a backflip.
Wait, they're slowing down.
This guy's like 70 years old. He has a lot of training.
They didn't show any of that footage. They didn't show his face, anyone's face, nothing inside.
And the pilots are also enabling
Yeah, they have a
reaction.
Oh, and now they're in space.
Which is what they'll use.
So what? The rocket turned on for like 30 seconds to a minute, and now they're in space?
All right, Feather is all the way up. We are at about 200,000 feet now, inclining.
This is the same bullshit they pull every time, man. It's like, space.
Sir Richard Branson.
Yeah. Play a bunch
Every
of
fucking
commercials
time.
and then space. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Like literally.
Oh man, if you watch that video, holy shit. It's like when the vehicle launches from the other vehicle that is supposed to put them into space. It's at like 50, 60,000 feet, and you can still see it says Virgin on it. Did you guys see that? Are you guys watching it? It's so stupid. That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. Just wanted to point that out. Side commentary from from the live commentary we were giving while this was supposed to be happening. So anyway, I'll resume the audio.
The background image of the horizon changed to space.
How are they keeping
the
up?
globe earthers? Where are the globe earthers? Are they crying?
Dude, I had Veach. I asked him to show me a video of any footage, full footage of one camera view going from the ground to space, and he found one video. Okay, he found one video, and he's like, "Here you go, Riggs." And I'm like, "All right, man, let me see it." It was a 3-minute video. I'm like, dude, it takes longer than 3 minutes to get to space. He's like, oh, fuck, you're right. He's like, yeah, that's a fake video. He told me it was a fake video.
The culmination of
and then he couldn't find any other ones.
I couldn't find any, so I was like, what the fuck?
A minute ago, they was saying like 800 miles per hour, then it went down to 600, now it's going back to 790, 800.
And congratulations also to
What I don't get is that NASA. This is what I'm tripping about.
900 miles per hour.
I don't know if you understood what I was saying, but NASA shows it. NASA shows before it actually breaks off. It shows it already broke off, taking off in the sky, and then 2 seconds later, it flips over back to it being in the plane, being carried by the plane.
And the mission specialists are heading back to their seats.
So what?
So now they're showing inside of the fuselage.
Is this incompetence or is this on purpose? That's the real question.
They're showing them floating.
Yeah, there was no footage. There was no footage of them gaining speed
as supersonic air is flowing
when they turned on the rocket booster.
Shockwaves form on top of the cabin, which are audible to those inside.
Well, and they just showed the inside a little bit, but it was kind of glitchy, and so you didn't really see anything.
Yeah, but right now they're at a constant velocity. They were accelerating they turned the rocket on, but that whole expanse, they didn't show any footage.
105,000 feet, and they got curvature.
But he's saying that they go in at 2,000 miles per hour, 1,900.
I don't see any curvature.
There's space again.
When they showed 105,000 feet.
It's not about curvature, guys.
They're going faster, but going lower in altitude. Now they're 126,000 feet, but they're going at 1,700 miles per hour.
If you want to see curvature, the horizon has to drop. That's what I'm looking for. Horizon.
I want to make it known, since this is being recorded. Every time it shows footage of what it looks like that they're in space, you see like the typical high altitude space footage. It's rocking back and forth the same way that a balloon would.
Yeah.
Watch. It's almost as if they're taking balloon footage and then they're superimposing like this plane into the frame.
This is our first time
and then it glitches out.
HD camera data.
I just got
can do that easily.
And then out to a global live
The glitching and the rocking is obvious.
Drops in the feed.
Well, look at the rocking.
The
it should
idea
be
is
rocking.
this, right?
Coming in here.
So the idea is this, like, you know how we're talking about the launch, right? This is where the clips come in, because that clip should go out sometime today.
Look, it's rocking.
While this is happening,
just like a balloon.
That's how you capitalize. Are you guys? Are you hearing?
Yeah, we are.
I'm sorry, dude. I'm watching.
I will. I mean, as soon as we're done with this, I'm wondering how it's going to land. And so, yeah, definitely after we get done with this, I'll definitely put it
backwards.
So if the pilots want to go faster, they point the nose down, and if they want to go slower, they bring
backwards. What, it's going to land like the SpaceX rockets?
Just having dinner at the moment. Breakfast.
Listening to a special soundtrack for the glide. It's
Are you having lo mein?
from Khalid, a track called New Normal.
Wouldn't that be some of the funniest crap ever if they actually landed a plane backwards in the way that the rockets do? That would be like the ultimate troll, wouldn't it? Just to like shock the system, see how many people actually would believe such ridiculous happenstances or whatever. The rockets vertically landing are already ridiculous enough in my view, but yeah, a plane landing backward would be a whole new, avenue.
Speaking of ridiculous, hi everybody. I just watched the launch of the Virgin rocket or whatever that's supposed to go out to quote unquote space. It was fucking ridiculous.
Jenny, welcome to the party. We've been watching it the whole time.
We're doing a watch party on the live stream.
We're doing live commentary.
Okay,
right
well.
Go ahead and pull up the live stream.
Is that your Riggs? Riggs, is that your Riggs that mentioned it was moving like a balloon?
Yeah, every time it shows. Yeah, if you watch the plane angles, right, when it's flying, it's steady. It almost looks like it's not moving, but then as soon as it goes to the space footage, particularly, it's rocking and going back and forth the same way the balloons do.
Exactly.
So when you said that, it was doing that, but it was supposedly going like 900 miles per hour. How can it be doing that like a balloon and going at 900 miles per hour? You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, I guess high altitude balloons are going 900 miles an hour then.
And the crew up there today.
And then falling relatively close to where they get launched.
Is this with the speed of the Earth spinning or without? Like, what are we talking about?
Look at this, Riggs. It was going at 1,654 miles per hour, and it was doing the balloon thing. It was going like up and down, like moving, like it was, like you're saying, like if it was
being
held
this,
by a balloon.
And right now it says that at 27,000 feet, and I can tell you that is not what 27,000 feet looks like.
That's nothing.
Yeah. This is not even real footage right now. They're higher than that right now. This is like 35-40, and it says it's 26.
What I found really odd. Oh, go ahead, guys.
No, go ahead. Oh, I was gonna say military planes fly way higher than that, double that. Like I'm waiting for them to hit 100,000 feet. Go ahead.
Well,
go ahead.
Shouldn't when it was accelerating and then it was going, I guess, in a level, straight fashion in altitude. Shouldn't you have seen the damn Earth move underneath? It was still. There was no land passing by underneath.
It's a globe. It just does whatever it needs to do to, be a globe.
The horizon should have dropped a long time ago. The horizon never dropped, so look at the horizon dropping. It doesn't drop. That's all you should look at. If you're looking at anything else, you're being distracted.
Yeah, this is clearly faked, man. When that rocket booster went off,
excited, man. He looks so excited.
When that rocket booster went off and they didn't show their face, I mean that's the exact moment when they're like, "Yep, that's bullshit." Because if they're going that fast, you can see it on their skin. If you're accelerating at that rate, it's like dangerous.
So once it reaches 100-something thousand feet, the altitude goes to zero.
Largest desert in North America. The
At the 160
includes more than 6,000 square miles of.
Well, it's a production. So they mess up sometimes,
Well, they know flat earthers are watching that shit.
Are they
so
gliding?
probably gonna have to-
Are they gliding back in? Are they gliding back in like the space shuttles used to, or whatever? So there's no powered engines on there. They're just gonna. I'm curious. How are they going to land?
And enjoy the show, bro. That's how it works.
I guess we're going to see. We're going to see what happens.
Well, okay. If it were a glider, then so like the shuttle, it's layered in Teflon because you don't want the friction that comes with going down.
Well, maybe this is different than the space shuttle. The space shuttle they claimed went higher and it had to come back through Earth's atmosphere, and whatever. But this is kind of different. But
you know, surprisingly, even though that is like polished metal, it would still have way more drag than like a.
Land that our guest families will be able to experience.
Right now, I'm looking at how are they just like kind of look at us, we're gliding now. We experienced the
pilots and crew can stay
zero G. There's no such thing as zero G. And G just means gravity. There's no such thing as gravity. So,
absolutely beautiful. As you can see,
Well, what they call zero G is not gravity. You know, it's just.
which forms the spacesuit in all.
You know what I mean? Like when you're falling, right? Like say your plane takes a dive and it starts accelerating down. Like once you hit 1G, you know what I mean? It's not gravity. It's just when you accelerate your car, they call that a G-force. I mean, it's something.
1G. Check this. Check this, Bong.
Yeah, 1G means you're dead.
Look at the Mach. 7,712.0.
From New Mexico.
Look at the speed. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 19 million miles per hour.
This symbol is also part of the New Mexico.
You see that? That wasn't the live stream. It was like a glitch.
The number
they went to 282,000 feet.
The 4 times of day and the 4 phases.
The highest.
We are honored and proud.
And then it glitched a little bit, and it showed. Look at the speed. 19 million miles per hour. Mach 17,000 or something.
19 million miles per hour. What the hell are you talking about?
Here, man.
Bro, this is the live stream.
19 million miles per hour? No.
The Earthers are watching.
Yeah.
You know, that's why they're not going to give you accurate numbers because you're watching and you're going to crunch the numbers and make them look stupid.
Look,
so of course,
Why would Richard Branson lie?
I took one after the other one, I think, or something. Look at these 3 images. They was showing certain altitudes, but then I moved back. You see the first 2 look kind of normal. 282,000 feet, 282,000 feet, 698 miles per hour. But then it glitched and it showed 19 million miles per hour. And instead of 1.1 Mach, it was showing 7,000 or something.
Hold on. What are we looking at right now? We're seeing it come back in, and there's another airplane leading it. Where are they leading it to? Is it
back to Earth, so it doesn't escape.
Oh, of course, back there.
Feet
Oh, why does it look like similar to the high altitude balloon footage? Oh no, it does have wheels. Okay, were the wheels already? Did they have to extend them? So they're landing. They're gliding on in, dude.
Oh, did you see the back?
Look at that shit.
Yo, that shit. Get out of here.
It looks like the planes I used to fold back in school.
What? Where? What are you? Where?
This crab went to space.
Hey.
What are you looking at?
I'm sorry, I'm laughing. I'll mute myself.
Post it.
It's so ridiculous.
Which one?
Dude,
plane landing, bro.
But it's being recorded right now. You can watch it later. This landing is.
I'm not sure.
Rocket engine on the back of that little freaking glider. Holy
This is the most
shit.
we've seen of the actual plane this whole time.
Yeah. Holy shit, bro.
You know what?
I used
This
to work
actually
on jet airplanes, man. There's no way they put that jet airplane on the back of that little freaking glider. Holy
No, they can design the.
Look at that incredible.
No, they can't.
Whatever they want.
No, they
People
can't.
used to argue with me all the time that the back of the shuttle, they couldn't have like little jet engines on the back because there's no intake. But this seems to be like the same design, and it's actually accomplishing the same function I claimed.
Beautiful day of flight. What a moment. Congratulations to everybody on board, and of course our very own spaceship Unity, who returned to space today.
Yeah, well, I can make a way cooler paper airplane than that.
There has to be. I mean, for a jet engine to work, you have to have a massive intake of air. There is no way on a glider that small.
Well, where is the intake?
What's the?
It just has to be hidden somewhere, right?
Well, but there is no intake there. I mean, well,
where is it?
You're not a
Maybe
rocket
it's more on
scientist. Come on.
Like some cars, they like channel the intake through different pathways around the design. So
Sure, but
why are they
I don't, you know, I mean, I'm not an aerospace engineer.
I mean, I'm not going to deny that it's a plane. It clearly is a plane.
But I've worked on different planes.
Look.
And we also
Think
have
about
a
it.
special musical performance to celebrate
Again,
today's milestone.
this is a stretch because it's obviously not true,
Chris,
right?
you've returned
So
from
why is Stephen Colbert they're supposed to?
How does this landing compare to the landings you've experienced?
Well,
it's very simple. So everything that I can find,
there's
Elijah.
no
Everybody shut up except for Elijah, please.
just went through.
Watch live. Richard Branson's trip to space, courtesy of Virgin Galactic. Well, he's the one that just landed the plane, right? So here we go again with these spells, with this word of space travel in a spacecraft. When all this dude did was fly at a high altitude and drop some shit.
Maybe.
Does the YouTube plane fly higher than that?
So proud of the whole team. That was an amazing accomplishment.
It was epic, and
how high does the
hours
in space is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's between 50 and 60,000 feet, I think.
They called it a suborbital flight.
Oh my god! You know what? That's what they're going to do now. Is they're just changing the definition of space so that anybody who gets in a plane is a fucking spaceship.
Is it over? Suborbit basically means
it's over. We made it.
Great show,
Holy
guys.
shit! I just cooked my chicken and sat down to watch it. What the hell?
We landed, bro.
90,000 feet. It's on the ground.
Guys, did you check the highest altitude they claim? I think it's 282,000 feet.
Oh, guess it's not. It's going to be an easy clipping job, I guess. Oh well, it's quick.
Well, hey, do you guys want me to stop the recording now? Do we do
Well, up to
give
you
another
guys.
commentary? You guys want to do it like an outro for it? Because I'll upload it.
Isn't that like a record for an airplane? 282,000 feet.
Yep.
282,000 feet. Was there any footage looking outside the horizon at least?
Here's the GoPro because you can definitely see the curvature of the Earth at about 105 feet.
All the comments are turned off. Of course they are, bitch. Of course they are.
Man.
Like, there's like millions of people
that
that
hype
watch this
for
and
nothing.
believe it. Yeah, it was nothing. It's like you put that little lander was so small, that little glider was so small, and they have a jet engine right under their ass. I mean, come on, bro.
Not only that,
That's
if
not,
you look,
that's
if you
not
look
a
to the
jet
inside,
engine. That's a rocket engine.
if you look to the inside when they were inside,
Yeah, it's supposed to be a rocket engine, but yeah.
when they were inside, you could see
jet engine
like there
won't
was
take
still
you that
some
high.
more space that they could have walked back there. Like it was like their section they were in. You could look back and there was still some more section like open. So I mean, how much of the jet engine is there? I mean, like.
Dude, I've worked on jet aircraft before. I know how that. I don't know how how it works. I mean, to propel. I've worked on a jet aircraft that has 3 jet engines on it, 1 at the rear and 2 on the wings, and those were very large, very expensive, and very powerful. And that little glider, with that 1 jet engine with like 4 people in there, it looks like a little freaking like propeller airplane. It's like, hey, yeah, woo! It's like, dude, to get what you, I don't know. I mean,
look at this.
Go ahead.
I posted it.
I'm pretty sure I heard you say it.
Look how far back that goes.
Did you guys see Jenny's clip?
You see what I'm saying though about where's the jet engine?
Yeah, the fucking engine's right behind them.
But look.
Anyway, moving forward from there, I mean, it's just commentary on the. If you were live there watching it, then that's the only reason that you would be able to comment further on that. But yes, what they claim they took an airplane launching this glider. It should have been a glider, kind of like the space shuttle was a glider, right? They launched the space shuttle up, and then it glided back down to space. But they also claim that once they reached a certain altitude, I think it was like 60, 70,000 feet, then they launched this glider from this other aircraft. This is Virgin Galactic I'm talking about. And then it went to subspace. I don't know. It was just kind of weird. Whole thing looked really silly. That's why we were taking the piss out of it and giving commentary on it while we were watching it live. It was pretty silly. You remember that one, Lunatic? Are you there? That's just an old video I found on the channel where we were giving commentary on live stream. It was pretty funny. There's a SpaceX live commentary that we have too. Hold on, let me find that one.
Really, everyone. I really think
everyone, let's get your opinion too.
Nah, it's not gonna blow up.
Are we watching CGI?
It's gonna go up there.
This is not a.
Are we watching CGI?
No. So we're gonna enter a new age of space travel, guys.
My money is on unmitigated success.
Yeah.
Unmitigated.
Think so?
I think this is a go. This is all systems are go.
Even if it blows up.
All right.
Tesla stocks are going up, guys.
Next question. Are they going to have COVID-19 on the ISS now? Is everyone going to get sick?
Well, they already got space herpes, bro, so they might have space COVID. You never know.
Is human sheeple going to tear through the CGI green screen and just start
God.
trying to fight?
No, that's Metatron.
Oh, my bad. No, how tight would that be if like a flat earther got onto the set?
Does anyone know if this is CGI?
Wow.
This is real life.
I'm coming out of the closet. I'm about to officially, on my Facebook actual page, not a Facebook group.
I think they're just going to transition to the CGI.
I'm gonna officially tell people that. I'm gonna officially tell people that.
Oh, Jay, go ahead, man. I hear you trying to finish your statement.
I hear the toilet, the restroom. I don't really hear him.
That's funny. You can hear a whole lot other than the words that are coming out of my mouth. That is a good ear, my man. That's rude. Thank you.
By the way,
that's rude.
Here's the link
Two
to
squares,
the YouTube.
man. Conserve some toilet paper.
If you guys want to put a,
I use 2 Twitters. I swear to God.
you want to use a plug to the Discord channel, put it in their SpaceX live stream.
I calculated that if I get it down to 1 roll a day, I'll be okay for like the rest of the year.
Can someone post the log?
But okay.
Guys, I just opened YouTube
or something.
I just opened YouTube from an app that only my girls use, like this children stuff that they watch, and the first pop-up, the first thing I was able to click, it was the space launch, the NASA history. He says NASA history and stuff. That was the first thing that is showing up.
I'm confused. We all forget about the moon landings and people already on. What's history about this again? Someone remind me.
If I could,
hello. Somebody
remind me.
Apparently, this isn't about the moon landing. It's about space station landing.
Oh, where there are people there already?
Yeah, they're saying that it's going to be the first time America's reclaiming back the idea that they're going to use their own rockets to go to the ISS versus using Russian rockets, and having to kind of tag team with those guys. Like now, this is all about America, right? So
guys,
real quick, this is also about
don't assume that I'm homosexual or anything. The rest of my point about coming out of the closet was because it's like Jesus. I know you guys are homophobic, but I wasn't talking about my sexuality. Anyway.
Chat practices.
Anyway, I'm telling everybody on my actual Facebook page.
Yo, this guy's a faggot.
That SpaceX launch. I'm grabbing popcorn. I'm at the edge of my seat. Like, because no one knows. Well, they probably know, but no one on my main page says, "Yo, you're stupid, you're flat earth, blah blah blah." So when I send this whole SpaceX thing, and I'm like, no, you guys, whatever the fuck you think you're doing, I want you to tune in with me, your local resident flat earther. No one is more enthusiastic about this but I. Like, I think this is the greatest moment of my, because I wasn't alive when they
history. This is history in the making. Guys, this is AI taking humans to space. Didn't they say this is AI taking care of business? This is they're gonna prove AI work.
This is an AI launch. They do have manual controls for override, but
wait, this is an AI launch? So
yes.
This is Skynet.
Yeah, this is history in the making. AI taking space.
We're watching Skynet getting launched.
This is Skynet, right?
Welcome to.
This is Skynet. Oh, okay. That makes more sense.
If you can hear my voice, this is John Connor, and you are part of the resistance.
You
A bunch of facts in NASA have hijacked your reality. The Earth is flat, and the robots are coming.
The robots are here.
Pressurizing the Falcon.
They're already here. We call them Globers.
The robots are being run by artificial intelligence.
About 2 degrees.
QAnon is in charge of the robots. They're going to be Q dropping all over you real soon.
Is this the same space, the launch pad? Doesn't look kind of different from last time.
Skynet.
The same thing happened. The same thing happened with me. I went to my YouTube as soon as I hit home. That shit is the first thing up here. Except it doesn't say America, history making, nothing like that. It just says crew demo 2. That's all it says.
What's crazy is that you can get people to focus on R. Kelly for a month,
notice that they're wiggling their hands
for a week at least, but when it comes to going to space, no one on my timeline is talking about this. No one cares.
Yeah, no one gives a shit. Look how many people are watching the live stream right there.
Only flat earthers care.
Man, if you're still sitting on the toilet, you might need to get your colon checked.
We're looking at a full
here.
Yo, guys, has anybody got a link to Flat Earther that's hosting this?
Just go on YouTube and type in SpaceX Demo 2 Breaking Walls.
He doesn't want to.
Guys, you got 3 minutes. 3 minutes for launch.
Oh my gosh.
Guys, DLA is in the chat now. He's down in Florida watching it with his family.
I am biting my nails. I have $500 riding on this.
Why is he not just enjoying it with his family?
Wait,
Why is he
you
in
have
the
how
chat?
much
Guys,
riding on this?
with the technology that we have today, this should be like a non-cut recording of this whole event, right? From the rocket, multiple angles.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
Guys, I have 500 billion Monopoly dollars riding on this.
Dude, I get better angles in porno than this.
Wait, do we have the front angle where these guys are looking? Do we have that?
Yeah, we need that. We need that. The front
We
angle.
never have that. Apparently, I was told that NASA doesn't have to show you that stuff.
Just go boom live, guys. Boom.
Alright, starting to rain now.
They should have a camera pointed out from their portal, huh? A little window.
They should have like multiple 360 degrees cameras. 8K.
2 minutes and 40 seconds on mine.
What is that falling? Is it raining? Is that rain?
I can't wait to see the curves. Just can't wait.
Wait, it's raining on one image and the other image is not raining? What's going on?
Hold on. I have to defend that. That's Florida. It can be raining on one side of your house and clear on the other. That's just Florida.
Absolutely.
Ignore it.
All right.
True. That is true. I can confirm that. Yeah. Yes. I've been in Florida when it's done that. It's insane.
Yeah, I've seen that happen in the Caribbean.
Yeah. You can literally watch the rain.
So Skynet launches.
Starts and stops.
Then what?
When does it rain on the bottom of your house and not on the top?
Oh, it is raining. What the heck?
It's raining on one screen, but not on the other screen.
Yeah, on the bottom screen it's raining on the bottom.
There's a flat level horizon right there. You see it? Behind the cone?
Yeah. So that's probably a black swan right here.
28, 27, 26, 25.
20.
Let's count on like New Year's, guys.
Where are you guys seeing that one? I'm at like a minute 20 seconds.
15.
I'm at 10
the
seconds.
I'm at 41 seconds.
9, 8.
Yep. I'm at a minute.
6.
And 18 seconds.
Oh, you got an update or something.
They upgraded the countdown into a big circle.
And there it is.
Here we go.
Countdown.
We're going to space, guys.
Look at that flat horizon.
It's gonna blow. She's gonna blow.
No, it's gonna go up and up and up and up.
Look at how fast it's going.
Wow.
Lift off. Let's go.
I'm at 11 seconds.
I want to see the summit.
Bro, it's the meme. I got an update. This shit done launched.
Wait, where's the inside camera?
There's no fucking camera, bro. I'll show you shit.
Man, what video you guys see? I'm seeing like I've got 30 seconds though.
No, it's up.
Bro, it's already in the air.
Yeah, I'm watching it now.
It's going up, guys.
I agree with Crack. I want to see that Sonic boom.
Oh my god.
Oh, you.
How fast can you go to space?
Oh my god. It just blew up.
Lift off. What are you gonna say now?
Whoa, dude, it just exploded.
What are you gonna say now?
No, that's gonna go up for sure.
Majesty.
So, am I right? This whole trip is going to take 19 hours to like wrap around and escape.
Holy fuck, this is awesome.
Or I guess just find the ISS and then dock.
Somebody has our live stream going on YouTube, and I hear the whole thing. Because I'm hearing.
Oh no, there it goes.
10 seconds later.
It's gonna blow up.
No,
It's not gonna blow.
It's not gonna blow. Just kicked in the turbo.
People can't do it now because the pressure would kill them. I think that quick switch. I think they.
I think they got the video with this.
That's
People
Is there-
believe there's
that is
people
not
on that
going
thing.
That is not
Who
going up.
believes there's people on
The camera guy is having issues.
It just blew up.
Triangle, baby.
That is going sideways.
Wait, the guys in the rocket looks relaxed, like they're sitting in their living room.
Oh yeah.
Wait,
Hey,
you
guys,
got the camera angle from inside?
They showed it for 10 seconds. They showed it for 5 seconds actually, and then covered it.
Why is there?
Oh, look at that! Look at that! Look, they're showing the curvature of the Earth before, and you can still zoom into it from the ground. So,
guys, they showed the inside of the rocket for 5 seconds, and they were sitting there like nothing.
Yeah.
No, we need that. Somebody get a screenshot.
Oh, I can rewind.
I hope they forget to switch to the cameras and they actually film it going into the Bermuda.
17,000 miles an hour. How fast is that? Is that sonic boom fast? I don't know. How fast is it?
dude, they literally watched that thing deploy from the ground. So they're saying that you can see space from the ground.
Look at the curvature. Look at that beautiful curvature.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Just look at the wonderful curvature already. You know?
Wow. It was flat as fuck before.
Beautiful round turn. Beautiful.
There's some more CGI for you.
Oh my god. Meanwhile, another rocket with a fisheye.
And now they show the film of the fisheye.
Yeah.
Is there a video you guys are watching?
Just any live from YouTube.
Funny thing about the fisheye is that the rocket is not a fisheye lens. Just the Earth is. Two different
I
layers.
have the link?
Look at the tinfoil, guys. You know, look at the
tinfoil.
Look at that curvature.
Oh,
Wait, why is it flattening out? Guys, look.
I know.
It's flattening out.
It's the.
What? Look, it was curved before. Now it's flattening out. Now it's curved again.
Yeah,
they haven't figured
Now
it
it's
out.
curved again.
Warping.
Hold on, watch. It's gonna flatten out again.
What?
It's warping, guys.
Yeah, they're using a deliberate fisheye. Now it's flat. Look.
How come the rocket is not warping with the rest of the
Look,
scene?
it's flat. Look. Everyone post fisheye in the chat. Everyone spam fisheye.
The end of the rocket's turning into a high altitude balloon. Look at the state of that.
Oh, flat Earth.
Embarrassment.
Where's the turbulence from the inside camera?
Look, it's flat.
Bro, it's fake. I thought it was curved before.
They're using
Turbulence happens upon entry.
What turbulence? So what turbulence? Oh, so this camera angle is curved and the other one is flat. That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
He's just grabbing shit like he's chilling. What is he gonna get? A cigarette?
Keep bouncing back and forth. These fucking trolls.
Yeah, look, it's curved. Now it's flat.
Wow. What the fuck?
Guys, I'm with my mum and she's pissing herself.
What a failure. What a failure. Look, it's completely
Are they
flat.
serious with this?
It's completely flat.
I'm with my mum and my mum's laughing her head off at this.
What can't be serious. Way ahead of me.
I'm watching it on Twitch, so it's like ahead of than you.
Look, you see this shit?
Yo, this is actually
Guys, I gotta tell you this, right? Listen. When the rocket was going up, it was still in the atmosphere. They showed the inside, and the guy was moving his hands. He was moving his hands while the rocket was going up.
He's moving them like that.
And they looked relaxed.
No, man, you can totally move your hands at 7 Gs. You totally can.
Yeah, totally, right? And just do like the you put your hand in your fist type shit, because that's what he did.
He lifted his head up from the back of the seat as if he's experiencing no G's at all. Do you know what I mean?
He's crossing his fingers. AI is taking care of business.
You know what's really going on? His nose is itchy as fuck. That's what's happening.
These guys are casual, giving thumbs up, like, not terrified at all.
Nope, everything great.
Literally, both of these have curves.
This is so bad.
Wow, I thought they were gonna give us something new. Like I thought they were gonna give us something like amazing, but this is such bullshit.
This is a hard failure.
Why do they think that we want to speak to this fucking numpty fucking what is that? The Milk that head ass nigga. I don't want to hear about you and your fuck. Why is he talking? This is space. I want to see, like, why is this map on my screen right now?
Only 2020, and this is what we get, seriously. 2020, and this is what they show us for their technology so advanced. They're going up there. Come on.
This is like, you could see the tinfoil, like, just...
Yeah, from the wind.
One lens is fisheye, one lens is flat.
The Earth is fucking flat.
Look, this one's flat, the other one's round.
Wow, man.
I wasn't gay before, but this has turned me homo.
Oh my
guys, like 2 minutes ago, maybe less than a minute ago, there was like a piece of paper or something next to the engine, to the fucking rocket back, whatever. There was like a piece of paper floating around it.
I saw it too.
I got so many screenshots. If you see something, get what you can.
Okay, somebody tell me, why can't they have a consistent round Earth? It's gone from flat to round to flat to round.
Fucking... Oh my god. The fucking lens work.
It's so bad.
There's no inconsistency. They can't say that is a smaller angle, right? They can't say that's a smaller
One at a
angle.
time. One at a time.
Because that speed just keeps on going up and up and up and up. 23K, like Jesus.
25.
Go King.
So now they're going faster than the fucking ISS.
NBC is going back to the sports open. Word? This fucking Russian going to space is going back to sports.
Bro, look how chill these guys are at 19,000 miles per hour.
Climbing up
Looks
to
to me like it's
30K.
falling back down to us.
Yeah, it does, and but the
they
speed
said
keeps
ISS
on.
is 35,000. Like seriously, you 35,000 feet in a second. Can you imagine what that would do to you?
Oh, the speed finally stopped.
But seriously, guys, I'm seriously asking you. I'm seriously asking you. What would you think? Like, this is supposed to be This is supposed to be awesome. It's history in the making, right? Why are they going to sports? What the fuck? What do I care about sports when this is happening right now?
Does anyone know how long this mission's supposed to be?
They just cut the second camera. It was falling back to us. Did you see that?
Yeah.
They cut the second camera.
Hold on, look, it's gone convex.
Now they're all wearing masks.
Did you see that? They cut it.
This is the first of 19.
Hey, we lost signal and land.
How is that fire burning? How is that fire burning?
Did they seriously just lose signal and land the freaking?
Yeah, they do that every time.
I just took a screenshot.
What? Oh my god!
Wait, they lost signal. What the?
They lost signal.
They lost signal.
They cut it.
What the?
They lost signal. They lost.
Wait.
The rocket landed backwards.
Look, everybody in the control.
But hold on, did they lose signal right after the rocket seemed to run out of fuel or fire? Is that what happened?
Wow, this is the biggest failure I've ever seen.
How can you even say that they've already proven that they can take a rocket
back already?
and land them back on
Yeah, the rocket landed backwards.
Hold up. Hold up.
There's a dinosaur floating.
Dinosaurs floating. Dinosaurs are real, y'all.
I posted images from the official.
Now you don't think dinosaurs are real? Are you serious?
Look at that globe on the monitor.
It would be so easy to they took a dragon to space to the world in a dragon. This is all fake. It would be so easy. Why did no one fucking bother?
Suspicious landing. Everyone's calling them out.
Hold on a second. Masto, is that you talking?
This is a huge failure.
No one fucking bothered.
It's all real. You guys are flying.
Alright, mute him, Masto. Mute him.
Masto, what is your problem right now?
Dude, this is a convex Earth. Look.
That live close to
I don't hear a word you're saying.
Right?
I just heard you yelling in the background. Why don't you try to make some coherent sense? What are you saying?
Okay. So what I'm saying is there are surely people
that live close to that site where the launch supposedly was, right? But why did no one fucking bother to prove to the world, hey, look, I went there, I looked at I kept track of the live stream. They said the man went on there, but they didn't, because or they show, oh, look, there the men are leaving, but on live stream on broadcast, and there they are. It would be so easy to uncover that deception.
Shut up, you stupid European people.
What are you talking about?
It would be so easy.
Stupid gay mouth. Shut up. Shut up,
Yelling in the background.
Shut your mouth, you stupid
Yeah, that looks CGI as fuck.
You're just a loud, stupid European.
Are you here trying to defend this nonsense, bro? Are you here trying to defend this nonsense? All right. Too many people.
You have
There's too many people talking.
Hold on.
Cutting each other off in a circle.
Why? Why is it?
Why is no one actually
Hold on.
Calm down, lady.
From all over the world here, online. Why is no one trying to look outside? Why is no one trying to actually...
Masto, shut the fuck up.
Nigger.
Hold on. Whoa! What the? Who said that?
Thank you. Shut up.
Admasto, question. Why is it convex seconds before it's concave? Tell me. 10 seconds.
Barrel distortion of the lens. Well known.
Okay.
How come the foreground is not distorted with the background, dumbass?
Yeah.
Foreground is,
I mean, there were four main things.
The foreground, actually, if you look closely, you will see.
Oh my
that,
gosh! Why don't you look close?
Actually, when you look closely, you will see
Sad
the very right.
Yo, chocolate. You know what
Why were the astronauts feeling no G-force when they were going up into space?
All right, Mods, take some control of this.
I'm trying to moderate right
Take
now.
some control.
And that's right. I'm trying to moderate right now. This is what I don't want to do while we're excited talking about what we're actually seeing. I'm not about to have a conversation with the J. Remember, what was that term that I brought up earlier? J-Trade. I'm not about to do this right now. Chocolate, you know what I'm talking about because I was watching the Uncut after show today. It was brilliant. Get him out of here.
Nigger.
All I'm saying is, all I'm saying is, it would be so easy to prove that you.
Get out of there, so I'm coming to meet you right now.
But no one is bothering for some reason. Everybody is just going crazy over the tiniest things that are actually not really an issue.
Be quiet. Admasto thinks that is trying to present the idea that the only way we should be able to try and figure anything out is by going to the launch site and apparently breaking in and filming where no one's allowed to film. That's his idea, is to get ourselves arrested.
It's like he believes you can watch from the distance. You don't have to enter the launch site. Genius.
I love that we can.
Yeah. If you want to see them enter into the elevator that takes them up, you have to be on the launch site.
Bro, this is embarrassing.
I'm about to make a YouTube video on this. This is insane. I have footage.
You have to.
Nigger.
What does he mean about barrel stop somebody again? What does that mean about barrel distortion? Because on one camera angle, it's just curved. It's not switching back and forth. It's not being warped. And then the other angle, it's just straight. It does go sort of convex, but in a linear way, not like it's going back and forth. And so I don't know what's going on there. It could be the CGI. I don't know.
It's flat sometimes, dude, as well. And basically, you would have camera angles in every conceivable direction. You'd have camera angles.
Bro, I'm just straight off them flipping back and forth between curve and flat, curve, then flat. Like, are you kidding? And then you lose signal, bro.
Yeah, the loss of signal is definitely the biggest.
Fuck out of here,
and the astronauts not feeling any G-force. Oh, then the astronauts not feeling any G-force when they were going up. That's another big one.
Yeah, my man just was able to cross his hands.
Yeah, they were just like drinking cups of coffee, like while they're going to space, and everything's fine.
Yeah, there's some massive discrepancies. I can't see anybody in Gem's server actually coming up with a good fucking explanation for some of these problems.
Here's the. I think my major issue is this. Is why are they using distorted cameras? Why? Why wouldn't you have a flat lens?
That's a very good point.
Because it has to be.
Well, I mean, looking at the booster, it looks rectilinear, but then you look in the background and it's fisheye, so it's two different layers.
Is everyone watching SpaceX's live stream, yeah? Now where it's in the blue room.
Really amazing. I can't.
I can't believe I saw it with my own eyes.
They're trying to make it look legit.
Hey, look, it's an Oreo.
Guys,
white chicks in the middle.
When they show the guys inside the rocket, while the rocket was going up, they show you like for 5 seconds and then cover it with a black screen, with Dragon logo screen.
When it comes to space, they love hiring black people like Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Dude, I know, dude. Like, this was stupid.
That guy took 2,000 milligrams CBD.
He's so happy. Look how happy he is.
Those were some really strategically very well-timed, well-placed N-bombs. I have to give them that.
Is it going to orbit around the Earth now? Is it going to orbit around the Earth in low orbit? So maybe we should look up where we could track it, and let's see if we can see this shit.
He's happy.
Well, you can see space from the ground. Didn't you watch the footage?
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying that let's see if we can. I'm not in America, but like, who's closest to it? Who can try and look up and like try and find it?
You don't need to look up, man. It's on TV.
Did you guys notice there was no G-force?
Yeah.
Yeah, we called it
Yeah,
out.
I noticed.
Oh, notice today they're not wearing masks.
There's no
Nobody's wearing a mask.
Yeah, they're not social distancing.
Is there
racism in space? Yeah, they weren't even social distancing, dudes.
They were last the last launch, but this time everyone's fucking making out.
Did they break the sound barrier? Because there was no wake cone, was there? Anybody see a wake cone from that breaking the sound barrier?
Is that Clark Kent?
Of our space.
I'm not sure.
What?
I wish
Why are they
someone
social
would interview you.
distancing, man? That's so stupid.
Strong and to
just
Two guys in the background aren't social
doing it. Oh
We're
my
talking about
Can somebody give me Globerter permission?
as chairman of the
Just interview normally, man. Jesus Christ.
and
I as Secretary of Defense, but SpaceX has got nothing to do with the government.
This and the second law of thermodynamics just invalidates every fantasy people still believe in. This
Oh my
is
God.
hard evidence.
Imagine if they had a fake social distancing.
You know what's
This looks like watching the Young Turks, doesn't it? Like the Young Turks setup. And secondly, yeah, they're not wearing masks. Yeah, that's true. It's like, why does their work environment allow them not to wear masks during this pandemic? Because there isn't a vaccine or anything, right? So we get to do that and be scared as fuck while we're at work, but them, they can kiss pretty much.
center. So now we're going to burns. We're going to have phases. We're going to have
the black guy pulling the heartstrings. Fuck out of here, dude.
Yeah, we're gonna have some phase and burns, some boost and burns.
It was like, that was 1074. We're on episode 2396. We've been pretty consistent in our arguments. So, Anyone have a recommendation for the next? Unless you want to just. I'm not in the mood to actually go through a lot of shit, but that was really cool to listen to that. That was fun. I'm looking up some of the.
Hey, has anybody noticed that the lobby chat seems to have like some people trying to troll in there? I don't know if.
What? I mean, that's what happens
Is that what it's
every
for?
day. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm just saying.
because as soon as you join the server, you have access to the lobby chat, and that's where you're going to express your opinion. And so, yeah, I rarely ever join there. Because I may pay more attention to the live stream, but yeah, lobby. Man, I mean, it takes you got some tough skin to go in there and lobby.
Some guy in there. He's got no roles. He's claiming to have seen the edge, or he's been to Antarctica and there's no edge.
Well, hey, when people come in there and say that kind of stuff, you want to try to move them on into to the voice rooms, so that if they want to share here, then they go to the VC check-in and then they can share here. So yeah, if you're talking to someone in the lobby, go ahead and try to recruit them to the voice channel.
I just love how people think that just like they in their minds think that anyone can just go to Antarctica and explore freely and roam everywhere they want to.
I don't know why they would think that. I mean, you'd have to be out of your mind to actually think you can. Yeah, dude, you're gonna die if you go to Antarctica without the right resources. And even if you have like hundreds of thousands of dollars of resources, you're still gonna die when you run out. I don't know. And you can't explore independently there. You'll be stopped by multiple governments. So it's not.
Yeah, it's crazy. You can't bring vehicles. You can't bring sled dogs. You can't take a shit anywhere because you have to pick it up. So it's like, and you can't explore anywhere that's not like heavily.
I'll tell you what. There might be places in the South Pacific where you could just like travel in the middle of South Pacific and then go south, and then there's not a base there or anything. You can just reach Antarctica. I don't know, but you're going to have hundreds of millions of dollars. No, I don't want to say hundreds of millions. I don't know what you might have to have, because there are certain parts of Antarctica that aren't observed, I guess. But you're going to have to travel through multiple hundreds and thousands of miles of ocean and then reach the ice wall and then have the resources to actually access, get up on the ice shelf and then traverse south from there. Like, how do you plan to survive?
Exactly. So this person in Lounge is basically admitting, I guess, that they're a billionaire and had the means to do what they're saying they did.
Oh, that's their claim?
Yeah, they claim that they went to Antarctica and saw that there was no edge, is what they said. So apparently they got past the ice shelf somehow and past all of the military.
Why do people come in here and just lie? It's weird. I mean, so they did it, but they didn't tell the mainstream news. They just came in here and told us here in this dinky flat earth server.
Right?
What the fuck is wrong with people, man? So strange. But yeah, I mean, when people join the server, a lot of times they'll hit the lobby first. They like to hang out there because they don't want to come on the voice channel and get involved that way. So they just want to talk shit in the lobby, which As long as they're fairly cordial, they can ask their questions and stuff. But if they get disruptive or whatever, then everybody just. Shit, we have dozens of people that join the server every day. So people that are trusted members here to regulate the lobby chat. I mean, that's your thing. Freaking call them out, and if they're causing problems and you don't have the power to ban them, or just let one of the moderators or gold members know. We can help out with that. Put them in Cogdis or just get rid of them altogether. I mean, they have a.
Yeah, that's the first time I've seen a heliocultist, honestly. Haven't seen anybody given that role before.
Heliocultist? I'm not sure if. Are you talking about this guy, Man of Cultists?
Yep.
So he's got the red, so that means there's a globe earth. It's already given. No, heliocultist. I haven't seen that role before either.
Yeah, somebody just gave it to him, like just now. He was white.
Maybe somebody created it. I don't know, because moderators can create roles. So yeah, but if Man of Cultist wants to come in here, that'd be cool.
Yeah, no, he's definitely scared.
Does it sound like he's listening to the live stream and then posting in the lobby? I'm just now looking at it.
I've just only been looking at it for a few minutes, but all I've seen is he claimed he's been to Antarctica and he saw there was no edge, and then I was like, you sound religious, or no, I said, why don't you come in the VC? And then he said, what? Well, first tell me everything you deny from modern science, and like, you sound religious.
Man of Cultus, if you're listening to the stream, I mean, all you have to do is just click on the VC check-in room, open your microphone and talk to one of us, and you'll be able to open your microphone here and talk to us. If you're scared to do that, then you're just too scared to do that. I don't know. I mean, this isn't a hard process. It's like, hey, I'm curious about why you think the Earth is flat. Dude, we talk about that all day long.
They have nothing to say. That's the problem.
Yeah.
They are just posting things in the chat is the only way they can hide behind their imaginary globe ball. Because if they are faced with talking, they have nothing to talk about. That's the problem.
No, they come in here just thinking flat Earth is a joke and like it's some scam or whatever, and so they can pretty much say whatever they want. But not in this server. They can't. They can go to. I don't know where they go other than here. I spend most of my time either here or in the real world, and and in my opinion, the Globers spend their time in Never Neverland of the globe that doesn't exist. But that's cool because I used to be there. You know what I'm saying? I was a Globie.
Yeah, they spend most of the time bowing their head and sticking it into sand and saying yes and thank you government. Rule me.
I'll tell you what though. I was a creationist Globie, so I've always essentially been a geocentrist.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't see the flat Earth until it was brought up to me.
Right.
So I mean, I was essentially a geocentrist most of my life. So, I mean, the solar system is a very, very small part of
I'll be
even
honest.
it's from both sides. Even from the solar system idea, the galaxy. We're in the Milky Way and all the other galaxies and everything. It's a very small part of it, but yeah.
I'll be
What were you going to
honest.
say? Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I personally came to the conclusion of flat Earth when I saw bubbles in space in 2015, I think, or 2014. And the other thing was actually through flat Earth, I began, really digging into understanding what the heliocentric model is that I was actually believing in because I had no clue of it. I just always watched these ISS videos and I was so fascinated by people levitating and stuff. But the weird thing is, it never satisfied me. It looked crazy, but something was every time in the back of my mind, if I remember correctly, thinking something is wrong with what I'm seeing. You know what I mean?
Oh, I definitely do. Yes, dude. I was when I first heard about flat Earth, even though I was a geocentrist and I understood the cosmology, overall, just the basics of it. I wasn't, I was studying astronomy or, astrophysics or anything like that necessarily, but I knew the general idea. But when people started bringing up flat Earth, I was like, no, I'm not going to look at that. That's the dumbest shit I ever heard of. Yeah, but once it really hit me, it was like, oh, that's the more obvious thing. Then just like everything else is, especially when it comes to creation, because I was a creationist. I knew that there was a creator, so I didn't. Once it really hit me that this is how. Well, nobody knows how the creator did it, but once you understand that this realm is created, then their idea of this Big Bang cosmology stuff is out the window, in my opinion, because they have no evidence for it. That's their philosophy and religion. It has nothing to do with. I've always believed in a creator, so it's not.
Me too. Even though I was never really into religion or anything like that, but I never thought that everything just came randomly into existence. I felt that was always a dumb idea.
Yeah, but I've always had the question. It's like, all right, this is the weird part for me. It's like, all right, so if the Earth is first, according to the Bible, because I was raised as a Christian, right? So if the Earth is first, because that's what the Bible says, right? Earth, yes. God created heavens and the earth.
Yep.
Earth was without form and void, right?
Exactly.
So if the Earth is first, on the fourth day, the sun, moon, and stars. Wow, man, that really kind of like, it was very confusing for me, when I, being a creationist, and that's why I was saying geocentrism, as confusing as the idea of all these scientists saying the universe is multiple trillions and hundreds of trillions of miles wide, didn't make sense, right? And so this is when I was a young man. But with flat Earth, shit totally makes sense.
Yeah, I agree.
So that's when it hit me, right? You're not going to change my mind about this now.
Yeah, it definitely makes way more sense. And what doesn't make sense is people just believing everything they're told. Like that to me, like I've always questioned authority, like my whole life. But Like I didn't start questioning the ball until about like 4 years ago, 5 years ago.
Most people, Conrad, they're not actually concerned about whether or not something that we say is true or whether the astrophysicists are true or not. They just have to live their life. And they don't really. I mean, a lot of them go to the church and stuff. Whether
Question anything, they just do everything, and they're just like, yeah, this is fine.
Yeah, it's kind of a generic. It's kind of like they're generic people. You know, their generic process is, hey, we have a money system. This is how we have to live. Boom, 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 boom. All that kind of shit, right? So it's like, hey, it's a strange way to live for me, but hey, just what it is. Just like why wouldn't you consider this? You know, as far as the creation of Earth.
Do you think it's a choice?
Why do you have? It definitely is a choice. It's definitely a choice. Now,
what if some people just aren't smart enough to realize that they're being lied to, though? Like,
see, I think that's also a thing. Smart really doesn't have anything to do with it either. It's how you've been programmed and manipulated into a position where you have no choice.
Exactly. And there's so many factors, you know. Some people literally can't take off their old self.
I mean,
already. 1 second.
Yeah.
Already, they realize that actually the Earth is flat, but they can't go. They can't change their personality because they know that would change their whole life, especially around their friends, families, and so forth. Because now,
sure. I mean, aren't the astrophysicists smart?
Yeah, they imagine you studying your whole life something that is completely false and it's a lie. Imagine the pain.
They've gone through their PhD through college and shit. They're really smart, but they really have no idea about what creation is. You know.
Yeah.
And they'll argue with people like us that are college dropouts or high school diploma. You know, I mean, there's nothing. I mean, high school diploma. That's what we reach for. I mean, at the very least, high school diploma. Boom. We understand math, science, and English and everything, or whatever language. We go through those processes. Boom, and then some of us go to college, which I did for a year, and then I dropped out. But at the same time, it doesn't mean just because I dropped out of college, it doesn't mean I don't have aspirations. It just wasn't for me, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So, but when it comes to these astrophysicists and PhD science, and if you talk about flat Earth, that's what you're talking about. You know, the idea of creation. You're not necessarily talking about functional reality. We all know. I mean, chemistry is a good topic. I mean, that is how you utilize what God created for us. I mean, studying chemistry is an honorable and you know. So yeah, I mean, utilizing chemistry. I don't know. It depends on how you utilize it. I mean, you know, through
you can. I get what you're saying.
You can manipulate all kinds of shit. You know, if you're smart enough. I mean, you take the medical system for example. But anyway, we're not going to go into all that because we shouldn't, because that could actually cause problems for the channel.
I accidentally left.
I don't know why they just let us talk about astronomy, astrology, you know, those aspects of, I would say, general science, but there's no science involved in looking at the stars and considering whether Earth is a shape or not. It's kind of a weird concept.
Imagine living in a democracy where your free speech is limited, especially when you're in a digital, speaking through a device like Discord. Imagine that. I know that it's not. It's
Oh
not
my goodness.
the
Clay,
Yeah.
chill out for a second. Check this out, bro. It costs.
What?
Who's calling me?
What?
It's out. It costs a lot of money to maintain a platform, right? Yes or no?
Mhm. Yes, I know it's not the
Okay.
server's fault.
Right. Right. So check it out. If you want this to be a free speech platform, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then who's going to pay for it? Who's going to run it? Who's going to operate it? Et cetera, et cetera. See, the thing is, people want a lot of things free, but they don't realize that when you demand something, somebody else has to provide it. You know, for example, people want free healthcare. Well, check this out. In order for healthcare to be a right, somebody has to give you healthcare, which means you must have doctors. And if you don't have free market impetus for people to become doctors, you have to force people to be doctors. Okay? So, I mean, Discord isn't limiting your free speech. YouTube isn't limiting your free speech. They're just not letting you use their methods that they created. Now, don't get me wrong, you pay sometimes for that service, but it's an entirely different animal than a political regime. So saying I'm in a democracy and I can't say whatever I want on somebody else's property, I mean, think about it. It's ridiculous. It's
Well, I
self-defeating argument. You're actually saying you don't want democracy.
Well, I mean, inside this Discord, this isn't a democracy. This isn't agreed upon. When you come into this platform and you speak on the live stream, once when new people join, they'll figure it out eventually. But we do have certain things we talk about here, and other things that we shouldn't talk about. Not that you can't talk about it in the server, but you can't talk about it in this room. You can meet other people and jump into other voice rooms here in the Discord, but this certain room is live streamed 24 hours a day, and the platforms we live stream on, we want to the main purpose of this live stream room is to introduce new people to the flat Earth concept, or to get them.
I'm new.
Am I following what you're saying, AI, or am I just?
Yeah, in other words, there's no expectation of free speech in a platform that's private. It's that simple.
Right. It's but even inside this Discord, doesn't matter if it's this room or another room. If you cause disruption, we have moderation. We have other people that can. If you cause problems, we have the freedom to get you the fuck out. Just like you can't come in my house and cause problems in my house, So that's kind of the way we look at this Discord. But we're fairly free. We're really fair to a lot of people that come in. We have dozens and dozens of people that join here every day. We're fair to those people. But if you cause problems, we're not. We'll get you out of here really quick so that you don't deter other people from joining. It's not a big deal to me.
Right.
Because we have this as an open platform for people to join if you want to have a decent discussion about it. So if you come here with some type of ulterior motive and think you're going to change our minds or whatever, if you're curious about
let me explain the premise. So if you're in a democracy and you say I want free speech wherever I'm at, okay, basically what you're saying is I want to be able to come into your house while you're watching football, turn the channel off, and say I want to watch something else because I'm in a democracy, and I want a cop to come and beat your ass if you try to stop me from changing the channel. You see how ridiculous it becomes very quickly.
Yeah, that shit ain't gonna happen here.
They try. They definitely try, man.
No, sure, and it's curious, and oftentimes we have fun dealing with those guys. You know, that's why we have the open link. You know, for people to come in here and join the server. Oh, you know, even if they come in hot, we try to calm them down, get them, you know, have a decent conversation with us, so they can kind of get involved in the conversation that we have 24 hours a day. But if they just can't, then they're just not welcome here. This is our house.
Take it easy with the football. Don't be coming in my house.
With the football. Neil. Oh, come on, bro. Hey, what's up, Neil? I ain't seen you in a while.
I got to make sure I'm not talking to a recording. I heard that happened to Nathan, too.
No. Well, I mean, it was... Shoot. You know, dude. Yeah. You know how it goes. I mean, when we're 24 hours a day, I mean, we have to play recordings every once in a while to fill the dead air, man.
When he said it, I was laughing because I said, I know it happened to me, too.
No, now he knows, and whatever. That's how it goes. How you been doing, brother?
Wars, hey, the Ether Wars have begun.
Hey, Neil, are you working again? Because I know you were talking about you working on a big project. I mean, this was several months ago, but I mean, not. I'm just concerned, man. I'm just wondering how things are going in New York with all the lockdown nonsense.
Yeah, there's work happening, but people don't want to pay. Problems with payments, yep. So, look, I can't work and not get paid.
No, hell no.
So, you know, he's got to square up with me
All right,
first.
cool. I mean, it was just a quick question. Just want to make sure you're okay, brother.
Yeah.
So Neil, are people sending out shock troops to try to do recon for Ether War territory? That's what you're trying to say?
Yep. Ether Wars have begun.
Yeah. I felt like I had somebody. I felt like I had somebody come in the other day up on that business.
Hey, listen, I just jumped in Betty's Discord where Nathan has his show to see who was there. And I said, where are all the Ether Muppets? So the guy says to me, you know, when you're asking that, you're asking who's the people that are looking for God. Okay, now Ether is God. I got it.
Well, that came up yesterday on here as well. Yeah.
Yep. I heard that one. That's the first time I've actually heard that, though.
They're trying to make like the Holy Spirit ether, but here's the thing. And they're saying it's energy and it's this and it's that. It's everything that's defined and they're making an ether. But here's the thing. You can lie to the Holy Spirit. You cannot lie to energy. You can grieve the Holy Spirit. You cannot grieve energy or magnetism. This is all Ken Wheeler nonsense.
All right,
I want
well,
to blast it away.
Check this out, Neil. I mean, whether or not I believe in it, or you only have to believe it. It's the only way you can is by belief, just like other beliefs. It's the canvas that everything is written on, and that's the only way I can see it. If it's something to consider,
what's the canvas that everything is written on?
Creation.
Oh, okay, yeah, Ether. Yeah, Ether. What is it? Nobody can.
It's the canvas that everything is written on. This is what, when God said, "Let there be," it's the canvas that everything is written on.
So in the beginning was Ether. The heck out of here.
No, that's not what I'm saying. But anyway, go ahead.
I know that's not what you're saying. They're saying.
Look, fundamentally, no one knows the substrate matrix in which we live and move. It's just that simple. So if they want to make speculations about it, that's one thing. But if they want to be dogmatic about it and judge others and make it personal and make it like, oh, you're not as good as me, or make it, oh, you're not searching for truth as good as me, or, oh, you don't even like God, man, and you might as well, go hang out with Satan and have a barbecue, then you got problems.
Waste of reason.
So if you want to talk to me about theories of light and ether and whatever, I'm more than happy to listen. Or I'm not going to listen to somebody berate me that I'm not some kind of truther because I don't have a predisposition to their, theory or their idea. It's like, dude, you have an idea. Other people have an idea. Talk about your idea. Don't judge other people because they don't hold your idea. Chill out.
Sure, because when it comes to existential ideas like that, I mean, you can't prove it anyway.
Exactly. And everything must be validated, and that's it. You got proof?
You know who else had an idea? The Roman Catholic Church, when they were telling people that heliocentrism was a thing, and they were doing it in the name of God. You know what I mean, that's what that kind of talk, reminds me of. It's kind of scary.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for some reason, people get bent out of shape about the topic. It's like, hey, you guys want to talk about an energetic matrix, which may or may not be the substrate in which we live and move? And they'll be like, interesting. Okay, cool. Now let me tell you how you suck because you believe it exactly the way I do. Wow, that conversation evolved quickly, but that's usually how it goes. It's like they want to first tell you about it, and the very next thing they're telling you what a horrible person you are. It's like, what about that topic? It makes it so personal. Like, why? Why is it charged and require derision and require personal connotations if somebody isn't doing something good or moral?
AI, you're roboting pretty bad. You're roboting pretty bad right now. Can jump out, come back in. Sort of understood what you were saying, but for the most part, yeah, I agree with him. It's like everyone has different ideas about, like, ether. If it wasn't introduced, I still understood it in my soul and in my my spirit and my soul. I don't need to prove something that's impossible to prove. Anyway, as far as that goes. And like I said, I mean, I've since I've heard this argument for a few years now, but the ether is really I guess probably the 4-dimensional fabric or whatever that the world is written on. I mean, when God said, "Let there be," it's like everything was and is. So how can we prove what God did? The only person that actually knows how this happened is the Creator. I mean, there's nothing wrong with us trying to figure out how He did it, but if you try to use science to disprove that creation exists, then we're going to have a problem, because you're going to start throwing your religious beliefs about creation that you can't prove. And I'm going to sit here saying, I don't know. And every time you throw some bullshit concepts at me, I'm going to say, you don't know either. That's the way it is. I've been totally comfortable in that zone for quite a while. There's something wrong with my mic, or anyone want to respond?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, cool. I just want to make sure, because sometimes I'll get a little.
Yeah, no, you're good. It's working.
Yeah, I was just bloviating there for a minute, but yeah, I mean, this is something that goes on in my brain all the time while I listen to you guys and stuff. Yeah, I mean, as far as creation and the ether and Big Bang and all. I mean, it's just like what versus what. I mean, you have even the creationists have different ideas against each other and what could have happened and how I can prove it through science. So I don't think the creator intended for us to utilize some of these methods to figure out how it happened. It's more of a like Earth is Earth, and I've said this many times, and people know it. Earth is Earth, always has been, always will be. This idea of using science to figure out how God did it, you're not going to find it. That's not science. You can use science to figure out how what he created, but you're not going to figure out how he did it. So anyway, that's really kind of an existential kind of thing. Like, oh, God said, "Let there be." Only person that had the power in the in our entire existence to make it happen, the Creator said, "Let there be," and it was, and it is, and it shall be, past, present, future. What is that gif, Lulu? You said that's unholy. No, it's holy with a W. WHOLLY. It's holy creation, understanding the Creator. This is our place. We are humans, men and women here on Earth. So it's an amazing place. Trying to figure out how this place began and how it exists now. It could drive you crazy, I guess. And people do some unholy things. They do.
Isn't every human at some point in their life, Helio, guilty of doing something unholy at one point in time?
Sure, everyone has a conscience, right? So, yeah, I mean, unholy can be based on many things. So, yeah, certainly everyone has a conscience and has guilt, and we're all subject to everything that we do. Shit, I mean, you could be a 3-year-old and be an asshole to your mom,
Okay. So when you say unholy, you mean that's subjective, right? You mean
Yeah, of course it's subjective.
oh,
Unholy is subjective. I mean, just like
okay.
I mean,
I wasn't sure. I was
just
just
like I was saying, I mean, you could be an asshole to your mom at 3 years old, and in the Bible it says to subject yourself to your parents, and just like it. Well, but that's more of authority. I mean, it's kind of this. I'm not saying just because you're a baby and you're acting like a brat means you're unholy. No, but what I'm saying is like, yeah. I mean, unholy really kind of represents. It's very subjective when it comes to the word unholy. There's a lot of subjective things that can happen there. It depends on your upbringing. Whether and also has a lot to do with religion.
Well, there's no degrees to being holy, right? You're either holy or you're not. So that's how I was thinking. I was thinking there's only one, one holier than thou, whatever. There's only one holy. Like we're just humans. We're not holy. We're all unholy. We're not the Almighty. Only the Almighty is holy, right? This is kind of what my train of thought was going for.
Sure, and that's why I was saying something about the difference between HOLY and WHOLLY, right? Holy. I mean, this is only in English, by the way, but it could be in other languages. I don't know. They might have different definitions about, your holy, spiritual. In my understanding, like holy, nobody's holy. Like, no human is holy. I mean, the only way you can be holy is to be perfect, right? So that's. But if you're holy, I don't know. See, I'm already not holy or holy, right? So
No, I think I see where you're going. You mean you can be whole? Yeah, no, yeah, I think I
it
get what
really
you mean
has
by
more of a
either
dedication.
holy and yeah.
Go ahead, brother. It really has more of a dedication to truth and understanding, and you when you're holy yourself the way that God created you, then you're holy yourself, with the W, and you're also holy because you've understood and submitted yourself to the truth of creation. But this gets deeper into some of the shit that I can't talk about here. But anyway, but I look at the word holy different than than a lot of people do. But yeah, I didn't necessarily mean to bring that up.
Holy shit, really.
Yeah, so I mean, nobody's perfect, but you can be whole. I don't say you can be holy. You can be holy with a W, but you can't be holy. Well, I won't say that either. See, that's why I don't need to talk about it.
You can never meet God's standard of holiness. That's
Yeah.
and that's it. That's why we all are sinners, and there's none
But I mean,
righteous, no, not one.
you can be holy within, but not holy without.
Yeah,
Right, Neil? Like
I like
within your spirit.
talking about
Go ahead.
I like talking about this kind of stuff, but are we getting kind of far from flat Earth now?
No, sure, and that's why we don't talk about it often in here. So yeah, let's move on.
God forbid you bring the Creator into flat Earth, right?
No, the creator created the flat Earth. But as far as like, if you're like, as far as spirituality goes, that's the beginning of it. But as far as this live stream goes, there's a lot of new people listening, and they're not really into religion.
Yeah, we could take it to another room and we could talk spiritual all day.
Breaking your balls, Helio.
Hold on. The reason that we don't, we try not to make it last too long in here is because we have dozens of people join every day, and if they hear us talking about spirituality and religion and stuff, they're just going to leave. So we try to keep it in the live stream to physical math and physical earth and stuff like that. But I mean, not to say, dude, I think stuff happens here on, oftentimes where people, even if they're, some people might be on the fence and they might hear something someone says. I mean, I honestly, the spirit kind of leads a lot of us certain ways. So, but we can't have this entire, we can't have this whole live stream filled up with spiritual discussion either. So anyway, yeah, just if you're a spiritual person, just keep your mind focused on that. And if somebody new jumps in, just keep it. But if it kind of gets too long on the spiritual, then kind of take a look at the live stream. If new people are joining and you haven't seen that person before, it's like, hey man, yeah, this is kind of the way this, and even though spiritual people don't agree on everything, just like I was explaining earlier, but if new people jump in and you see them jumping in, or if you see them in the lobby, try to get people in the live stream to talk about flat Earth, because that's what we're here for, and that will we'll try to, some of the physical evidences of flat Earth might show them. They might have been, raised in church or whatever, and they were, I was an atheist because church messed me up or whatever. But then when they see that the Earth can't be what they told us it is, boom, then they see the Creator again, so.
That's how it usually happens, though, right?
Yeah, sure. Well, not for everyone. I've always been a creationist, but I thought the Earth was a globe, So it was just like there was a lot of different things that happened to me when I learned about this truth. So it can happen, dude. We have all kinds of stories, man.
Hey, Helio, you know what I used to say? Because I used to do some.
You were raised Catholic, right?
Yeah. Listen,
me too. I was raised Catholic too.
So listen, I used to do some street preaching, and then I'll get off it. But I used to use the heliocentric model back then. I didn't know any better. I used to be, when you, as a man, can make just a small ball Earth and have water attached to it and little tiny people not floating away, then I'll listen to you, oh sinner. Yeah, I used to use it as God's glory.
Oh man, did you get any responses from people other than negative?
Yeah, a few people would be like, yeah, that's true. I don't know how we're moving, but yet standing still. And it is true. Only God could do something like that. And I believe he could, but it just doesn't say that he made us that way. I'm sorry. So, and that's it. I'm done.
Yeah, I got you, bro. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, you grew up like right in the heart of shit in New York. So, yeah, I grew up in a totally different environment.
It kind of bothers me when flat earthers when we get in here and there's no globers to chat with, and we do start veering off into the biblical aspects of flat earth, when people kind of start having disagreements about that aspect of flat earth, I enjoy it because I like hearing other people's beliefs, and I'm not going to let them sway me either way because I'm set in my beliefs. But it does bother me sometimes that we argue about that, because it's,
I don't
at the
have
end
beliefs.
of the day, it is just a belief. So
Yeah, well, it
No, it's
shouldn't
not.
what
bother you
bothers
though.
me, because
Sorry.
I don't hold. I was raised Catholic, okay, but I don't hold any. I believe what I believe. I believe in a creator, but as far as that goes, I don't know what the hell to believe as far as structured religion. I don't, and I don't want to nail myself down to a certain belief, because so many times in my life when I've nailed myself down to a belief, I've been proven wrong, just like spherical Earth.
Hey,
So
listen.
I don't understand why so many of us that have been awoken to flat Earth, why we pin ourselves down to certain biblical beliefs that are just really unverifiable.
No, I got you, Paul. Hey, Neil, I want to hear what you had to say about that.
I was going to say the good news is you don't have to nail yourself down to nothing. Christ already done that. No, I'm not going to preach. I'm just
oh goddamn.
I'm just saying your word beliefs. I don't have any beliefs. It either has to be validated or I do not believe it. Once you bring a proof, then you don't have to believe anymore because it's proven. Okay?
Or at least in your heart and your mind, not trying to convince someone else of what you understand about it. That's something else. But you're not trying to convince or convert. You're just you've been convinced, and you have good information, right? So you just tell them how you've come across the information, or what's wrong with the information they might bring, if they bring up the conversation, or if you bring it up, like, hey, have you talked to anyone about flat earth before? What do you think?
Right.
You want them to talk more than you do, so that you can kind of get an idea of where they're at.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that's
Well, that's the whole thing, though, right? When I first came to it, I mean, I couldn't prove anything about the ball because my brother told me, "What, you still think the Earth is round? You still think we want a sphere?" I was like, well, "What are you talking about?" Of course, this is like 2016, and then I went, out of nowhere, built in me, I just started to abuse him, berate him, make fun of him. It's inbred in us to make fun
What?
of
So your
people.
brother was a flat earther before you?
Yeah, I had no clue. And he started telling me about all of these things. And so I started saying, you know what? I'm going to prove this guy. I'm going to prove the globe. 2 weeks later, oh, shoot, Earth is flat. There's no proof of this. I thought I went to school. I thought everything was proven. I didn't know what science was until I ran into, flat Earth debate and QE and all of them.
Yeah.
Then you begin to learn. You relearn everything you have learned.
Awesome.
Yeah, so that's how it happened with me. Lack of proof.
That's cool, brother.
But isn't that weird how I began to just make fun of him? Like, nobody told me to do that.
Oh no, yeah, that's kind of that's automatic behavior. Well, I mean, like I was listening to David Weiss long before he discovered flat Earth. I was following a lot of his stuff and following other people and stuff. Then David Weiss got really hard on the flat Earth trip, and I was like, you know what? I'm not going to listen to that sumbitch anymore. He was talking about 9/11, Sandy, Boston Marathon and stuff. And I was like, yeah, that's really sounds good. And then he started talking about flat Earth. And this was like 2015, early 2015. And so I just stopped listening to his stuff, his podcasts and stuff. And then I heard, who Tex Mars is, Neil?
No, but
Well,
I
he's from
might.
Austin. He had a show called Power of Prophecy, podcast called Power of Prophecy. He's affiliated with Alice Jones or whatever. Anyway, and
I know who you're talking about.
You know who Edward Hendry is, right? Anyway, so
Yes.
after I rejected David's flat Earth stuff, I heard this interview with Edward Hendry about his new book called The Greatest Lie on Earth. Because I'd been listening to Tex Mars for years too, along with David and stuff like that. And once I heard that interview with Edward Hendry, I was like, oh shit, maybe I should look at this, And so then that's when I started listening to like Nathan and Patricia and Mark Sargent and stuff and Eric DeBay and stuff. And it was just like within a couple weeks, I was like, oh, okay, I see what they're saying now.
That's crazy because David Weiss was directly responsible for me finding Flat Earth Debate. I had no clue about Nathan Oakley or that show until I heard him talking about it. I don't know what I was listening to him on. And he was like, yo, I can't get enough of that Flat Earth Debate, Nathan Oakley. And I was like, what's he talking about? What is this? So I found it, and the first one I listened to, I was like, wow.
Yeah,
So I was there.
I started listening long before that, man. I was back in the late 2015. I was listening to like he jumped.
You don't hold that against Tex Mars, do you, Helio? That he was. I mean, I look at it like it's not that he was connected with Alex Jones. I feel like Alex Jones hitched his wagon to Tex Mars. You know what I mean?
No, I definitely don't. To be honest, Tex Mars, he's retired now, and I think he died like a couple of years ago. But no, I was listening to Tex Mars for several years. I loved all his Power of Prophecy. It's like
Yeah,
he
I
had
used to get
the
his newsletter.
greatest spirit, man. You listen to Tex Mars a lot?
Yeah, I used to. I got a bunch of his videos. I got a bunch of his books. I used to get his newsletter, Power of Prophecy. But and I always respected him and I loved what he said. And I always thought that Alex kind of just hitched his wagon to Tex Mars. And I don't think Tex Mars really subscribed to Alex as much as Alex tried to, use Tex.
No,
If you
I
understand what I'm
get
saying.
that part. Yeah, I do. I totally get that. I totally get that, man. Because because Alex, I mean, some of the shit Tex Mars talked about, Alex can't talk about on his show, and I don't know if he even actually, got down with that. But so I was following. I mean, I kind of got away from Alex's stuff and got into David Weiss stuff and some of the, Alan Watt and stuff like that. And then I was listening to Tex Mars too. And then I'd already heard Edward Hendry several times on Tex Mars show. And then when he had his new book come out, talking
Did
about
you read
Flat
that book?
Earth. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, after
I'll
I
be
heard
honest
about
with
it,
you,
I ordered it. And
that's one of my favorite Flat Earth books. I mean,
good.
to be
It's
honest,
really, really good.
it's
A lot
to
of
me,
people
it's
just don't like it because anyway, from the other stuff that prior to that book, he'd been on Tex Mars' show several times, so I already knew who he was. And then I already rejected David Weiss for talking about Flat Earth. I was like, you know what? I know he's got some good info, but Flat Earth, fuck that. But then I heard Edward Hendry on Tex Mars' podcast, and I was like, you know what? Maybe I should take a look at this. And I did, and then I bought Ed's book, and then I started watching some Eric DeBay and Mark Sargent videos, and dude, within a couple weeks, I was like, oh, okay, I get it now.
Is Mark Sargent legit? Because I haven't really followed him that much, and the little bit that I did, he just kind of reminded me of
I think he's legit. I don't know. I mean, I'm not gonna say anything against Mark Sargent. I like Mark, but it's just he has his own.
Hey,
approach
Helio,
to
I can
it.
answer that question. He's a pointer. He points you to flat Earth, gets you going, gets you started. He's good for beginners.
Yeah,
That's basically it.
That
Yeah, I
makes
don't have anything against Mark, man. He has some good points. He gets a lot of interviews with people that none of us could actually, have an
Well, and
opportunity.
that's why I was skeptical, because he just seems to be so out there and always seem to somehow get recognition where I feel like he really doesn't deserve it, like a lot of these other people. So that's why I was kind of like,
Yeah, I mean, he's
about
one of
those
the
videos he came out with?
progenitors. He's one of the progenitors of the
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, everybody.
He makes
Everybody
good
listen.
content, man. He makes good stuff.
Everybody listen to that video.
It's not
Remember the one
perfect. We
part?
all have different ideas. I'm sure. People have been critical of some of the shit that I say sometimes.
What does he have? What's that video? The one main one, 20 proofs or something? It's like all parts. The empty theater is one segment of it.
21 proofs. Yeah.
Yo, that
Under-
video. I don't know if it's his voice, the way he speaks, sort of like the Twilight Zone guy, but that had me, bro. I love that.
It did, but you know what I wondered 5 years later here is, was that organic, or what, or were those people that introduced it first in 2000 and what, 14, 13, 14, around then?
If it wasn't,
was organic to him,
would it matter?
It wouldn't really matter. It's just a curiosity of mine. I mean, I'm sure other people have that curiosity. Like, I've heard hearsay. I'm not going to repeat because it is hearsay.
I've considered that as well, Sonny. Yeah. But at the same time, we have what we're doing. I mean, if there's any evidence for the globe, it would have come out by now.
No, absolutely. But what I'm saying is that I think Flat Earth may have been programmed release of some sort.
Sure. Yeah, that's a possibility.
yeah.
Anyway.
See, that's what. Yeah, that's why I'm cautious as to some of these people. Like even Eric DeBay, for instance. Like I've listened to him for a while and followed him, but after a while, I kind of started to think, and like I read a couple of his books, and I was like, man, his books are just a lot of his books. They're really weak, and it's not him really doing any investigations, and there's no citations in his book. There's no references in his book. It's just him reciting shit that other people have said, and he doesn't really list, any, there's no notations. There's no, so that kind of threw me off.
citation don't mean shit anyway, though. Citation don't mean shit. What is
Well,
citation?
I mean, it kind of does in a way, though. I don't want to just take Eric Dubé's word for it. If he says something in his book, he should cite a citation so I can see where he's getting this information from. And so that and in a lot of his books, he doesn't do that at all, and that kind of bothered me. For all I know, he's a good guy, though. I don't know. Like everybody else, I don't know. I just try to be cautious. It's like that's.
From what I understand, Nathan Oakley had a few conversations with him about his use of models and things like that. And he says he knows it's wrong, but for beginners, it's helpful. So there you go with that. But he says he's a good guy. He's legit.
I'm like Scarface. What you call paranoid? I'm paranoid.
How'd you say paranoid?
Right.
What's the gun for, Tony? What these? Midnight.
Exactly.
How you say? Paranoid. Yo, Al Pacino's the best. The Admiral Judge J.T. Fleming should go straight to fucking jail. The son of a bitch is guilty. He told me so.
Did any of you ever? Do you remember Webster Tarpley at all? Whatever happened to Webster Tarpley?
I have no idea who that is, but I was doing Justice for All, Al Pacino.
Yeah, no, it was great. There's another guy that I was wondered about. Alex Jones used to have this guy on. He used to have this occasional guest who was supposedly I want to say a priest that used to work for some oil baron. Oh God, what was his name? If anybody knows what I'm talking about, if anybody followed Alex Jones, you know what I'm talking about. Can't remember the guy's name. That used to intrigue me. I mean, this was years ago. This is like 15 years ago. But he used to be a supposed like leaker because he had inside info because he spent so much time with elite folks because he was super close with some oil baron because he was his priest or some shit. I don't know. Nobody remembers that, huh?
I'd say the silence answers that question.
Yeah, I guess so. Go back to the Tony Montana impressions. That was better.
I can't do the one I want to do because my wife is here. She'll yell at me for cursing. But
Hey, Chico, who is this dishwasher? That's one of my
Hello to my little friend.
fuck Albert Gomez and fuck the fucking Diaz brothers. Fuck them all. I buried those cockroaches. What'd they ever do for us?
Diaz brothers.
Actually, you know who I liked better in Scarface? I liked his man that played Manny Ray.
Oh yeah.
His man was.
I didn't
I
like
liked
him.
him.
He was an asshole.
No,
He
he
was always too
wasn't.
worried about some ass instead of worried about the business at hand.
He was worried about some ass when Tony was almost getting chopped up. He came exactly the time he was supposed to come that Tony told him to come. He followed orders.
That was longer than 15 minutes.
No, it was not. He gave him a time. He looked at his clock. He goes, "Let's go." If he didn't, Tony would have been all over his ass if he would have been late. He'd have been like, "Yo, fuck, I told you to come in fucking 15 minutes. Now Angel's fucking dead, you dumb mother." No, he might not even been arrested in the movie.
Have you guys heard about the Chinese Godfather? They made him an offer he couldn't understand.
Oh, that's bad. What the fuck did this guy just say to me? I got cataracts? I have wrinkles and cataracts. What does that have to do with my eyes? That's my cause. I have a wrinkle and a cataract.
Oh my god.
Eli, what's up, Eli? What you doing today? Hats off to all the moderators at 24/7. Definitely not an easy job, if I must say so myself.
Hats off to all the mafia bosses out there.
Well, here's the funny thing. Speaking of the mafia, there's this genre in YouTube called MobTube, where all the snitches get together and have shows. And one of them was Michael Franzese. Now, I remember hearing his father's name, Sonny Franzese, when I was a kid growing up in Brooklyn. He was like the freaking main guy. But yeah, he's had a YouTube channel for a while, and like over 100,000 subscribers, doing good, making videos, and professing the name of Christ. He's a minister now, goes all over teaching and sharing how he came from the mob to God. But somebody pulled up some text messages from him with another girl while he's married. You know, the dirt's coming out. If you profess Christ, then you better be walking right. And another guy called MRE, Mob Rats Exposed, he popped in the scene about 9 months ago, going after all the rats. He's from Boston, Rhode Island. What's that other place? Providence, Rhode Island. Exposing all the rats, but he never showed his face. And then they exposed him. He's a white supremacist. They got him with freaking Nazi toys. They got him freaking marching. They got him with freaking tattoos. He got popped in 2015 with freaking a barrage of weapons in his house. Listen, you better be clean if you're going to come out and say something here. You better have you better check your closet. Make sure there's no lingering skeletons. I'm trying to incorporate Flat Earth with the mob. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about starting a show, getting a channel. I just don't know how to do it.
It's funny how so many years ago the Italian mafia was looked at as such a horrible organization and how terrible it all was. But now you look back and then you look at today and how things are today, and you almost relish the times when the Italian mob, did control certain streets and certain aspects of whatever neighborhood you come from, because there was a certain decorum. It seemed like in those days it doesn't exist anymore.
Hello everyone, how are you doing?
Hello. Hey, before you get started, Gomer, I was posting that video that I saw. You guys heard of the Reface app? You can put your face on different characters and shit. That's me. That's me as Al Pacino. That last one I just posted. Pretty funny. You click play on that, you can see me as Al Pacino. Say hello to my little friend. It's pretty funny, isn't it?
Oh my god, you will be on the wanted list, man.
Wait, how did you do that, Ely?
It's an app called Reface. You can put your picture.
Oh my god, that's
put
funny.
your face on the character.
Ilya, I didn't know you were such a good actor.
Well, you never know till you know, right?
Cool, man.
No, but yeah, it's an app called Reface. You can take your picture and then upload it, and then it'll put your picture on a scene from a movie or whatever, or music video or some shit. Pretty funny.
Guess what? I will use it and put my face on Osama's bin Laden.
I'll do that. I'll do that. I don't know if Bin Laden's on the Reface app. That would be hilarious.
I think one of the CIA guys or NSA guys is saying, "God damn those guys! Like we're trying to close the case and they are trying to reopen it again. Fuck you."
I would think that's where they got Bin Laden's face from to begin with.
100%, man. I think there's theories about like Obama being the one playing Bin Laden.
Oh man, that whole Bin Laden show was that shit. Still, the whole show is still going on. He's a legend, and is in everyone's mind because they created this character, Bin Laden, that was the mastermind of 9/11 and stuff like that, which
all from caves.
As if.
From deep within caves.
You know, the funny thing about Osama bin Laden and Al Qaeda and those like guys, basically just imagine that if those guys were real, like seriously, and what those like mainstream media, what they talked about them like running all those operations from the cave, you know, it will be so scary. The funny thing, if they are not real, now imagine the power of the Western media, you know, changing the narrative to suit their agenda, which is like crazy. So those will be like, imagine if Al Qaeda tried to like attack those Twin Towers, right? And they failed, but the media said, fuck you guys, like bring the demolition company, let's make it inside job and blame it on you again. Like, okay, don't worry, we will do it for you. It's just scary. The power of the Western media is insane.
Well, then you go with, in 1968, the towers went up. 33 years later, the towers came down.
You said 33, right? 33 years later. Yeah.
33 years later.
It's just a coincidence, yeah, 33. Maybe Bin Laden was a Freemason, you know, he chose like 33 for a reason.
2 airplanes, 3 buildings. That's 3. 2 plus 1 equals 3.
Not two airplanes, man. More than that, I think.
No, I mean the whole complex came down. There were 7 buildings.
Yeah, maybe the Bin Laden family was just really good buddies with the Bush. I know it's just speculation with the Bush family. Yeah, it's just speculation.
Wait, I got another one. I'm gonna recall you guys. Check this one out.
Hey, you know what's funny? A movie you guys are hilarious, by the way. You made me think of this movie where they have the fake, what is it, Iron Man 2 or something, where they have the fake terrorists, and then later on it shows them all at this banquet, and the fake terrorist is there too. Cheers.
Yeah.
The movies are very telling. Like, people think, oh, it's just a movie. Yeah, sometimes it's almost exactly what is really going on. Is being told.
The movies is sometimes it's prediction, sometimes it's post-diction.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Well, you know that's not an accident, right? There's actually, I don't want to say CIA ops, but there's actually agents that work within the movie studios to purposely put that stuff in there. And they're also the ones that tell them that you can't do this and you can't say that.
Yeah, right.
I mean, that's well known.
Well, yeah, there's a Hollywood DC connection. They're joined at the hip. Yeah, they've always been in on it together. The government has been in the movies for a long time, since movies started. Before that, it was.
I don't think it's been since movies started. I think it was back in when they did the they did that. What was it? Where they had that big all those hearings and the big scares where they try to accuse all these people of being communists.
Oh yeah, but that was just a little bit of a.
The McCarthy
It was their advancement into the modern, and that was kind of like how the intelligence all got into.
You're right. That's what I was going to say.
Media,
I feel like that's
exactly.
Used that to infiltrate the whole system.
Yeah, but listen,
and accuse patriots of being communists.
But it was before that, because think about when Hollywood was first created. Who was around then? Who had all the big money? Who was buying all the property? Who was buying the land in LA?
Yeah,
think about it.
Well,
yeah, you know what? Look at LA in 1900. Thousands upon thousands of oil derricks everywhere. The whole place is filled with oil derricks. Every street, every corner had oil derrick. Everywhere. And people don't know this. There's oil. There was oil in Los Angeles, and that whole basin is oil underneath there.
Well, there still is, right? It's untapped.
Oh, yeah.
They drilled it and then capped it, and it's never really been used.
Yeah, there's
It's
still
still all just sitting there, right?
when I lived there was still amongst the condominiums in what they call is like the Silver Strand up there, the peninsula where Marina del Rey is. It's south of Venice, so it's super high rent district, man. It's very there were oil rigs there when I was growing up there before all that property was. I used to walk through those fields. There was oil rigs still. In Venice, there were oil rigs. You'd have a house, there'd be a empty lot next door with an oil rig in it. Yep.
I mean, they're probably still there, are they not? I mean,
oh yeah, there is. They took out some of the big ones. But anyway, I don't know what's going on. It's been many years since I've been like up in that area, but there always been this connection between the movies and Washington, D.C., the music industry, Washington, D.C., they're all connected. The elites and the occultists, all connected. They're all connected. JPL and Hollywood, like, think about it, Disney. Buddies with Jack Parsons, Disney. Who else? L. Ron Hubbard. All those characters. Yeah, they're proteges of Aleister Crowley.
Yeah.
They set this up 100 years, more than 100 years ago. The first moving picture was the man going to the moon.
You can connect it up to NASA. You can just add all the pieces, and NASA is included on that equation.
Mm-hmm. And so before the movies were the novelists. Right? They were writing space novels about this stuff years and years before movies.
That probably goes all the way back to Shakespeare, huh?
Well, these are the people that have been driving the narrative for the whole time, in my opinion. There was no changing of the guard. People are confused if they think there's a changing of the guard, that someone's being elected to do something, that a new person is taking the job. No. Are you kidding me? People are so naive. I hope they wake up. I really do.
So do you think that, see, this is one of the things that always bothered me was with the founding of the country. Was there no good in it ever? Was there never a moment where the founding of this country was supposed to be what we're told it is? Or was it in the minds of the people until, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't let you finish. I apologize, man.
No, I was just gonna say that because it seems like, you hear, okay, George Washington, for instance, and you hear about all the things that he did and how amazing he was and what a great general he was and how they wanted to actually make him king, and he said no, and he didn't want to be president. He didn't want to do none of that shit, and they make it seem like all this was founded for man to be free, and then it was supposed to be what we believe, what we're taught that it is.
Right.
So
Well,
was it actually ever meant to be that, or was it a lie from the beginning?
A lot of it was founded on top of dead bodies of millions of people.
That's true. Yeah. So there's an image that they would like us to believe, but yeah, I believe that freedom, that idea was alive and still is, but it was alive in the people that were struggling to make their way to get to a better place than where they came from. Those people were innocent. They were living in usual every single day. Yeah. to make it somewhere where they were told there's land, you can make a home out here, because the East had already been just a mess. If you can imagine, can you imagine being in 1800, 13, like in America in 1800, what that must have been like for everyone, except the people that had it made, that were building their, Masonic temples in DC.
Well, as usual, throughout all history, there is the highest class, the society of the world order, and then the lowest class, the common folks like you and I. So his question would be more poignant towards the high class people who are responsible for officially establishing the United States as, as it began and as it developed to what it is now. And so in my research, I learned that so these founding fathers, they weren't quite Christian as people usually presume that they were when you hear about them being Christian or having some kind of Judeo-Christian ethic in their world, in their belief system, and in the way they implemented, the way they constructed, right, the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. It was more along the lines of their worldview was more of a deistic worldview in Luciferian Freemasonic fraternities, you see. And I was listening to Bill Cooper, and he was explaining that they set forth, right, writing down certain de jure rights in the Constitution, especially the so-called Bill of Rights in the Constitution, but they set it up to fail. So they gave quote unquote you rights. They wrote down rights in the Constitution, setting it up to fail for the sake of Lucifer's New World Order, his kingdom, the externalization of the hierarchy, as Alice Bailey said in her day. It was a part of that agenda, the making of the Constitution, the entire making of the United States, you see. So they gave these rights on paper to the quote unquote people, whoever exactly is in that party. Because especially a small digression, when we talk about the people think that that phrase in the Constitution refers to just the entirety of the population of the United States that are rightful citizens, lawful citizens. No, it doesn't. So there's that too.
Yeah,
so
wouldn't you? Now, so wouldn't it be interesting to know what that playbook actually is? Because we only have little glimpses of pieces of it, right?
And I can right at the moment illustrate its credibility by illustrating the fact that when you read Morals and Dogma from Albert Pike, I haven't read the entire thing. I actually plan on listening to the audiobook sooner or later, y'all will. But in Morals and Dogma, he writes down a plan, again, or a certain stage in the world where they clash theism and atheism together to bring about Luciferianism.
It's hot micing.
Gemsy was hot micing.
They want to clash the Christians and the Muslims against one another, and the atheists against one another, to eliminate them all and bring about the Freemasonic Luciferian world order like they want to. So once again, they're using entire demographics of the population, entire institutions and organizations as fronts, and they control the opposition in their clashing and their conflict to synthesize or bring about the result that they want.
Yeah, I think it went something like this. Somebody way back then, who knows when exactly, they said, look, there's this land. It's been sitting there since biblical times, and it's repopulated. We're going to go back. Let's set up a plan how we're going to handle this. Can you imagine what that was like? That's what I think happened. I said, they knew that land was there. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
It's been sitting there. It got devastated. Since
This land was populated. This land was populated already, but what they brought was the war machines, the machines of war, and to take over.
Jemsy, I think who it was populated by was the biblical era peoples.
Yeah, but remember that there was a time when they started bringing out the war machinery, and they started invading every nation and taking over every region of the world. And this wasn't by accident. They came to the point that now they establish the central banks in every nation. So they have the administrators in place and the economics control in place. And also the military powers in place. So that this didn't happen just one day. This has been taking a long time to be on this position.
Yeah, so 500 years ago, the age of exploration started. So they started going all over these places. They, like I said, I believe they knew that land was there. They're going back out. They're going to portray this to the populace as something it's not the whole time. They're going to go recapture this. Like you said, they're setting up the economic pirate system, East India Company, Dutch East India Company, those places, those ships, thousands of ships going back and forth to these places long forgotten. So I think, there's evidence of Proto-Hebrew being spoken in native tribes in America. There's lots of evidence of Welsh people being in America, and Iron Age people being in America, and millions of tons of copper ore being taken from Michigan Upper Peninsula for 10,000 years possibly. Like all these indicate something other than what we're told.
So at the bare minimum, with the anthropology recorded in the Holy Writ in the Bible, you have the nations from Japheth, and the nations from Ham that inhabited this continent, North and South America, as it's called, before any of the nations from Europe came over here.
So it just takes this line of inquiry that we may not have thought of, like which family member was that? Ham, Japheth,
Well, it was multiple nations from the descent from one of those two sons, one of the three sons of Noah.
Right. Yeah, New World, Old World. So it's very interesting because we'll probably never know who these people actually were when we got here, because those people came here and destroyed all of those cultures along with their oral traditions. And
they're not. Their records are not totally eviscerated. They're steady to this day.
Oh, guys.
Yeah, no, that's true. But some of them are. Some certain tribes are completely gone.
Yep, 100%. Our Islamic history, we have many evidences. I don't know, for Native Americans, before they accepted Islam, this is way before Columbus.
Mm-hmm.
Before that, maybe they were Christian or Jews or maybe something else. But basically, as Sonny said exactly, and as you said, when they went there, they knew that this land actually existed. They knew who lives there, and they went on a mission as a crusades to just take all the stuff there, gold, resources, what have you.
They just left it there, I think, because it was devastated.
Yep, and also, all the killings happened for against the natives. Think about it. If those natives were cooperating, right? Why would they kill them? They will never, right? They will use, like, why would you kill a lot of population which will help you establish your new colony or what have you?
Right,
No,
right.
but those natives actually fought so hard against Columbus and his army.
Well, here's the thing. We've only been told the timeline of when those European people supposedly came here. We don't know how early they came here. I think they came here much earlier and were wiping out these tribes of giants many, many years before our supposed history of America started. They were already here. They were trying to get rid of all these strange peoples that were here, the ancient people. They were trying to destroy them. I think that's what may have been their primary thing, is to get rid of those people first. So they were here maybe hundreds of years before the supposed Columbus or the Pilgrims or any of that junk. There's a whole storyline we've not been made aware of. It's totally different than what we think it is.
100%. You know, just like look at who's writing history and you will know the rest of the story.
It's not really about only who's writing history, but it's about who controls the media with which the public receives the narrative. Because the only way we're able to debunk the official narrative is because we have authentic documents that the mainstream is not publishing to the public so as to refute it.
It's almost like a repeat. If you think about what was happening in the colonial America, like like people that were trying to actually be free, they were clamping down. Like the British were clamping down on all of that, and they were doing the same thing they're doing now. It was illegal to gather. It was illegal to write things against the government or speak about things against the government. You could be thrown in jail, all your property taken away, your children removed, like devastated. So it's the same thing that's kind of like happening now. It's just a repeat. They're just doing this repeat, rinse, repeat, wash, repeat. Yeah. You think?
Yes,
You can't control so many people by force. You have to control the mind.
There's
Hey, hold on one second. Hey, Sonny.
Yes.
Sonny, can you join me in another room for a second?
I can.
If you don't mind. Cool.
Which one?
I'll just move to whichever.
Okay, sure. No problem.
Oh, you're gold, all right?
Yeah. I see you in gold. Yeah. I'll meet you there.
Well, on the point of, I was listening to you guys, on the point of whether someone discovered America, that's complete nonsense. Everybody should know that by now, don't they?
No, people still believe that blacks came from Africa.
Yeah, that's another strange thing too, right? I mean, blacks existed, blacks. I don't even like to, say that. But anyway, but black people don't mind being called black, whatever. So yeah, I mean, black people were in North America the whole time. They didn't. Black people don't exist in the United States because they brought them from Africa. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but there were already black people in America before.
Yeah.
All that.
Yeah.
When we talk about,
actually, from like Islamic history, we know of a Muslim Mauritanian king, I think in the 10th century. He knew about this land, and he were the king of Mauritania at the time. So he had a brother like trying to fight him against the throne, or just to take the throne from him. And he brought his brother, said like, hey, you want the throne? That's fine with me. I need 3 ships full of gold and men, and I will go to that land and leave everything for you here. So that Mauritanian king went there and he met the natives, and they lived with the natives. And historically, there's some like way of like melting and casting gold which is an African, like natively found in America by historians. And till this day, there is like natives who have had like accepted Islam and lived there as Muslims, and maybe those like still exist somehow. There's many books speaking about that. I had just
sure.
like a link.
Kamari, haven't they kind of tried to shorten our history? Just kind of like they've shortened our history just to a couple of 100 years, and the rest of it is mystery, and how they describe it through geology and anthropology and stuff. They want to present a story about our modern history and how we came to exist, to foment their idea of these wars and governments and shit. Whereas, with some of the other things that have been involved, it's like in the ancient past, people actually did come over to America and traded and, went back and forth. It's not like, it wasn't the new world. Oh, look, I discovered the new world. People have been, across the Atlantic, people have been, trading and discovering things for long before this nonsense idea of this 20th century or 20th 19th century idea. They're just trying to fake us out. But once you realize what really happened, which you can't fully figure it out, but there was a lot more going on prior to the 19th century than what they were saying about us in the North American continent, even in South America as well.
When we talk about the particular section of the human race called Black people, we get confused because the rhetoric is wrong.
Right.
And so that's why I posted in the live stream voice text.
That's absolutely
these
true.
two.
I wanted to say the same thing, though.
That's why I posted the definitions of my terms that I tried to coin, so the rhetoric can be correct when we try and talk about the issue. That's why I say melanated humans or melahumans, humans with visibly expressed melanin, or type 1 albinos, which are without visible melanin but have melanated human parents and can bear children with melanin across the spectrum, or type 2 albinos without visible melanin, whom does or does not have the melanin gene in them, without melanated parents, and can only produce children with their level of melanin or less. You see? So we have melanated humans like myself.
Right. How do you think that came about, as far as like from creation to now? I know that's a deep question, but how do you think that came about?
Along the line in the modern era, you have these ruling classes that are running out of ways to program
talking about
the
genetically.
slaves. Yeah. Well. Talk about the skin itself. So as you read the Holy Writ, right? You have Adam and Chava, the first man and first woman, and that history unfolds all the way down to the flood, and then Noah, and then his 3 sons are born, and then they're warned about the flood. They build the ark. They get everyone onto the ark.
Right, and obviously,
and history
his
unfolds, and
family,
then they get off the
they
ark.
were melanated, right? They were melanated.
Yes, they were melanated.
But
let me add, however, is that in the scroll of Hanok, in the book of Enoch, it details that Noah was a type 1 albino. His father was scared looking at him when he was born because he said his skin is so white, like the children of the angels. And so book of Enoch details that he was a type 1 albino, kind of like Blake Griffin, but
all right. So there was
glorious.
a portion of history where one of the descendants of Noah was an albino, and that's how white people exist.
Like several hundred years, like 300, 400, 500 years after the Tower of Babel. is when I reason when the type 2 albino gene began, where this gene in the human gene pool, where we have humans like, you know, the majority of Europeans who are type 2 albinos, they
Hold on,
have
I'm
little to no
going somewhere
melanin.
with this. Yeah, go ahead, Gregory.
Yeah, they have little to no melanin. Their parents have no melanin, and they can't reproduce children with more melanin than the cells, only with the same level of melanin or less.
Just to follow quickly, like on what Grigory said, actually, Islamically, from the Islamic history, there's some Islamic scholars say Adam, which is an Arabic word, means a kind of black skin, So it comes from Adama, which is the face of earth, and we all know, like Muslims, Christians, Jews, what have you. We were created as humankind. We were created from mud, right? Look at any type of mud you want. You don't find a white mud. It doesn't exist. So Adam basically wasn't really black like those like super black African people, and he wasn't white at all. So he was somewhere in between, like leaning more towards being, darker in skin. And this is where basically we believe as like Adam were actually a dark-skinned man. So
a rich brown, ruddy kind of appearance of his skin, given the material that he was made from, the rich soil of the ground in paradise before sin.
Well, hey, check this out before.
Go ahead.
You remember that Jesus loves the little children of red and yellow, black and white. All right, so why are the Easterners yellow? But they're not yellow, of course.
But they're not yellow. They're really not yellow.
Yeah, and I'm not white, and you're not black. So
right.
So what do you have to say about that?
Programming.
So that particular categorization is from Johann Blumenbach, a German pseudo-anthropologist, really a pseudo-scientist, who is historically prominent in popularizing that category: black, white, yellow, red. Hence, Caucasoid, Negroid, Mongoloid, and Australoid, or Aboriginal.
They were all men and women, right?
You see.
Yeah, I mean, it's
which
really
are really men and women of the human race. So yeah, this is a persistent pseudo-scientific categorization of the human race.
Of course, and
A
now, but if you
pseudo-anthropology.
get into what's that evolution idiot's name in Germany?
Darwin.
Yeah, that fucker Darwin.
Yeah, Charles Darwin.
Yeah, Charles Darwin.
Yeah, they especially use that. So they made this erroneous categorization first, and then when Charles Darwin came along, they paired it with Darwinism, and that really,
but prior to that, weren't they
this false paradigm?
Yeah, prior to that, weren't they already trying to figure out how naturalism could create humans?
Yeah, long before Charles Darwin.
Yeah,
long
evolution.
Before Charles Darwin, he was responsible for popularizing it. Yeah. The first day his book was published, it was sold out.
But
people were thirsty for something.
Sold out. What in the 1800s? They didn't have books like that. Not like that we do nowadays. He didn't sell out. In the 1800s. So it was just like it sold out amongst the popular scientists, the only people that had money, right?
Yeah, among those who could read and afford books, it sold out on the first day. Yeah.
Yeah. So like anybody these days can get a book almost anywhere, but back then they couldn't buy a book unless they had fucking shitloads of money.
Sadly we live in a times where people actually living like basically mad people. They see and they understand kind of what's happening, but they follow on with it. So basically, most people familiar with divide and conquer, right? So, and also, especially the mainstream religions, the main three ones, share that story about our first parents, Adam and his spouse, like being tricked by Satan, right? And causing them to be casted out of the paradise and what have you. The story is
Hey,
known.
you know what's interesting about that? Speaking of having a lot of money, they actually spent a lot of money to suppress the information about the creation story.
Exactly. I'm going there actually. So basically,
all right, cool.
What happens is, so Satan, the same guy who tricked our foreparents, casting them out of paradise, yet he just like now, because Adam kind of like dark skin, if you wanna like link it together in this way. So all this like anti-black people and those like movements trying to say like, oh, we're the rights of black people and what have you, is actually not only on black people, it's against the entirety of humanity, because Adam was actually dark skinned, as if Satan saying like, screw this humankind, I will destroy them. What's the best way of destroying? Let's go to attack the origin of them, right? So
Murray, you're looking at it from a Middle East perspective. I mean, that's not the only place that exists. I mean, there were yellow and black and red and white people everywhere across Earth.
Yeah, before that. Yeah, but actually...
Yeah, before that, too. I mean, of course, at creation, you think that everyone was the same, quote-unquote, color?
Yeah, like if we are originally
sure.
from the same
I think
parents, right?
that's a possibility. But anyway, go ahead. Continue, brother.
Actually, there is no alternative to it. So basically, we are like definitely all humankind from the same.
So the origin,
father and mother.
Of humans is from the Middle East.
No, we are actually, forget about Africa, Europe, Asia, North America. We actually been created in paradise, like at least our first father and mother, right? So we are not really natives to Earth. We were like as a kind, as a humankind, we're casted out, from paradise, as what happened with our father or mother. So we are not originally from this Earth as like our home, but our origin is from Earth.
Well, I'm pretty sure I was born on Earth, and that's where I came from. I mean, in my physical form and my spiritual form. Because I mean, what else do I? Are you saying that I'm not from here?
Yeah, let me explain. So basically, when God or Allah or the Creator Almighty has like took a piece of earth, right, from the mud of earth and created Adam. So our substance, our like material, or the thing we are created from is from earth, but we are not, or basically the first humans did not live in earth, right, or on earth. They lived in the heavens, basically.
It doesn't say that in the Quran or in the Bible.
It doesn't say what?
What you just said.
No, the Quran basically literally says that Adam were created from mud, and I'm sure the Bible does as well. And
sure, okay, cool. Now, I'm not going to say I'm agreeing with that totally. I'm just saying whatever you're saying. Where are you getting these references from? I mean, you're saying something like that doesn't match up with anything I've heard on this server before about creation. You might as well be making shit up like the space astronauts and NASA and shit. Come on.
What does it make sense that of what I said? I'm not really interpreting anything. It's just basically.
Okay, well, repeat what you just said, and
literally mentioned in the mainstream heavenly books, right? Adam, or the first human, was created from the mud or the clay of the earth, basically, and they lived in paradise. So I'm not making that stuff up. I'm sure there's many like brothers.
No, sure. Yeah, man, sure. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, and created the
verses.
He existed in the garden till the fall, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Then what?
Actually, just like finish the idea. So basically, what this is a war against the origin of humankind.
Yeah, this lie, the false categorization that we all are familiar with. Yeah, so that's why I don't use those terms anymore. That's why I use the terms like I posted in voice text chat. Even in regular conversation, people be like, "What are you talking about?" It's like, then I go and explain, and they're like, "Oh, wow." And so that is the modern issue that we face today when facing this anthropological question is this erroneous categorization, right? And all the rhetoric and narratives and agendas that presuppose this false categorization and still use it in their rhetoric.
Right, and it often
And
comes through like modern, what they call modern anthropology. But it's they call it ancient anthropology, but they're using modern methods that don't include, the creation story. So they're actually just totally excluding the creation story and trying to figure out without the creation story.
Exactly. Helio, this is why I'm speaking about it. Like maybe if you didn't understand where I'm coming from. So basically, we have that Satan, right? In the title of it in Arabic is Iblis. Iblis meaning basically in Arabic, literally translated to English as the bankrupt one, meaning like he's bankrupt of all good deeds, like purely evil. So
utterly depraved.
Yeah. So basically, we have that, which is a totally alien kind of creation. He's not human at all, doesn't relate to human at all, except he's created by the creator, basically. So him trying to attack that like Iblis or Satan, which is
that totally lines up with everything that happens in Genesis between Adam and Eve and their relationship with the evil one. So what's different about that? I mean,
yeah, I'm coming there actually. So basically, when all this like stupidity of evolution, Darwinism, is actually to degrade human or humankind, basically, or mankind, degrading it to make it equal to an animal, which is a lower degree of creation of God, right? So this is like they try to attack human, saying no, actually, so you have this originally dark skin, which is like close to monkey, this etc. etc. Why? Because
wait, hold on. Does your spirit have a color?
No, I'm not.
All right, your skin has a color. Now, what you're getting at with like your
Can you allow me to finish
toward evil and your tendency toward good, I think then you might start talking about what the Asians are talking about. So anyway, go ahead, continue your story.
Yeah, hopefully I don't want my like chain of thoughts to be lost. So basically, again, this like that pure evil somebody, shaitan or Satan, right? He's attacking the like origin of us, like degrading us to the degree making us like with those like stupid Darwinists or evolutionists equaling us.
Yeah, atheists really don't get it, But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, that's why they cannot relate or allow the creation story to exist in the so-called modern science, right? It cannot happen because if that does happen, well, then we are like honored creation of God. We have origin. We have so much.
Yeah, that's why I'm confused. Why, like people in the West, including the Muslims and the Christians, can't understand why through the Eastern tradition, they're creationists as well. All these atheists, they make no sense at all about how we experience Earth and spirituality and everything. It's like at least we can agree on that. With the Easterners. People in China.
They really don't make sense of human experience at all.
Yeah, I mean, people in the East, they have spirituality as well, but they just see it a different way, and
Yeah, they're also theists. There are also different kinds of theists in the
Yeah,
East.
sure, and I ain't gonna lie, and never. I'm not gonna say it. Never mind. I choose to not say it right now. But anyway, yeah. But as far as spirituality goes, between East and West, we all agree that this is a creation. Spiritual people from East and West, which is the majority of humans on Earth. Atheists are fucking dumb.
It's patently obvious that everything that we see before us, our entire experience, illustrates that it has all been created.
100%.
They're willingly ignorant about what they see right in front of their face. All the atheists,
Like all disbelievers, especially including the atheists, they suppress the knowledge of the truth and unrighteousness.
and it doesn't have anything to do with the Bible. It's just like what's right in front of your face. It's the creation. I mean, how could this just happen on accident? I mean, give me a break, bro.
Yeah, like yesterday we had like a guy called Star. Like he was like he thought like he's on the offense, trying like asking us creationists like what's your proof of being created? What's the proof of the existence of God? So on and so forth. Well, actually, if you ask him why 2 eyes, not 3 eyes, not 1 eye, what's the process of that? How did nature determine that we need to have those like senses of being able to the sight, the hearing, the smell, the taste? Why did it exist? Doesn't make any sense. He cannot answer that. And even the E. coli experiment, like more than 50,000 generations trying just to see any kind of reference of like mutation, right? Actually, they stopped that experiment up to 73,000 generations. They did not see any sign of evolution or mutation, which is rightful of calling it a mutation or a new species being like created out of that like original E. coli bacteria or what have you. So they stopped that because of coronavirus, basically, at the 73,000 generations. So even on like very small scale, there is no evidence of evolution, and yet those people dare to say, what is your like evidence of God? Well, this is the original story. It's upon them to prove otherwise. They are the one who's making claim that no, God does not exist. So what's your proof that God does not exist? It's not upon us to prove that God actually exists. That's in the like plain sight.
And so there are no black people, there are no white people, there are no yellow people, there are no red people in this in the sense of anthropology and categorizing humans according to their skin color or according to their nation.
Yep, the Quran, the entirety of the Quran, 670 pages, there were no mention of any categories of like skin color or something.
Now that isn't to say that the Mikra, the Bible, and the Quran do not mention skin color. It's just that we're not categorized. The human race is not categorized according to that. There are various nations comprised of tribes, comprised of clans, comprised of families, comprised of individuals of various skin colors, especially unto the present day. You see, and they mention the different skin colors of whatever particular person or nation in general, but the nations are not categorized that way, nor the tribes, nor the clans, nor the families, nor the persons.
Yep. So basically, this is like a type of divide and conquer, right? So if humanity is united, as Helios said, our spirit doesn't have any color. Our spirit originally is from breath of the Creator, right? So and even our blood is red as well. So like they only look
This is
at
true.
this like less than 1%, which makes our skin a different color, and they ignore the other 99.999% of our similarities that we share together. It's just like, and people follow on suit with that. It's like that is stupidity, like on a most like the highest levels. It's like, oh, we are different. How are we different? Can you explain to me? Oh, look at, no, don't look at this like less than 1%. Like this is exactly how they proved that, you know, humans are related to chimpanzees with like only taking one, like less than 1% of the genome code and saying, oh, see, there's a similarity. Like it's the same stupidity happening again and again and again.
Hyper emphasizing what is overall a minute difference as opposed to the majority of the similarities, and then neglecting the majority of the similarities. And then, furthermore, just the false rhetoric of the false categorization itself is not as effective in its bad consequences as it has been. The false categorization plus Darwinism plus racism plus scientism plus atheism or whatever other kind of metaphysical worldview where it's just matter in motion, you see, or whatever kind of worldview where there is no absolute, personal, sovereign, supreme being whom is the ultimate reality, but rather the universe is impersonal. There are no absolutes, and there is no one who is sovereign above all things, including history. So all that paired together with this false categorization results into the world that we have now with all the various erroneous ways of living and ways of thought, according to this false rhetoric of the false categorization, black, white, red, yellow, and all the previous archaic versions of that. And so the question boils down to, again, the metaphysical question about human nature, the nature of mankind. What is man? What is mankind? What is his origin? These questions need to be seriously investigated, not just babbled about and just tossing up things in the air, not knowing where they land. No, seriously investigated unto the truth. Because when we don't, we get the world that we have, which we all complain about.
Yep, 100%. You know that sadly there is like some like kind of humans who are willing to sacrifice even their own families for some benefits. So those same like
wickedness.
Yeah, same wicked people basically adhering to false narratives. And this is also a story shared between the mainstream religions, which is like human or mankind, or at least let's say the first human was created based on the image of the creator. We do share that as well in Islam. So being someone like so closely related to the creator on many aspects, you know, with of course like giving the creator the best examples, you know, then it turns out that no, actually we are not like the creator, or having like attributes, you know, a fingerprints of the creator in us, looking like he created us, looking like him. No, they turned the table against themselves, saying no, actually we look like animals. Look how degrading that idea is, how wicked.
In a worldview where there is no value, in a worldview where there is no ethic, where there is no moral, there are no abstracts of any kind, let alone value and ethics, you see, and or essence and quality thereof. So on the one hand, in the first breath, they will say that everything is just matter in motion, and then in the next breath, they talk about no, we're not superior, we're equal to, or we're superior to, or we're less than. There is no superior to, equal to, or less than in your worldview. There are no abstracts. There is no value. There is no quality. There is no essence. You can't have it both ways. So either there is just matter and motion, and there are no abstracts, including value, including quality and essence, or there are such things, and there isn't just matter and motion.
You know why I think actually the biggest reason is why all these theories were created by man, because man deep within knows that he is a created being, and the only reason why he tries to find or create so much confusion or tries to find everything else other than the simplicity of being a creation is by just by the will of hiding from the creator. It's just the same old thing that happened in the garden, when they hid from God. And it's just the same thing that we're doing. We want to have a life like, happiness, love, and so forth, and no health issues, like in a state of in the state that you would have when you're in the Garden of Eden. But we want to have it without God, right? That's why why people, even though they know that they created, just make up a lot of excuses for themselves, or to at the end of the day to say, I can't be sure, so I can hide behind my bush and just go on with life. Even though deep inside they know that they for sure created being. It's just a tactic of running away instead of running towards the one who created them.
We humans have been playing the blame game since the beginning.
Yes.
Deceiving ourselves, playing the blame game, trying to quote unquote hide from the creator. We've been doing it since the beginning. Adam and Chava, after they sinned, they hid themselves. They tried to hide themselves. And then they also played the blame game. Chava, what have you done? Said the Lord. Well, I sinned because of the serpent you made. Adam, what have you done? Well, I sinned because of this woman you made. It's your fault, God. I sinned because of this woman you made, God. This is your fault. I sinned because of the serpent you made who deceived me, that you made. God, this is your fault. We've been playing the blame game since the beginning. And we've been trying to hide from the creator since the beginning.
About also the story of that, like you see that 1% or less than 1% existing in all wicked narratives, or wicked ideologies. Basically, when at least this is Islamic, and I'm sure there's very similarity to it in other religions or heavenly books. So basically, when Allah created Adam, He said okay, live in this paradise, in this garden, eat from wherever you want, except for this tree. So that tree, what's the percentage of that tree? Compared to the entirety of the paradise, not even 1 in a trillion, right? It's insane. It's just but it was that one thing that destroyed the entirety of mankind, casting them out of paradise into this world of misery and hardships. And yet we see that same thing. People are laser focusing on this super minute difference, and raging wars against it or because of it, basically.
Yeah.
It's just
hyper-focusing on that one single tree as opposed to appreciating the entirety of all the trees around them that was permitted for them to eat from.
Yep. But by the way, just not to. Sometimes I keep my silence because I don't want to just make it a talk or waste time or your time maybe about differences or the exact details, but basically the Quranic narrative of the story is that both of them ate, not only Adam, but or it was because of Eve or the spouse of Adam. No, actually both of them ate from the tree, and both of them admitted the mistake, and this is how the Quran speaks about it. So, but I just keep my silence. Basically, I don't want to like go into the super details of it. And if you look at that exact difference, now you see in Judaism, Christianity, Islam, same thing, people looking at the like minute difference or misagreements in between them, leading to creating an entire sects and different, parties or teams or sects waging war again and again and again among the same people that should have never fought against each other. Like you see that in all religions, people like, for example, look at this Shia Sunni thing in Islam. Look at the Catholic Protestant thing, or like Catholic Orthodox thing, the wars in between them. And previously among the Jews, they had the same thing. Like, that's crazy, man. So we agree on that. We agree on the 99%, but let's fight because of the 1% or less than 1%.
Come down to philosophy. And Clarendis, I think you want to come to the philosophy voice chat. Come on, right?
Yeah, let's do it.
You guys see that meme I just posted? I made that one a couple of years ago. Look what Toto's doing. Remember when Dorothy and all the Cowardly Lion, the Scarecrow, and everybody, and the Tin Man were standing before this big, huge. And Toto was like, "Oh shit! I see the curtain over there." Toto runs over there, like, "Look, you guys ever watched The Wizard of Oz?" Fucking A. That shit came out when. Well, the movie came out, I think, in the 40s, 50s. But the book came out long before that. It was all about the Federal Reserve and the financial system. Follow the yellow brick road. Follow the yellow brick road. Follow the yellow brick road. Anyway, but see, when this little puppy busted out this dude, the Wizard of Oz, busted him out. That's what we're doing. Busting the Wizard of Oz, the Wizard of financial system, the propaganda machine. We're little Toto busting their bullshit. If you believe them and depend on them, I mean, we all sort of depend on them because they have the power, but you have to utilize their system. You can't just shut it down immediately, because then we'll be fucked. And all the ignorant people, all the lonely people, where do they all come from? All the lonely people, where do they all belong? But yeah, man, we you know, it was just like, hey, everybody all of a sudden understood that they'd been fucking us for hundreds of years. They'd just be like, I mean, it'd just be riots in the streets. Oh shit, there's already riots in the streets because of the stupid propaganda on TV, as if, you know, this, these fucking assholes. Pay no attention to that man behind the curtain. There you go. That's right. Cut the shit. Eleanor Rigby. I can't even remember the lyrics. That's right, Chris. It's like, dude, if everybody figured this shit out all at once, it would be chaos everywhere because they're too far gone into the programming to actually know what to do with it. And I'm one of them, as a matter of fact. I mean, it's just like, hey, well, okay. And that's why people are like, why are you so talking about flat Earth all the time? It's like, hey, it's a process, man. You're gonna have to figure out. I mean, if it wasn't flat Earth, it'd be like shit. I was talking before flat Earth. I was telling people about the financial system and the political system. Is like you can't trust any of those motherfuckers. It's just a way to manipulate you into believing a process, or you know the social media, the mainstream media. They're controlling you. The education system. I was already all about that far before flat Earth. It's like, well, it's kind of a continuation of the same thing, but this is pretty heavy, man. When you've been through all that, and then you see Earth for what it is, and how they run you down this freaking shithole of like globe, and then once you see the Earth for what it is, and then all these, you get this kickback from these anti-flat earthers on YouTube and Discord, and their ridiculous attitudes. They call you dumb because you don't believe. Dude, how long do you think I've been looking? I've been looking at the flat Earth for a long time. I know the globe better than you do. You know, it's just like that's not. So they just want to say, well, the only reason you think the Earth is flat is because you're dumb. Well, and they already know that's not true, so they make their self look like an idiot because they obviously know that we're not dumb about flat Earth or globe Earth. So anyone that says that flat earthers are dumb and that's why they think the Earth is flat, they're just out of their league, I guess, because we're quite familiar with the globe Earth arguments. And that's my spiel. Anyone have anything to say about that? If I only had a brain. Oh shit, I got 5 minutes before I can not talk for a couple hours because hey, guess what? An announcement here. I'm gonna have the Precious Metal show, which is gonna be good. We'll see. Gonna be good stuff. Hey, cut the shit. What was that song from the Cowardly Lion? I love that song. We shouldn't even get a copyright on this one if I can find it. Cowardly Lion song. Hold on. And it's been 60 years since they made that movie. So. Yeah. Oh, about courage, right? Let me check it before I want to. I'm going to go ahead and play this before the precious metal starts. It's only a few minutes long. Shouldn't have an issue because it's 50 years old. This song.
Surrender, Dorothy.
Oh, Dorothy? Who's Dorothy? The wizard will explain it.
The wizard! The wizard!
Dear, whatever shall we do?
Well, we better hurry if we're going to see the wizard.
Here, everything is all right. Stop that now. Just it's all right. Everything is all right. The great and powerful Oz has got matters well in hand, I hope. So you can all go home and there's nothing to worry about. Get out of here now. Go on home and go home.
If you please, sir, we want to see the wizard right away. All four of us.
Orders are nobody can see the great Oz. Not nohow.
Oh, but please, it's very important.
And I got a permanent just for the occasion.
Not nobody, not nohow.
But she's Dorothy.
The witch is Dorothy? Come. Well, that makes a difference. Just wait here. I'll announce you at once.
Did you hear that? He'll announce us at once. I've as good as got my brain. I could barely hear my heart beating.
I'll be home in time for supper.
In another hour, I'll be king of the forest. Long live the king. If I were king of the forest, not queen, not duke, not prince, my regal robes of the forest would be satin, and not a cotton, and not chintz. I'd command each thing, be it fish or fowl, with a woof and a woof and a royal growl. Woof. As I click my heel, all the trees would kneel, and the mountains bow, and the bulls kowtow. And the sparrow would take wing. Fie, fie, well, king. Each rabbit would show respect to me. The chipmunks genuflect to me. The mattel would lash. I would show compassion.
Okay, it is now 1 o'clock Eastern time. So we normally have our scheduled precious metal. Today, precious metal is on a little short hiatus. They will be back. We're basically keeping this time slot available. So when they return, so we are still going to be using this time for the golds and silvers that primarily that don't get to speak up as much. We'd like to hear from you guys, and we're just going to keep it like this. And I think AI has something to say.
Oh, it's Precious Metals Jam Session. That's all.
So, Precious Metal Jam Session. So, you guys, it's open. We're going to kind of have an open format. There may be some musical interludes.
Better be
interludes. Yeah, somebody said.
Yeah.
There better be some music.
And so, if anybody else here plays an instrument, we want to actually give you some mic time too, if you'd like to. You know, maybe we trade off licks or something. You know, that's always kind of fun. But that's kind of how we're keeping it, and we're just gonna like flood the airwaves with flat Earth proof.
Hey, Sonny. Since the regular hosts aren't here, aren't you the stand-in host right now? You just announced.
I just did it.
Yeah. Well, then there you go.
So yeah, that's the idea.
Right, cool.
So this time
have at it, brother. Have at it.
Listen, this time I want to reiterate this. This time is for the golds and silvers. It's your time. It's not Sonny's time. It's not Sonny's show. It's all of your time. That's why we're doing this today. So we want you guys all to be able to speak up and yeah. So that's what it's here for.
And play.
So. Yeah, it's Precious Metals.